Hello. How's everybody doing?
Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome to Nerd Rage Gaming's case tourney.
Mm-hmm.
The date is May
Mm-hmm.
3rd. Uh, I am TJ. This is Ben. We are from Hyper Coliseum over on YouTube. We do a lot of match
Mm-hmm.
play commentary. You might see us around. Um, we're pretty local around here, so NRG hit us up to help run the event and do some commentary stuff
Mm-hmm.
for you guys. Provide some some good times. We'll be yapping here all day. I don't know exactly how many rounds we're gonna have. Um,
Yeah. This is their like pre-regional case tournament. So we've got a decent amount of players today. Sounds like a good spread too, so it should be a good time. I'm anticipating probably like 4 or 5, I would say at a minimum. But we'll see
yeah.
how the day unfolds. We'll try to get a good amount of decks on cam for you guys to kind of watch and see how things go as we kick off a very competitive month of Digimon moving forward. So I think this is great. Just to kind of see what's out there, right? See what the meta is shaping out to be. As TJ mentioned earlier, too, huge shout out to Nerd Rage for having us here. It's a
Yes.
great opportunity,
Yes.
and we're super psyched to be here.
Yeah. What are you hoping we see? What do you think we're gonna see sort of like as the day goes on?
Yeah,
What do you think's gonna do well?
yeah. I mean, I think we talked about this a little bit too, where we're expecting to see a lot of the big hitters, right? We're gonna see Sakuya, we're gonna see Royal Knights, who are very competitive decks that we saw last format, but I'm very excited to see the new stuff come out, right? Like
Hmm.
we've seen a refreshment of V armors, we've seen a refreshment for decks like Hunters, Crossheart, Shine Greymon is one that we've seen a lot of before that's now making a comeback too. So I'm hoping to see some of these new adventure hero decks kind of come to play.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of hero, I wonder if we're gonna see like the hero deck, like the actual hero archetype. I know some people have been like
Mhm.
messing around with
Mhm.
it.
Mhm.
We haven't seen too much from it yet in terms of
Yeah.
like tops or anything. I don't think, but it would be cool to see that just to get some spice out there. See if people have been cooking with it. There's a lot of different variants of it with all the
Yeah,
different cards
no,
in
I
there.
agree. I mean, I love that you bring it up too because I think we both were talking about how the hero deck was sort of clunky, sort of a clunkier adventure deck. But
Yeah.
then, like looking at some of the lists that are coming out of JP and Asia right now, we're seeing a lot of people run it and run it to some decent success. So it
Yeah.
may be a sleeper pick. Who knows?
Agreed. Okay. We're jumping in right now.
Cool.
Okay.
All
So
right.
we have Hunters versus Angels. Alrighty.
Ooh, yeah.
Mr. Drell versus Lewis. Looks like it is Andrel's turn right now.
Looks like a pretty decent start on Angel's end, right? You've got the Patamon ready to go next turn. You've got a Memory Boost set up as well as a Luxmon. And speaking of good setup too, Jarrell also pretty nice setup there, right? We've see the Taiki out on board for some good early draw.
Yeah.
We've got a King version coming out. The inheritable for King is also going to be nice to kind of attempt to pop a little bit of these like lower DP bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Lets him play out a Tagiru that we see here, the new BT21 Tagi. So both players looking like a pretty decent start.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So Drell's gonna go ahead and go into the new Arrestodramon Superior mode here. This card is has low key been kind of insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on Evo, he can attack without suspending, which is pretty good. And then he has an all turns effect of he gains 1 KDP, I believe, for each source he has.
hmm hmm
So he oftentimes he's an average like sits around like 15 plus K, and he's just a massive level 5.
Right, right, and like you said, it's very key that he's got the all turns
A
DP
little bit
buff.
of misplay here. We're realizing where the Shoutmon King version actually would pop the Luxmon on the swing.
Sure, sure. I mean, I guess Durrell declared the swing into Lux as opposed to declaring the swing into security.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like they're just resolving it by putting the ace back up on top. So both players are in agreement with it, which I think is fair.
Yeah.
We see Pata go up. Looks like that's a little bit of a tough security
Ooh.
stack for Luis over there. No level 40 Evo into is always a tough Pata whiff.
Yeah, it is probably one of the worst feelings in the game when you promote Pata and you see no level 4 in your
Yeah,
security and you're
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
like, "Oh, my turn is completely different now."
Yeah, yeah, and it looks like we're just gonna send them over there. We're gonna use the Cupimon effect to go ahead and take a card from security, tuck something underneath,
Mhm.
which is always good cycle for situations like this, right? Where you have a pad like a security stack that's missing stuff, you can go ahead and put stuff that you want in there,
Mhm.
and the classic.
Yeah, drop the Magna Angemon here. We'll Evo into a Domini from the security. Um resolving the rest of Magna Angel's effect, we can then place an Angel
Mm-hmm.
back in there, which looks like we're placing a Angelmon. That's the new LM alt art, which is really good. And
Mm-hmm.
then we'll use Domini's effect just to play her out.
Mm-hmm.
Shuffle security.
So it'd be in -7 off a Dimini effect, and if Luis chooses to proc the Ace effect here, it's a potential -13 total
Yeah.
on the Arrestor stack.
Which, funny enough, the Arrestor actually, I think, will live because he'll live with 1K.
Uh, Correct.
Should be at
Yeah.
14 right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he will. The -6 does linger until end of opponent's turn from
Right.
Angelmon, but Domini's is only for the turn, so he will be sitting at like 8K right now.
Yeah. Which is important with raid as a keyword,
Yes.
right? Being able to, that's one of the biggest scares for angels is being able to swing face into Dimini and not have it get protections off of other effects, because that's one of the things that will not save itself off of its own sort of protection.
Yeah. Yeah. And even if Jarrell was big enough right now, we do have the blocker inherit thanks to the Magna
Correct.
Ange, so Angelmon Ace could technically just take the hit.
Also poses an ace threat too.
Yes, yes. So Jarrell did some starter main phase stuff, did some tucking of cards, gained some memory, drew some stuff. We'll go into the brand new BT21 Gumdra in the back. That new Gumdra, honestly, is low-key pretty good for, like, cycle. Like, he helps
Yeah.
you set up your
Yeah,
trash,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is good for the cross-up option.
Mm-hmm.
Good for just getting that extra draw when you get stuck a little bit, because Hunter's definitely...
Ooh.
Okay.
So this was the tech that we were actually talking with Jarrell about earlier today. So Darktra Ace, one of the cards that we got as one of the LM promos, you evo into it, you de-digivolve one. So Domini does not have protection against de-digivolve,
Mm-hmm.
and then you pop the lowest DP body.
Lowest play cost.
Lowest play cost body, which was the Angelmon Ace, gain a ton of memory. So Jarrell is set up for a lot of gas this turn,
Yeah.
especially if you can get rid of the Magna Angemon that's sitting on the board right now.
There is still an ace threat here.
Mhm.
It looks like we do not have BT12 Arrestor to get rushed somehow, so I think that Magna Ange is actually pretty safe.
Well, unless you just go, we do have a level 4 and 2R, and you did gain a lot of memory off the Ace deletion, so you could just go into the BT12 Arrestor. But there is nothing to tuck to, actually. That is true. So you're
Yeah.
not gonna be able to get rid of it as efficiently as you would like.
Drell just doing a little bit of digging here. I think he's very aware of the ace threat, so he needs to find a play to get around that. On the bright side, even if something happens to his Darktra right now, he won't pass turn. He'll still stay. He'll go to 0.
And he is buffed by the inheritable as well, so we should be looking at a 14k if I'm not mistaken, Darktra.
Yeah. Well, he still has the -6.
-6,
so he's still sitting at 8.
He's at 8. Yeah, it's a little scary.
Yeah, it is a risky swing. Well, and you know too that Luis didn't go into a level 4 in security when he pushed up Pata, so you know it's either a lot of high end in there or possibly options, stuff like that.
One thing you could do is bait the ace play out, and you do have the 2R, which would also de-digivolve potentially.
Yep, and there is the Seraphi Shadow.
Shadow Seraphi Ace will come out. We'll de-digivolve 3. Can choose to block here, and on blocking we'll pop I believe a 5k or give 5k minus to something. So we'll go ahead and hit the Gumdra, take away something that can swing, which is fair. But you could go 2R here and de-digivolve, and I think that's what Jarrell's looking at right now.
Or actually, no. So he's not. We didn't block. The Gumdra just dies to DP.
DP reduction as well. Yeah.
So we didn't actually have to block yet. We do have 2R here though. So we can de-digivolve on the Evo. Goes over a level 3 with save and text for a cost of 3. But we'll overflow 4.
Okay.
Now that stack still can't swing.
Right.
But it's a decent little bit of setup here. Jarrell just trying to see his hand is looking a bit slim. The new Taiki actually is pretty good for hunters though.
Right.
A lot of the new hunters pieces do have a hero trait. So there's a lot of instances where Taiki actually comes up pretty well for those.
Looks like we will go ahead and play out Psych just to pass the turnover. We won't Digicross, so it was a 4-cost play. Passes Luis over to 3.
All right, so Luis has some options. He's sitting at 3 memory, which is pretty good. Magna Angel living, staying on the board is pretty nice. Okay. Scramble.
Are we seeing another Dimini play? Ooh.
Cherubi.
Okay.
So we can play out a level 4 or lower. yellow or green
Now
Digimon.
remind me, is Cherubi minus 4 TB for every other, or does
Every
it
other.
include it itself?
Doesn't
Okay.
include itself. So it'll just
Okay.
be -4 right now. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
we'll pop the Psych. That makes sense.
Sure, sure. Go Pillow in the back. A Scramble's not a bad play here, particularly if you've used some of your top-end pieces like a Shadow Seraphi Ace, like the Mini. You do have that capability to go back and pick them up if you need to later on. And we see another Magna Ange come out. Unfortunately, no Evo target,
Yeah.
which is a little tough.
But we do set up an Ace Threat.
Correct.
We do set up
Correct.
Ace Threat. We do have Blocker, which is all pretty good. We also do have the Angemon Inherit
Yeah.
of was that the secret engine that he played?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Now the question here would be on Jarrell's end, right? We know he has a. It looks like, is that a BT12 arrestor in hand? Yeah. He has got both BT12 and the BT21 arrestor. You have 2 bodies now, so you could in theory tuck the ace underneath, or you could tuck the 5 underneath.
Mm.
What would you do here if you're in Jarrell's situation? What would you pick?
Um, it's
It's a tough call.
I feel like you don't mind.
Mm,
Okay, I feel like you don't mind. I feel like tucking the 5 is smarter. Getting rid of the Ace Threat
right.
immediately
That's what I'm thinking too.
makes a lot of sense. Because then you can. There's a lot of different ways you can deal with Cherubi with Hunters. Otherwise,
Right.
especially because he has another body on board that he can go into like the new
Mm-hmm.
21 superior mode and just swing over.
Right. And then I think also too, like getting rid of the Angemon as the inheritable is also pretty nice as well.
Yes, yeah, agreed. A little less recovery for Angels.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Jarrell's, yeah, he chose to do it under Cherubi, so we're just looking at a big Cherubi here, which, like you said, there's multiple ways to deal with it. He's not in a bad way by any means. We saw a Quartz in his hand as well. I don't think you necessarily need to do Quartz here, because I don't think you get much value off of it right now.
Yeah. Oh, we did lose the 21 superior mode. We did tuck that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, so that with that play of going over Cherubi is unfortunately gone. Do draw a Watchmaker.
Mm-hmm.
Play out Tagiru off of the Evo there.
Okay.
So what are we thinking?
So just build up your tamers here. I think that's pretty fair. We're looking at trash. It looks like we're considering the cross-up play.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna cross up.
We've got an arrestor in trash.
So remind me, he places a card under one of his tamers, right?
Correct.
Yeah. He places a card under a tamer.
And
And
then you
then
can
can
go ahead and
Evo.
Evo from trash.
Yeah, into something with saving its text. So we'll go
Mhm.
into the new superior mode. Tap Tagiru to go ahead and reduce the cost.
By 1.
Tucking a Psych under for a little bit extra draw on the swing.
Smart play. Now for cross up, you will be able to swing straight into Cherubi. You'll gain the memory back. So Drill's done a very, very good job here at controlling
Although
the board.
he did forget to pay for the actual Evo.
I was going to say, you do have to pay for the Evo
yeah,
here.
so he should have 3 less memory. It should
should
just
be
be
at
at 0. Luis.
It is tough with a lot of these new cards too, because there's just so many effects nowadays in Digimon that it is a little easy to miss that.
Yeah.
We'll see if that ends up hurting Louise, because I think both players do seem to miss it here, and board state's pretty irreversible at this point. So it looks like they will move on, and we'll see how things play out, but that is something to remember for sure moving forward for everybody watching.
Yeah. Tap the Watchmaker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. So 2 checks coming in with the superior mode. We draw for the inheritables. We hit another TK, which is Magna Angemon. Recover 1. And go ahead swing with the arrestor now.
Yeah.
And we can go ahead swing with arrestor past turn, yeah. So that will do it for game 1. Jarrell does take it. We move on to game 2.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty good showcase here, right, of what Hunters has access to. You know, a lot of tools. I mean, Hunters always was one of those toolboxy decks that had a lot at its disposal, a lot of things that you could do, and a lot of flexibility with a lot of your plays, which I think was the allure to it. And with BT21, definitely just got a lot more of that refresh support. So it's definitely, I think, one of the top contenders moving forward in this meta.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's so fast that it can catch you by surprise too. It does what Classic Hunters kind of did, where you think you're in a safe spot, and then all of a sudden a Watchmaker hits the board, and you're like, oh, I'm losing more security this turn. I'm not losing 2.
Yeah, it does a very good job of blending that sort of like I said, that toolboxy feel where it almost feels very counteractive, very reactive, but at the same time can pack a lot of aggression with your ability to swing without suspending. Cards like Watchmaker, like you mentioned. So it's got a lot of neat things it can do.
Yeah.
But it's also nice to see Angels. I think we've talked a lot about Hunters, but Angels is still, sitting in a good spot. It's a
Yeah.
deck that's been around for forever now.
It still has a lot of potential.
Mhm.
It can be deceptively fast. Lots of good defensive options. DP reduction is still very, very powerful. Still like pretty much the best form of removal in the
Yeah,
card game,
yeah,
pretty outside of
absolutely.
like Digivolve and some other certain
And
shenanigans
and
there.
there's never anything wrong with just slamming down a Magna Ange for 7, being like, deal with me.
Yeah, true, true, true.
How's it going, Brand? Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
Okay. So Luis has a pretty solid start.
Yeah.
TK and Pata is really nice. He has information on his security as well after the TK.
Mm-hmm.
Darrell's just gonna get some setup going. Yeah, just drop some tamers.
Tamer advantage is never a bad thing.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I know he has the Shout King, but I think it's smart to save it.
Mhm.
Because you know that there could be a really big clap coming this turn. So putting it out
Sure.
on the board and just losing 2 bodies, it could be a bit tough.
Yeah, that is always something that is tricky with Hunters, is that if you use a lot of your resources a little too freely early game,
Hmm.
your hand can get very thin very fast,
Yeah,
and then you're really stuck in a difficult spot.
yeah. Those draw inherits are extremely important for
absolutely.
hunters. It can be very very it can be game changing. Get some
Well,
switch
that's a lot of
stats.
top end.
Whew.
I think
Luis,
Louis got the same reaction there.
Yeah, yeah. He got his deck all blinged out though. It looks
Respect.
gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah. Angels is a beautiful deck if maxed out.
Yeah.
Maxed out. It's so good.
Okay, so we have a couple different plays. Looks like he might just go for some search right now, considering the Lux.
Mm-hmm.
We do have, I think we have some 5s in hand.
Yeah, we'll go Lux here.
Mm-hmm. Top 3, you can grab an Angel.
Angelmon's not a bad hit here. Looks like we are missing a top end though. That's not, or a Dimini essentially is basically it, right? We saw a
Yeah.
lot of reveals earlier, just no Dimini.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to save the Magna Ange there for sure. You
Yeah.
know, especially if you know it's not in there in security.
The one choke's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Drell can gain 1 memory off of the Taiki,
Mm-hmm.
I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
But he has to tuck a hero trait card, right? Or a cross art. Yeah, which
Yeah,
does work for
yeah.
that.
He's got a couple avenues of play. I think he needs to see a level 5, which we see that right there. We see the arrestor that he's got. So he could, in theory, Evo into a 4, go into the arrestor, and Gato's sitting at 4K if I'm not mistaken. So you can use a Shout King inheritable to pop the Gato, which barrier does not get around.
Correct.
So he has ways to control board here. And it
Mhm.
looks like we may be seeing that going into the new arrestor here, which will reduce Evo cost
Yep.
by 1 because you only have the Taiki.
Yeah.
You play out the Tagiru, which will allow him to reduce another Evo cost, which is good efficiency. And it looks like we are seeing it. We're going to go into the arrestor here, reducing cost to make it a 3 cost Evo off of the Tagiru.
Mm-hmm.
Or 2 cost. Or yeah, 3
There,
cost.
there
Yeah,
we
yeah.
go. There we go. Draw. Yeah, slide the Gato under the Lux or the TK. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes absolutely more sense. Yeah, yeah. Can go ahead, swing into security, and then use the inherit of King to pop the Lux.
Mm-hmm.
Do 1 check. There's a Cherubi, and he is
Does die.
Yeah. We're looking at a 12K arrestor.
Yep, draws. Nothing to save here, so everything will just
That is
go
a little tough.
to the trash.
But go ahead.
He kind of had to do it.
Yeah.
He had to do it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
if you can't
absolutely.
leave that Angel State board there, but Luis does have another pattern, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Drop a Lux, get some more search.
There's a Dimini.
Yeah, that's
There
what
he
we're looking
is.
for.
Okay.
I love that pattern on alt art.
Yeah, it's such a good one.
Tanami Kanji, my goat.
Definitely better than the one that we got in the promo packs.
Agreed. So now Luis just has to decide how he wants to pass turn.
Unfortunately, he's in a situation where he's probably going to have to pass over at least 2 memory. Yeah.
Okay.
Pass over the 2. Jarrell can go up to 4 off of Taiki and Tagi here.
Mm-hmm. Question is, will he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
go
interesting.
ahead.
Choosing to do.
Get the draw first.
Sure.
We have a second Drakmon.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the 21 Gumdra.
Yeah.
Tuck under, Taiki, get the not, oh yeah, Taiki, yeah. Get
Mm-hmm.
the draw, mem gain.
Looks like we're tucking a BT21 arrestor underneath to go ahead and gain one, draw one once again.
Yeah.
We see the rookies now, so you can digicross for 2, and you do need the BT12 arrestor, which I believe we see in his hand there.
Yeah, he does have one on him. So we'll go in, we'll
Mm,
drop the Gumdra here. We
yeah.
can pitch a card with save and text to draw 2, so we'll pitch a Drac.
Okay. Okay.
Pretty
So he's
decent
got some
draws.
options here.
Yeah, another Tiger he can drop off of an Evo.
Yeah,
if
but
we
I
go-
hear it
but,
looks like I feel you go for the rush play here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, reduce the Evo cost by 2, tucking those these 2 Digimon underneath. So you're gonna have a big stack moving in.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at a total of 5k DP buff just off of Inherence for now. And depending on what he goes to, we could be making a pretty big body.
I think it's 6K because Dracmon's +2 as well.
Is it 2?
Yeah,
okay,
I think
then
he's
it's
+2.
6.
So he's a big guy. But we definitely would have liked to have some draw inherits here because we're going to burn a lot of resources and not get too much draw out of the stack.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we tuck the Lux. End of turn can swing. Did us one draw. Hits an Angel on ace.
Yeah, calls it a day.
Yeah.
All right. So pretty good aggression here. I feel like, yeah, it just makes sense from Luis's end to go ahead and push up. We'll go ahead and swing, yeeting the top card of security off a QP effect, picking up a tucking a Dimini.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks like we went from no Dimini to all the Dimini in hand now.
Yeah.
And does choose to not barrier here, interestingly enough. So we swung, we hit the arrestor, and we're just choosing to take away the Gato. I guess the thought process here is that, look, like, you don't want to burn any unnecessary security and just do this straight, which is fair. Go into the Dimini, yep. And you can go ahead and play out. Ooh, is that?
That is the Adventure Magna Ange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That'll get tucked. So arrestor leaves. We don't get to save anything. We don't get the draw for the Moni as well since it wasn't necessarily deleted. And we choke to 1. So not bad.
Yep. Pretty good.
Not bad. And this is always a scary thing about Angels, right? You could always feel like you're in a good spot, right? Jarell's done a pretty good amount of damage, good amount of control and aggression. But then the minute you see that Dimini play and then you spit out a level 5, you're like, oh boy. You know, the tide could turn very, very quickly depending on how things play out.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So we have the ace threat. We have the protections that Dimini offers. Jarell, his hand has some decent pieces in it, but he definitely is going to need some just like straight up, we need some removal to help deal with Dimini.
Yeah.
Because the thing is the big turn for Angels, I feel like, is past that, like, that initial turn that they get Dimini on board. Once they start wideboarding past that, it just gets so out of control so fast.
Right, right.
So this is, if Luis is able to keep his board state this turn, then I think it could definitely swing in his favor.
Right, right. Now, and I mean, what'll work for Jarell is if he can stack up enough DP buff in his stack, go into the BT12 arrestor, even if we see a card like True Ace, for example, that'll minus 8k, you could still, in theory, be big enough to try to remove something.
Right.
But that can get scary because True Ace works very well with that, of exactly what you just talked about, right? Which is wideboarding and putting stuff out there and creating a pretty insurmountable board state.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we will tuck, get an extra draw. Do find a BT12 level 4 arrestor, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to go into a 21 arrestor here.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll opt to tuck the Gumdra and the Shout under the Taiki.
Okay.
To go there. Can drop a Tamer off of that Evo.
2R will be nice. Because 2R can de-digivolve the Dimini. You can go on top of a level 4 as well if you want to.
Well, it has to be, it can only go over a black level 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True,
so unfortunately, don't really have that option right now unless we drop a 3. But we'd have to pay the full 3 cost Evo.
I don't think it's a good time to go into him right now.
No, I don't think so
it's a little
either.
bit preemptive.
I think setting up the ace play is risky.
A double, like 2 ace threats is a lot worse than just one.
Right. So now we're
Debating on which. Ooh, okay.
okay. We're hard dropping. I'm gonna say yeah. I think you dropped the
Yeah,
tamer for
yeah, yeah. I
3.
was like,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Wait.
And Jarrell's just considering how he wants to go up the rest of
Uh-huh.
the way.
Looks like we are suspending to reduce an evolution cost here. We'll declare the BT12 arrestor,
Yep.
which is, I think, smart.
It's gonna force Luis to burn a security if he wants to keep the body on. We'll burn it. Oh, it's a Gato. Does get played out. That's
Ooh.
big.
That is big for Louise.
Well, it's okay. Sorry, we said maybe a little bit too soon. He does have he does have the Shoutmon under. So as
Correct.
long as he
Correct,
swings,
correct,
the
correct.
Gato does go
Gato will go away.
bye bye.
But it is another thing that you do have to think about when it comes to like ace threats and whatnot too. So
True.
definitely something to be careful about. Luckily, no memory gain shenanigans.
Drell is definitely where he's kind of in a weird spot. So he's just considering what he wants to do. What's he thinking about? What's he thinking about with that 2R? What's he?
And then
He's making faces.
is this 2R an on play as well? Or is it just an on evo? I'm
I'm
pretty
not
sure
sure.
it's just an on evo.
I'm pretty sure as well. We are gonna go into the Darktra ace here for 4. Digivolve.
Digivolve Pablo's play cost.
Send it over. Okay.
It's a little scary for me.
Yeah, but I kind of get it. Like he didn't really have another avenue. He needed to get the Domini out of the way.
Right.
Just to kind of get rid of any protections. He didn't really have like another play he could do. I don't think because even if he just swung and popped the Gato, then he just gets aced probably and dies.
Yeah, and I think you also just force Louise here to say, look, like if you want the other Domini, you just have to hard evo into it here, right?
Right.
Just force him to pay some resources as opposed to just keeping it out on board. We know he tucked one in security. We've dealt with one, so.
Ooh, okay. This is a good call.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hard drop to Ruby Ace. Smart. We'll play out the Angemon, and that'll -12. So Darktra will go bye bye. We'll overflow 4. So Luis keeps turning, can extend his board even further. Does have another Domini in hand, and this is huge. Yeah, this is really big.
Huge.
So last card. Now I believe Domini is a you may play. You don't have to.
Correct. So you can choose not to play, which it looks like is what we're doing here.
Yeah, because I think that was a 5 in there. So I think that's safe bet. You don't want to. You don't want to get rid of your last security because all it takes is 1D Digivolve, and then
you lose all your blockers.
It's curtains. You still have ace threat, I guess. But
True.
it's a lot riskier.
Absolutely. And here I think Louise opted just for, like you said, it's the safer play. If Jarrell can't deal with your board state here, you are pretty I would say locked in for a pretty good turn with Alliance and multiple swings. So there's no reason to unnecessarily give Jarrell any sort of advantage here.
Absolutely. The Highwayman is me. I am the Highwayman. Hello. I'm the Highwayman. I need to rewatch that again.
That's true.
Every year.
That is true. All right, so Jarrell's just thinking. It looks like we're just resolving tamer effects here. This is a tricky situation, just because if you want to swing with anything, you do have to digicross for 2 into that rookie that we see there.
Yeah.
So he does have to sequence things.
We do have a lot of memory, though. We do have a lot of memory to work with. How many rounds are y'all running? We're not sure. It's my guess is it'll probably be 5 to 6.
Yeah.
There may be a top cut, but I don't know.
We're
not sure. I know we've played in case tourneys here before, and they've done top cuts sometimes, I believe.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see. We're kind of playing it by ear at the moment. We'll try and get some confirmation when
we've got a good few hours of us for sure.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Whether you like it or not. So it looks like we are going into the 12 arrestor here. We'll make it a free evo, suspending tamers.
He'll gain rush.
Gains rush. But the question is, I mean, you're posing questions for Louise here. But you are also having to answer the question of, are we seeing the ace, right? You've got 2 potential ace threats on board with Magna Ange and Ange.
Yeah.
And you do have to play around that.
So we'll go ahead and evo for, was that 2? Into the new superior mode. We do have quartz. Quartz
Quartz could do something here.
Quartz could do a lot here, actually. And we're
We're
going to do
doing
it.
it.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
Do we gain enough memory, though, to keep turn? He
Well, you
evos
would
for
gain
9.
He goes for 9. You would gain 1 memory for every 2 suspended. Why are we paying 6?
Should be
9, right?
Should be 9. Unless we're just...
Oh, Jarrell, because it's a 6 cost on the Evo little bubble. Because it's
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think we're okay, actually.
I think we're okay. So I mean the whole board's
Because
locked
he would have
down.
gained 2, 4...
I think are they catching it here?
They're catching it now. Yeah, he's catching it
Okay,
now.
cool, good.
So he has 1 more memory than
Yeah,
he would.
yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are a lot of suspended bodies out on board.
Yes,
We've got 2,
yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we would gain 4 memory off of that Quartz Evo. So 5 cost Evo. So yeah, they're at the right spot there.
Yeah, the Quartz does keep him alive for another turn. It's still dicey, though, because we have plenty of ways we can remove Quartz. Quartz is not the
Yes.
biggest body right now
Yes,
by
yes,
any means.
yes,
He's only a 15K guy. Does not have blocker or anything like that. I do think Luis was showing that he had another True Ace in hand earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So
And he had a Shadow Seraph as well. if
yeah,
I'm
so
not
we
mistaken.
have plenty of means of dealing with this Quartzmon. It's probably not gonna. I'd be very surprised if it stays on the board this turn.
Correct. But it does pose a deal with me situation for Louise too, right? Where if he doesn't deal with it, Jarrell could do some things. Granted, again, like you said, it's not necessarily as devastating as it was back in BT12 when you
sure.
had a Quartz go out on
Yeah.
board. So
I think I was kind of thinking about that because I know we talked about that the other day,
yeah,
and I was thinking
Yeah.
about it more, and I'm like, I wonder if it's a lot of it because ever since 13, right,
Mhm.
we got a lot more cards that are on play and when digivolving,
yeah.
not just one or the other.
Ooh, Speaking of,
No, there's Truby, yeah. So we'll hard drop it, play out a Pata, and big nuke.
big nuke. Charles' face
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah.
yep.
We will go ahead. We'll add the top card.
Off a Pata effect and recover
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
Okay.
Angels just doing angel things.
Now everything is suspended, but we do have 1 ace stud on the board with that Magna Ange.
1 ace threat and 1 blocker.
Yeah. So how do we do this?
Yeah, I will say though, like we've seen the Cherubis hit the board, we've seen the Dominis hit the board. We as a like if you're
cross-ups.
playing Jarrell, like in Jarrell's eyes, right? Like that's almost a decent thing, right? Where you're like, okay, the aces are out for at least some of them, right?
Right.
You're just banking on if he's drawn into them.
Yeah.
You know.
Now I think the big thing here is actually having all those cross-ups. I think this means that you just load your tamers and you just
load up,
cross up your
brother,
way
yeah.
all the way to a 5 because you know you have
Well, I mean,
arresters.
look at his hand.
Yeah. No, I know.
Timers.
I know. You just load up your tamers this turn, get as much memory as you can, and I think you just cross your way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
actually, no, it looks like we're gonna hold on to some bodies though. We'll just go into 21 arrester for free, thanks to the cost reduction there.
Ooh, scramble. Okay. Looks like we will play out another Tagi. Unfortunately, Arrestor does not, correct if I'm wrong, does not play out Watchmaker.
No, he only drops a tamer with the hunter or hero trait.
Right.
And Watchmaker does not have hunter trait.
Right.
He could be a hero though. I don't think enough old men get
That's true. That's true.
could be are honored as heroes in anime.
Praise. A second. Oh no, that's a quartz and trash. Never mind. Oh, I was like second quartz, man, wildin'. But okay, looks like we will cross up, like you said,
Yeah.
into the BT21 Arrestor.
Yeah. So Evo for 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
Tucking the Shout King.
Okay. Where do you go from here, though?
I almost wonder
Crossing
if
up again.
are we going into quartz
Are we
again?
going into quartz?
Can we
Can you go into quartz?
Because it has save and text because of the evil
That's
box.
true.
So yeah.
What are we looking at?
Or we
here?
just wanted to load a. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Tap
Do
that
your
to put it
thing,
under.
chicken wing.
So he'll Evo for a cost of 8.
Yeah. So go ahead. Go for 8. Suspend the board. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So gain 6 memory. We'll go to 3 regardless because of the TK.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't keep turn.
Just locks the board down.
But just
again.
locks down again, yeah. I mean, that's fair. You know, nothing on Angels will gain Rush.
I have to wonder. I feel like it might have been more value to go into the BT12 arrestor that's in trash to try and
To try and force him to purge that
burn
last
that last
security.
security. Yeah, because
Yeah.
then if we don't have any form of recovery, then we're sitting in a pretty good spot where like yes, you have ace threat, but you also don't have any protections for your bodies.
Well, because the thing that Luis could do here too, right? In theory, is just slam down another
Ruby ace,
Cherubi,
which we
another. Oh my God!
which we are going to do. We say another Ruby
And
ace.
draws the next game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's
yeah.
tough. I think Jarrell was going to deck out. Yeah, he had one card left in deck.
And that's the game that Angels can play, right? Like Angels is one of those decks where you don't even have to burn through secure. You just have to survive.
Yeah,
And your opponent is going to eventually lose resources, and that's where things can get real tough.
yeah.
As we saw here. So, I mean, well played by both players. I mean, this is definitely a very good start to our case tournament here.
Yeah.
Very, very good matches.
Absolutely. Alrighty. We go to game 3. We
Game
love game
three.
3s.
We do love game
we
threes.
love game
We
3s.
haven't had a lot of game
We
threes on
don't
our
see
channel
too many
lately.
game 3s. No, we haven't. We have not. So many games are over pretty quick nowadays. So the back and forth is very nice to see.
Yeah, yeah. As our players get set up, just another quick plug-in for Nerd Rage Gaming. You know, huge shout out for having us here.
Mhm.
They've got a TCG player store as well if you're interested in ordering singles. They're located in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. So if you're a Chicagoland local looking for a great place to play Digimon, they have locals every Monday and Saturday. So check them out. They've got a very competitive scene. A lot of their players do very well at regionals. I think Mike, I believe, got top 4 at
Mhm.
Nets last year, which is great. So if you're looking for some good practice, no better place to play.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so it looks like Drell's keeping. Luis is debating on the mulligan. We'll keep.
Ooh.
Okay. We're locked in.
Man said, let's rip it.
We're locked in.
All right, let's see.
All right. So
All
pretty
right.
solid start. Yeah, just get the new Tiger on board.
Yeah, there's no reason
Back
not
in the
to.
back. We have plenty of draw inherits. That promo pad is such a good card.
It is. It is.
Such a good
Both
card.
players choosing to just play Tamers early, which makes sense for both of these decks.
see a
That
4?
is
Is there a 4?
There's two got. I think there's a Gato.
Was there got to? Okay.
There's at least one. I'm not sure if there's a second one. There's two Patas in there, which is a little rough.
Yeah.
I hear you, Brand. If you move over here, buddy. I mean, there you go.
All right.
There we go. Straight Ange in the back,
Yeah.
looking at that security. I think that's fair. After
That's
what
a
we
good
saw in
call.
security, it's like you don't want to risk that being
Yeah.
a turn behind.
Just being ready to possibly climb up to a 6 in your hand if you want. You also just can get decent aggression with him.
And with the TK setup too, I mean, you can just go straight into the Magna Ange there, keep
Yeah.
turn, go Dimini,
Yeah.
and you're
true.
set up to go.
Very true. Okay, so we did push up the psych. We'll
Mhm.
tuck a BT12 arrestor under. Okay, just get some chip. Sure.
Gato. That's always nice to get rid out of security. That's a good feeling seeing that Gato leave, just because if they
Draws.
purge off a Dimini, that Gato can get very annoying, as we saw in game 2.
Yeah. It's kind of one of the things I'm worried about playing Galactic. I'm wondering, like, what if I play against Angels and then I just burn the security and it's like 4 Gato monsters? Just gonna pop out off the Galactic swing.
And Jarrell does I mean, that's not
Strap
bad.
Tamers.
You might
Yeah.
as well. Might as well just get him out there.
No, for sure.
Ooh.
Okay, Luis
Okay.
will swing. Do one attacking. You'll add the top card using the keep him on effect. Tuck,
Tuck
another
another
Angel on.
Ange.
Yeah, which we know he has the BT14 pata in there as well.
Mhm.
So just setting up a security to be able to warp up next turn, or when the next time he puts a
Yeah,
pata
and then
up.
on deletion, you tuck that bad boy in there as well.
Okay, so now we know there's 2 4s in there.
Yeah. Okay, and then we set up with a Pata. There you go.
Yeah, the fact that the Angemon also hatches is just so much gas. It's so
Yeah,
good when it
yeah.
on its effects. Drop a boost, yeah, makes sense. Just set up. Grab a Cherubi. Or was that or Mini rather? Sorry.
Yeah, it was a Dimini, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay.
So Luis is looking at a lot of resources. We already know the pad is going to be able to evo for sure. We have 4
Yeah.
memory worth of boosts on the board. We're going to gain, we're going to be at like 4 to start because of the TK and after the pad evo.
Right.
So
Right. Yeah, I mean, Luis is looking at a very, very, very huge turn next turn. Like you said, Pata's got a lot of resources. We see the Magna Ange in hand. We saw a Dimini in hand. We saw Cherubi in hand. So He's set up very well. Jarrell is not looking like he can push much aggression.
Yeah.
And I agree. Like you don't want to fall into that trap of looking at your opponent's board state and feeling pressured to move out
Right.
preemptively. So I think what Jarrell doing here is fine.
Oh, draw.
Setting up the level 4 in the back to be able to swing next turn and just getting some advantage and to say, look, you're kind of resigned to the big play, but you're setting up your response.
Yeah. Okay, so Pata pushes up. But we'll go into the Gato instead, and that'll give us 2 memory.
Mm-hmm.
So we're working with, oh god, he's working with effectively 9 memory this turn at least.
The world is his oyster.
Yeah,
That Gato alt is so pretty.
it is
I love
really
that
good.
Gato pretty alt.
It is really, really good.
Oh boy.
Yep.
The icing on the top would be just an emissary in hand. Emissary Domini.
Okay, we just
Oh
drop a
my.
Lux, get some search, double hit, grabs an angel and an archangel,
Yeah.
or 3 great angel. Sorry.
I mean, this is a very like Luis is hitting everything he needs to see right now.
Yeah, this is very, very good. So what's he thinking now?
He's got options.
Yeah.
He's got options.
He can crack boost, go up his line. We know he put the Domini in security, so he can go into a BT16 Magna Anja if he has it.
I think he has it. Yeah, I think he's got at least 1 or 2, if not.
Yeah, he has one right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason not to go into him right now. It just makes too much sense.
Just a matter of, does he want to pass turn with the Evo, or does he want to keep
Right.
turn?
I think that's exactly what he's debating.
I think that's what he's trying to decide. If I'm okay, or swing, yeah. We do have barrier.
We do have barrier.
We just
And-
live, though.
ooh, big guy.
Big Gato.
Big Gato. Yeah.
Sure. Goes up. We'll go ahead. We'll go into that Domini for a reduced cost of 2.
Yeah. That is value.
Draws for the Evo. Places a card off of Magna Ange effect. We're placing a
Angel 1 A's.
Yep,
That'll get
which is
played
really
out.
good. Shuffle security after that.
I don't think there's a reason to purge here, especially if you know that security is very good for you. I'd
Yeah.
say players could purge here just if they want to cycle their security a little bit, because
If you know
Angela
you have
would
some dead
see,
cards in
yeah,
there,
yeah,
sure.
because she would see the 3 recovery. But here, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sitting at 4 security, you're sitting pretty. There's, you're not in a huge pressure situation there.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Drell starts doing his start of main phase effects to get some memory on his side, get some draw. We are talking a lot of superior modes, which is a little scary because we don't always have the best way of evoing into them when they're under tamers.
Yeah, you're kind of relying on your I believe it's psych to pick something back up out of your tamers.
Yeah, yeah. We can go into this superior mode for free and get a bunch of draw inherits, which I think honestly is fine. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, yeah. And just kind of force that decision. But again, that BT12 superior will tuck something depending on what he wants to tuck. I mean, Andromon's gonna keep Luis net even.
Yeah, get
But
all the draws.
Yeah, like you said, that's the smart play here.
The now something, if he is able to live a swing off going into this Evo here,
Yeah,
there is a world, because we did show he does have the Dark Ace in hand.
yeah. Now the scary part though is if you swing here, I believe Luis has a Cherubi Ace. He
Yeah.
could easily Cherubi here, play out another body, and that's curtains next turn.
Yeah, next turn it's over at that point. So we have to decide. It looks like he's debating going into the Dark Ace. Yeah, we will just go ahead and do it. Whoop! There goes the dice.
Pop lowest play cost, which is unfortunately just the
Just
Lux.
the Lux.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, there's just no better way to get rid of the Lux
Yeah.
without potentially swinging there
And losing everything.
and losing everything, and that is tough.
But the hard thing is we didn't get any draws out of all these draw inherits. Our hand is not great.
Yeah,
We
and
have this
Luis,
ace sitting on the board that is very easily he's
He's
gobbled
gonna get
up.
punished. Unfortunately,
Shadow
there's too
Stepper right
many.
there.
There's too many resources. I think from Luis's ends to really.
Yeah, Domini.
Yeah, this is looking like that Angels might end up rolling away with it.
Gonna play out the Adventure Magna Ange.
That'll put Darktra in its security.
Yeah. Because how does his removal work again exactly? I don't remember. exactly how it works. I'll look it up, I guess.
I
Real
want to
quick.
say it's for each color that your Digimon and your tamers have. You can go ahead and add one
Yeah.
to the thing you can put up on top, but I'm not quite sure what the base is, unfortunately. I run Adventure, but I don't run
Well,
this particular
a
one.
lot of people don't run the Magna Inch
You
for
run the
adventure.
Angelomon instead.
Right, exactly. So I can just check.
Hey, Digipanda, thanks for tuning in.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Where's that guy at? Where's he at? There he is. Plays when your opponent's 6,000 DP or lower Digimon as a top
Oh,
security
and then
card.
you add DP.
For every 2 colors your tamers have, add 2,000 to this fixed DP maximum. Okay, gotcha. Which he gets DP reduced because of the
Right,
yeah,
because of the
yeah.
Dimini.
So that makes sense. It's actually a really good play.
Yeah,
It's actually a really good play.
that's a very well
If they're
thought out play.
13K or
Negum 7, then
less.
go up. That's pretty good.
Josh is here too. What's up?
What's up, Josh? Okay, so looks like Jarrell's basically at his lifeline here. He needs to deal with it and do something, but that is asking a tall order for a brother.
He can't reduce play costs. Or no, sorry, pillows. Can't
Pillow is can't reduce or can't play via
play by effects, right?
correct.
My brain can't remember.
The Evo cost, I believe, is cute.
Let's see. Yeah, Evo cost is cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do we deal with this? So, because we
Another
need
quartz.
another quartz. Funny enough, would be probably like the best answer.
Can
do
we
have-
find it? That's the thing.
We have a cross up, but this is such a board to try and like. I think you have to swing and force the ace threat here, because you need to just get some Shoutmon King pops.
Correct. And just
Yeah.
okay.
But
So
we need
gum draw, yeah. You just pitch a card, draw 2, get a little bit of cycle going.
Okay.
Okay.
Track in the back. Yeah. Set
Just
up.
keep drawing, brother. Okay.
Now we don't have to use
Okay.
cross up just yet. We can
You've
just
got BT12 arrestor now,
which is good.
so
That's the rush we needed.
no, don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay.
All right, so we're going into BT21 arrestor. I'm curious to see what.
I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious what the thought
What-
process there with this guy as opposed to the other guy. 'Cause the other guy would have let you swing, but I guess he's playing around the ace threat. Would be my guess, and just hoping to buff DP up potentially.
Yeah. Because cross up doesn't do.
The thing is, I don't see a world where even if you cross up, you keep turn.
No, you don't. There's no.
Well, no, you've got sources, so you would tuck something in. You can go into the arrestor.
But
You would.
he pays the 1 for cross. He's gonna have to evo for 2 into arrestor, or 1, I guess in this case. So he's gonna still pass 2 over. But we don't have rush.
Yeah.
So now what do we?
What are we hoping to do
We kind of just hit
here?
the board and don't really do anything,
Right.
unfortunately.
Because it gives you raid and piercing, but it does not give you
Does
rush.
not give you rush, no.
Yeah, I mean, I know some builds are running. We've seen the Darkra Ace here, which I think in most Hunters builds, if you are running that Ace threat, it's like the Melga Ace.
Yeah.
But even then, like if you have
It's
a
not
Melga
enough
Ace
for
here,
this
it's not enough
board,
at this
no.
board. So
I
this
think
board's
Jarrell
big.
realized too. I think that was what that little chuckle
Smirk,
forehead
yeah.
grab was. Like,
Yeah,
oh, I don't have
yeah,
rush.
yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. So this should be. I mean, Luis should just be able to close it out this turn. There should be no.
Yeah, I don't
No
think you
problem for
should be
him.
worried about swinging here because Hunters, unfortunately, is a deck that just doesn't run a lot of security bombs in general. You give Tamer advantage, but at this point, if you're closing out for game, you don't care. You swing
Right.
for the fences and say,
Yeah, you just call it a day.
yeah. You could flex a little, go Valder. That's all I got.
That's true. That's true. You could. Nothing wrong with a little flexing. Man, just go Cherubi.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You do at least get rid of the
Ace
ace
threat,
threat because
yeah.
you don't know if there is a secondary threat. Like you said, I don't think it changes the end game even if he does go for it. But this, I think, will definitely seal it.
Yeah, there's not. I don't think there's anything in Jarrell's security
With
that could
Cherubi
even.
having Alliance too, you're
He,
looking
has
at
he
like
does have 2 alliance. That's
yeah.
true. He just swings for 3 checks at a big number.
yeah.
So plus 10, plus 9 rather. Sorry. 3 checks. Yeah. Swing to mini.
Oh,
Yeah.
there was a second ace. Interesting.
No,
Okay.
I think that was his.
Oh no, that was the ace tucked in. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right, that was
yeah.
the ace. Yeah.
All right.
All right. that'll
Luis
do
will
it for
take away the
our
Angels. Okay. Yeah. No. That. I mean, ain't just goes to show Angels can still compete. Can definitely still
Angels still got
compete.
hands.
Still a very very good deck. Moving forward, it's really cool how this format has really kind of like it's opened the floor to so many rock paper scissors matchups and
Mhm.
so many like
Mhm.
just different back and
Mhm.
forths that can really happen. Where it feels
Right.
like there's so many things that can actually compete right now.
Correct.
It's great.
Yeah, I think this is the most wide open we've seen the format be in so long, right? Like
For sure.
the other formats definitely have felt fair. I haven't had like flashbacks to like Nume and Magna X, right? Or
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Vaccine Armors by
But
any means.
BT16 was pretty. It was a pretty tight meta where there was only
Yeah,
like a few decks
yeah,
that you could
yeah.
really play well into that format.
Here it feels like you could really pilot anything. You know, it's very very diverse. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna see a very widespread, not just today, not tomorrow at the regional.
Hmm.
Which for those of you watching tomorrow's store regional, we will be broadcasting, or Nerd Rage will be broadcasting once again.
Hmm.
Huang and Digipanda will be broadcasting that one. So please, if you're wanting to catch some more Digi,
Check it out.
come back.
Do it. And we'll be playing tomorrow. So
We will be playing tomorrow.
we might be on stream playing if
No,
we're.
I'll be at the bottom
We're
tables.
good.
Don't worry.
No, no, no. You had to have faith. You had to have faith. No, it's yeah, it's really cool. It's almost it, it, we've spoken about it before a lot, but
Mm,
like late BT15 was
yeah.
probably the last time that the meta was so like open, where there it felt like a lot of different decks could compete. Once people kind of figured out how to play like into Levia and everything, and that started to die off. We had
Hmm.
so many like other random decks kind of just start to creep up into
Yeah.
the format and do like so many cool things.
It feels a good time to really just pick a deck that you vibe with and enjoy and just learn the heck out of it,
Yeah.
grind the heck out of it, and you have a very good chance of doing well, which is a good feeling.
Yes. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna want to break. We'll be back in a few, guys.
Hello, hello. We're back.
Hello.
Round two is about to start. I think our players are getting set up, so
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
excited to
sir.
see it.
Yeah, welcome back. Shout out again to Nerd Rage
Hmm.
for having us on, letting us commentate and yap for you all. Great store over in the Chicagoland area. They're located in Buffalo Grove.
Hmm.
Definitely come check them out. Their locals are on Monday and Saturday, right?
Monday and
Monday
Saturday.
and Saturday.
Zeke has put up the link to their shop too. So if you're looking for singles, products,
Yes.
whatnot, they've got a ton. Always well stocked, great inventory. So check them out there too.
Also, jump scare. I'm back, much balder. I'm
Very
realizing.
shiny.
I'm realizing how how bright my head is without the hat. Oh no.
That's true. That's true. And what are you looking forward to seeing? Like, what are you hoping to see today? What decks are you looking for?
Galactic.
Oh boy. Hence
I'm a problem.
PTSD right now.
I'm a problem. I'm a problem. No, there's a lot. There's a lot. I want to see Red Hybrid do something. We haven't seen Red Hybrid do anything yet with
True.
the newer
True. True. True.
support.
True. True.
Really, people are still like on the ancient grade train for a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
Even though the newer support's definitely more Emperor Grey focused.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want to see if someone can do something cool with the Emperor Grey promo that we got. Just the new promos in general.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Dark
Yeah.
Horse, Dark Horse. Let me see a single like Medusa Gaiomon out there.
Yeah.
I want
I
to
wanna
see
see
I
a
want to see a
Medusa.
Medusa or a
Yeah.
Gaia or
Yeah. Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Just like something. I don't know. That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Some spice.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Red Hybrid's in an interesting spot. I think sort of like we saw with the ban list, right? With the promo level 4s being hit,
Yeah.
we've talked about at length how we're trying to move more towards like the Emperor Magna sort of like theme for the deck and
Yeah.
trying to kind of heat check the ancient sort of builds around them that we've seen so often.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in an interesting spot. I just don't know if anybody's really solved it yet. Put it
Yeah.
in Galactic. Oh
Agree.
gosh, don't
Hey,
don't give me that coke.
We have Red Hybrid. There we
We
go.
do have Red
There we
Hybrid.
go.
There we go. And we got
Ask
Steve
and we shall
and
receive.
Niall over here. Steve's on the armor train, which I think this is great. I think this should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Armor's definitely got a lot of spice moving forward. It's a deck that I've started to enjoy a little bit more and kind of find a little bit of headway with. Well, this might be
It's
blue hybrid, not red hybrid.
oh, it's Blue Hybrid. Okay. We got it.
I think
What?
it might be. Oh no, it's
It's
blue hybrid.
yeah. It's
blue
Ancient
hybrid.
Gar. It's
Ancient Gar.
Yeah.
So red-based Ancient Gar is also a deck I considered because I do think it has a place in the meta.
Yes. It
Um,
is a very good matchup into Royal Knights, specifically.
Oh.
Even Steve, did you see Steve's reaction there?
Oh.
Steve was like, "Oh." So we're just dropping the Seraphi Ace.
That is a bit scary turn 1 though, just because we run the starter Magna.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That
that's
brother is gonna come right back.
yeah. So we are gonna go ahead and overflow 4.
Uh-huh.
So this is a lot of resources for Steve to work with right
Oh,
now.
Magna X right there out the gate. This could
And
be.
we could actually just
We
go
could
for
just
2
go
checks
for
right now.
2 checks. Immune. Even an Ancient Guard play would not.
Even better.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's
We're
Magna
in.
X turn 2.
And this is why I think Armors is in a good spot, right? Like it did get a lot. Well, it got a lot of new level 4s to work with, right?
Yeah.
The new Lydra is huge. Okay.
Security
Security check.
That's
Security
good.
Koji.
That's good.
Not
That's
good.
good.
But you got a new Lydra. It has a new Magnamon to work with, which I think is actually really, really nice. With
Yeah.
the DP reduction, plays very well in synergy with the BT8 Magnamon that buffs your bodies up. This one negs your opponent's boards a little bit, which is always great.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot more tools at your disposal. The new Vmon that we saw Steve use to reduce evolution cost
Mhm.
constantly, not a once per turn, but a constantly reduction
Yeah.
of Evo
Yeah.
is huge for the deck with tempo. And you've got Magna X. You've got such easy access to a card that's just immune. I think the deck is just poised to do well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
we'll
looks like we'll
swing-
swing the second check
Yeah,
here.
just get your aggression
Yeah.
in now. Might as well. It is kind of a bit of a race. And like even if you get Ancient Guard, like you're so big and immune, you don't care. Like if they bounce your security, you'll restand anyways. That's fine. Do grab a Davis off the search. X anybody. Unfortunately, going to go to the bottom there.
Curious. I'm wondering if we're seeing cards like Boost, cards like X Antibody. It could be like I think X Antibody more so than the Boost as like a
Mm.
quick like spin-off, right? As a safety net to kind of tuck stuff,
Sure.
right? Or if you're running Omni X, for example, right? I'm wondering if we're seeing like a mix of like pure Magna with like level 5 spread as well as the Armor Rush variant, or if this is just pure armors. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. Okay, so that's the 18 Lobo. if I'm
That's
correct.
18 Lobo.
Yeah.
You'll go ahead and look at security, pick up a hybrid or 10 warriors, and if
Yeah.
you do, you recover.
Yeah. Which looks like, yeah, we
Or
will
pick up
grab
an
the ancient
ancient.
car, recover and shuffle. I also, Steve going into the BT13 Magna, I think is a good call.
Yeah.
If it gets bounced, obviously he can still draw a card and then just play out the VMon from his sources or play out one from hand. So it's some extra cycle there with it being a BT12V. Very good for consistency. Ooh,
Yeah.
Hammerspark. Okay. So what do we think? We have a Kendo. We'll go for one, get the draw.
We'll go ahead and swing. Do you have the combo here? My concern with the combo here is that you've got an immune Magna X, and you're going to bounce the Magna, like you said, which will recur a VMon. Which, yeah, you get rid of a security stack. You get to play out a Tamer, but I'm wondering if it actually ends up maybe even working out in Steve's favor there.
So the big thing here is that Magna will actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he will unsuspend before blocker timing because of the effect. Yeah.
Yeah. And he can choose to block here if he wants to. Spit out a VMon. Looks like we will play that same BT12 out. Ooh, Paladin. Spicy. Okay.
That's good. Grab that, and then
You could pick up a Davis as well, so we'll hit a double hit there.
yeah, and then we can technically block the ancient Gar swing
Yes.
because we restood.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Because security gets bounced, you can proc Magna X's effect, like you said, and the tech still hasn't gone through because that effect has to
Effects are still
resolve,
resolving.
and then Steve can then choose to block. And it looks like that's what our players are clarifying here. And I would say Steve is. It looks like they're calling for Judge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you laid it out perfectly.
Yeah. It's all effects have to. It's classic Digi at this point, right? Effects all have to finish resolving before an attack can go through, and blocker timing is after when like all effects finish resolving pretty much.
Yeah. So, I mean, you will still get your on deletion of Ancient. You'll get to play out stuff. You get to pick up pieces from trash. You just won't be getting that extra aggression check that, maybe Nile was hoping to get. And that's why I'm wondering, like, maybe if it was just a little bit early. The only issue is, I think, against a deck like Blue Hybrid, I think getting a Magna X out, the guy's going to stick.
Yeah.
Like, it's just going to constantly keep chipping away at security. It's going to always have immunity. There's no good way to prevent it from getting immunity as a hybrid deck. You don't set up blockers. You don't set up ace threats. So it is a little tough.
Yeah. So we get the clarification there. We will be able to grab back 2 pieces off of the Ancient Guards being deleted and then play out a Tamer, which will drop out the Takuya Koji. And then we put Steve over to 2. Okay. So Nile, I mean, at least he gets the Tamer recursion. He gets it back
the Tamer recursion's not bad at all.
Yeah.
And that Tamer to recur, if there's any Tamer to recur, it's definitely that one.
Yes.
Steve will go ahead and punch face here.
Yeah.
That could be huge. We don't have it again. That could be huge.
Well, he should live. He should live the swing because he has
+2, +3. Yeah. So in theory, you see security removed.
Yes.
So you
security
should
is
be
removed.
17.
You get your DP boost first,
18,
and then the battle goes through because your all turns effect activates unless you were choosing not to activate it.
Which I don't see a reason not to activate.
Yeah. So maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding or gamble there. We'll raid into the
bounce
Mucho.
that card of security off a promo flame. Swing into the Mucho.
Yeah, which let us add a card back.
So, yeah, I've debated Promo Flamedra in my build. I don't own any, so I'm not running any. But I definitely see the merit to it for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard card to warrant, in my opinion. It's $90. It's $80, $90 for a single card that, like, it can have an impact. But we see Armor's List topping without it, too.
Yes.
You don't necessarily need it. It just definitely can be good for some certain matchups, a little extra gas sometimes.
Yeah, it's a very situational card. In the right situation, it definitely feels like, oh, yeah, that feels amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. But in some situations, it's just like, okay, cool.
I am curious to see if us
missing
the Magna X effect there is going to cost us some value here because this is a very bounceable board right now. It's a board that can be very...
The key thing here, though, is that if Nile is going to do things, we need to get rid of the Promo Flamedra ASAP.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. True.
I would almost say you swing into a Magna if you can go full combo here, which we know he picked up an Ancient.
Right.
You swing into a Magna, you get rid of yeah, I think you just have to swing into the Flamedra actually. You know, get rid of it, bounce a body, and then kind of sequence things out that way. Oh.
Okay, we're going into the
Okay, yeah, for Evo yeah.
promo Lobo because you ignore requirements, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And then Promo Lobo lets you Evo into an Ancient Guard for a cost of 1.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see where he declared the swing into.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ancient Guard.
Well, actually, what can you go into promo Lobo? I don't think you can because you just reduce you Evo for a cost reduced
Oh.
to 0. So I don't think you can go promo Lobo over
I
the
don't think
regular
you
Kendo.
can. I
Yeah,
don't think you can.
I don't think that's a thing. Okay, looks like Zeke is catching it right now.
Yeah, yeah. Because, yeah, I think it says...
It can Digivolve into a card with the hybrid trait with the cost reduced by 1 when attacking. But you
Right,
still
and
have to follow
Lobo...
requirements. Lobo
Right, and
doesn't
Lobo
have...
doesn't have that ability to go on top of a hybrid,
Correct. He
unfortunately.
does
So
not
that
have the
can't
text box
happen.
for it. So he can't do that. Yeah.
So... And I think another key thing too here is that, you know, you do have to sequence things out. You know, this is by no means a knock on our players. You do have to sequence your attacks out too. Because
Yes.
I think we kind of preempted, oh, we saw Ancient Guard bounce lowest and then we were sequencing out attacks. You can choose to sequence the attack out first. Hit your armor stuff and have another additional target to bounce in theory, if that's what you're hoping to do.
Right. Right. Yeah,
But yeah, I
so
think Zeke is just clarifying that here
clarifying, letting him know. I don't
before anything too
know.
crazy has happened.
I don't think we can really reduce. Yeah, it looks like Niall's understanding now. Yeah, I don't think we can reverse the game state too much. I think it's too far, but it's good for him to know moving forward for the rest of these games.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, looks like Niall's just gonna a scoop there. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're gonna go next.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, it's yeah.
It was looking like Steve had a pretty good grasp on the game.
Yeah, he was in a pretty good
Not to
spot.
call things or anything, but hitting a security magnet as well out of security is just tough.
Yeah,
It is tough.
it's a lot. It's a lot of it's a hill to climb. And Steve just saw so much gas right away.
Yeah.
The
Well, having a Magna turn 2, like I said, against a deck that really doesn't have a way to prevent it from proccing immunities is,
Mhm.
I mean, is as close to a ticking time bomb as you can possibly get.
Yeah, yeah. On the Seraphier's play, I have to wonder. I feel like that was a bit of a. It was a gamble where you could probably get some value out of it early,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
If you hard drop it and it stays on board. But it was definitely a very risky play when structure deck Magna is a thing that just says, "Hey, I'm gonna bounce something without sources."
Yeah, yeah. I think against other decks, it actually does pose a pretty good threat
Yeah, when
because
you have
it's
that
a
much
big
memory.
body that
Yeah.
they have to deal with. But against a deck that has very good access to source strip, bounce, etc., then it's a little tough.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Recover 1 on play, yeah, and then all turns when a card is added to your security stack, return 1 of your Digimon with a higher or lower number of security cards in hand. So it could be a good like
It's
mid to
persistent.
late game play.
It's a persistent board control card that
Yeah,
can sit
yeah,
there
yeah,
and do
yeah.
some stuff. I don't know how much we're putting stuff into security with
Yeah.
hybrid.
Unless you're running like more of a yellow focus like TK build, or I
Yeah.
mean you're utilizing more of those like what is it, BT18 or BT19 Lobos that we saw
Sure.
earlier, right?
Sure. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so looks like players are just deciding if they want to keep hands. I think Niall decided to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Steve is also going to keep. We jump into the game. Yeah, Armors does look very solid right now, Brian.
Yeah.
It does look very, very good.
And I'll say too, like I think a lot of things move in. We've seen Uko. Speaking of speed, Uko contributes to that. But I think the name of the game now is speed. If you can get into your game plan just fast,
Yeah.
you're most likely a deck that will be able to compete.
Yeah, your deck either has to go extremely quick, or at least quick enough to keep up with the meta, or it has to establish such a strong board presence that is hard to remove
Mm-hmm.
that it doesn't matter if it's a little bit slower out the gate. Like you have to just be able to have a really explosive turn where that you set up a really powerful board.
Right.
Which I think like Angels falls into that category where Angels isn't
Yeah.
necessarily the fastest deck all the time, but they do set up a very good board presence. They have good recovery. You know, they set up blockers. Like they have a pretty good like standing there.
And we see an Uko swing. We hit a V-Mon, so
Big
big
guy
guy living.
living.
We see okay. And we see it again. And we've seen decks like Purple Hybrid take advantage of this like Uko loop, if you want to call it that, where like if that one Uko lives and you see another one in the back, you could be looking at like 2, sometimes even 1 security the subsequent turn.
Yeah, Uko is God's gift to hybrid players. Is really what it
Yeah,
was.
that's true.
That
Well,
card.
nah, okay.
I
Bye
mean,
bye.
it's so much aggression. It's just crazy. But
Yeah.
yeah, the Uko is gone. But I mean, here's the thing: we can just evo that again right in the
Yeah.
back now.
Yeah.
We can just go into another Uko, set it
Oh,
up. Analog
okay.
Youth is a really good hit for Nile. A lot of security
Yeah.
there.
Taking up the Lobo here, trashing the other
Yeah.
2. Just fair.
Okay. And then we just drop a mem setter, get some search. Oh, the double
Ooh, the
hit.
double hit.
The fabled
And that
double
is
hit of
not a,
legend.
that's an expensive double hit too.
That's $80. That's actually no, it's
No,
more.
that's like
Yeah,
$180.
like 100.
All right, so we got 3 from the Uko search here. Looks like we will pick up the BT. Yeah, that is a good card to, yeah, absolutely. If
Yeah.
you can sequence your hybrids here, you could be able to do some crazy things. The problem here is you probably won't keep turn.
No, you'll definitely pass. But
You'll
I
pass
think
the turnover, but that threat of having that available is very good.
so. We'll Evo Uko for 1. Yeah. I think I wonder if we maybe should have waited, done our hybrid play first, pass, and then either like pass turn with the hybrid play or pass turn with the Uko for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because now the ST Magna is pretty safe to stay this turn. We don't have an end of turn swing. I guess if we Evo over the Koji and we add a card to hand, we'll get a memory and Hammer Spark. Okay.
If we had the Hammer Spark, I'm wondering if we should have done that before Evoing Uko. You know what I mean? Because you could swing, gain the memory from the Koji inherent, but Beowulf's bounce effect is from swinging. It's not from just an Evo, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah.
So we will go ahead and swing. We'll go ahead and gain a memory off of Koji because you are adding a card to hand via effect.
Mm-hmm.
Is unblockable as well. We'll use combo here.
Looks like we're.
I guess you
Deciding.
could Evo into Beowulf here, but you would still miss the when attacking because in theory the game state is reading that Kendo is when attacking, so you won't get the Beos when attacking.
Yeah, you miss the
effect.
when attacking for that. It has to be him swinging when you start it. We will just go ahead and go into the BT18 Lobo though. Grab a 17 Lobo out, hit a training.
Ooh.
And you know, honestly, right now Niall's in a pretty good spot. He lives the check.
Oh,
Oh,
you play the Tamer out?
do we have a?
Looks
Yeah.
like we have the Takuya
then-
Koji, and you minus 5K, and you pop the board
Yeah, I think you -5 for each.
for each Tamer. Doesn't have to necessarily be a yellow Tamer. Oh, are we not doing that?
I think does he have to play out a what tamer does he play?
No, you can play out any Tamer, I believe.
Yeah, I
It
was
might
gonna say,
be,
I think he does, right?
and you minus
Let me
5
double check.
per
Let me double check.
Tamer.
We're probably
Yeah.
missing something because Steven clearly read something and we're not realizing it. So let me just double check here. So you play 1 tamer card from your hand without paying the cost, then one of your opponents makes -5,000 DP for each of your tamers.
It's a viable play.
Yeah, so we were able to do it.
But the question, the concern there would be similar to what we saw in game 1, right? Where you pass over Steve like 6, 7 memory. Okay,
Okay,
sure,
yeah,
sure,
ancient
sure,
guard.
sure, yeah.
Bounce that, bounce
Bounce that.
security.
Mhm.
And Niall is sitting in a really good spot. I mean, this is a hard spot for armors to climb out of. I
Man,
don't think we get enough gas to bounce the ancient. Uko sitting on board still is really good. We have an Uko in the back.
Yeah.
If we see a promo Louis,
you know what I'm about to say?
what you're thinking about going
You know what I'm
back
about
to ancient guard. This is what happens to you, bro. You see one good game from a deck that you used to play, and you're just like, maybe that's the call.
This
Maybe,
is it.
Maybe I go back.
Put me in, coach.
Okay,
But yeah, this is tough for
Steve.
to climb out of.
Yeah.
Because you could go like starter Magna here, sure. You don't have any trash set up with armor, so the new BT21 Magna isn't really going to do much here.
Yeah.
You could buff up your Magna going into BT8, but again, that really doesn't do much. You can training here to go into that for a reduced cost of 1
Yeah.
and set up a big
We'll go for
immune
free.
mag.
We'll go for free.
We'll go for free, yeah, exactly, because the promo will reduce off
Just
of having
yeah.
Davis.
So we'll bounce. We'll strip that. Bounce the Uko. Yeah.
But now we just added to added cards to hand via effect. Ancient Guard should
Well,
proc,
it's your turn.
correct?
It's your turn effect.
It's your turn. Okay.
It's your turn.
Okay.
It's just
This is your
it's
turn.
just if your opponent or you add cards to your hand, but it's only
During
in
your
turn.
turn. Okay.
But here's the thing: is that the second Nile pushes up that Uko in the back, he has a card to hand. That security's getting
Security's gonna
bounced.
bounce. Yeah. Yeah.
It's gone.
Oh. So yeah, we are running a sort of a hybrid of Rush and pure Magna X here, seeing that Mega Seadrum and X antibody there.
How do you feel about Mega Seadra X over Huang Kun? It does bounce a 4.
It does bounce a 4, which is very nice in certain matchups. I'm more of a Huang Kun fan. Being able to not die via battle, I think is huge, whether it's your own stack or something else's.
Yeah.
It lets you swing a little bit more freely because Mega Seadra, you swing and die, then you're in a problem there.
Okay,
And
we're
yeah.
going next. We're going.
Yeah.
Realizing that there's no way he can stop all the things there. Another game 3.
Another game 3.
Another game 3.
Yes, I am still a wandering soul, Ryan. You're absolutely right.
I mean, to be.
No, I
In
think I'm
fairness to
exaggerating.
you have locked in pretty hard on armors the
I am.
past like week and a half.
That's the longest I've gone.
It's the longest you've gone sitting on a deck since the
Since the
old
ban list.
yellering of Mirage.
Man, I sound like an alcoholic.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
No, but these have been some great matches so
Yes.
far.
Agreed.
Very, very good matches. So thank you everybody once again for tuning in. We
Mhm.
really appreciate the support.
Yep.
And yeah, I think this is going to be a fun afternoon.
Yeah.
Fun afternoon.
So far these matchups we've had have are good. And then I'm stuttering like crazy. The cool thing right now too, with like in regards to talking about how open the meta is, we get to see so many different matchups pretty consistently. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Yeah,
different
yeah.
matchups that we constantly get to see. It kind of keeps us on our toes a little bit for commentary. Just being able to like see so many different decks in action, knowing what they do. And we get a lot of surprises. We get caught off guard a lot.
We do. And I remember like this is and I don't think this is like a knock on anybody or any meta, but you know, like seeing the commentary for the Pasadena regional, right, which was like one of the only events we got for the Booster 2.5 meta. You know, I think it was Panda and Risu were sitting on stream, and it was just like Royal Knight, Gallant,
Yeah.
Royal
Yeah,
Knight,
2.5 was
Gallant,
pretty.
you know, and you would see the sprinkling of like a Galaxy, Sakuya every now and then, but the
Mhm.
matchups were just constantly the same decks over and over again.
Mhm.
Here, we could, at any point during the top tables, like, mind you, this isn't necessarily top tables, right? But at any point, you could pretty much get your pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to see, you it's a very fair chance of seeing it.
And another thing that helps that all too, as well, would be the fact that it's unification set. We're all getting the cards at the same time. We're not going into a meta where we have pre-established decks that we know are good, that we know perform, that can get us those W's at the end of the day. Everyone's like got to try and figure out for themselves what they want to do, how they want to play things.
Yeah.
Other like tech choices and like just creative like elements that they can add to their deck to make themselves sort of stand out or show off their player expression.
Yeah.
There's a lot of open territory there that causes people to just causes us to see a lot more different matchups, right? Like I'm sure like in a month we'll probably see it narrow down to a few more select decks, but I still think overall the meta's still really open.
I think people have kind of fallen back to their comfort zone.
Also
right?
true, yeah. A lot of people are falling back to what they know, which if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
All right,
so
looks like we're about to kick off game 3.
who is starting?
I'm assuming Steve
Yeah,
starts
it looks
here.
like you usually want to go first as
Yeah,
armors. I feel like you want to just try and get that early
yeah.
aggression in.
Ooh, no
Brick post
rookie is
mulligan.
Oh. At least you get a Magna X. Okay, Magna X.
Yeah,
Next
that guy
turn,
don't do
usually
nothing.
hybrids. In turn 1 is like a rookie. We see a go-to here, play out a tamer, standard.
Yeah.
Let's see if we see a rookie.
The one choke.
Oh, Steve. That's
Still
a face
no
of no
rookie.
rookie. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Rookie.
Okay.
That's a face of a rookie.
Yeah.
He just probably wanted to see Joe.
Yeah.
Niall's hand looks like it has some gas.
Okay. Double training is not bad. Okay.
Choke back to is good, man. These
Steve.
training reveals are not hitting right now. Does find a promo Louis, which can be really big later. We'll just
Gotu will swing. Okay.
lives.
Ooh.
Chad Gotsu.
Mm-hmm. Did he draw for the Koro? I forget.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Okay,
he did.
good.
And then we'll go ahead. We'll drop the analog for 2, choke back to 1. And it's just the one
It's
chokes back
not
and forth.
bad.
No, that's fine. We don't mind. Getting
It's
that
not bad
flame
at
on
all.
in the trash isn't bad at all. Getting the Uko is really good. We do have BT8 Magna.
Mm-hmm. We'll go ahead, swing over Gotu, which makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Steve, considering what he wants to do, we know he has the Magna X. That is a lot of memory to pass over this early.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're thinking about it, though, and I don't blame him.
I don't blame him. At this point, Magna X is such a good card to have out early. Puts the pressure now on Nile to respond to it, and you have a
We
training
do
to
have a
make
training.
a 3.
Yeah, so
I think I
3.
think that is the clear-cut best play here.
Now, remind me, the BT7 Koji, he's the one that gives you unblockable, right? When a card's added?
Yeah.
He's not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's the 17 Koji that gives jamming.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I feel like if I were in Nile's shoes, I would keep that Koji a little bit, just because you want to preserve that
Dropping the
unblockable
Louis.
for a maybe later situation, but who knows? We'll see.
Okay. Does find the burst mode
Oh
ace.
boy. Okay.
Bot deck the rest here.
Now
Well-
burst mode ace does not linger, correct?
No, it's only for the turn.
Yep.
DP reduction is only for the turn.
Okay.
So it would not be. It's not the best call to drop right now.
It is a potential threat though if Nile is able to go into an ancient Gar.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Niall's reading it just to make sure. Yeah, and he looks like he's realizing it's for the turn. We'll go Shama in the
Mhm.
back, which can be pretty good against armors for some of the memory gain stuff. So what do we do now? He could. We don't have enough memory to keep turn on Evo.
I almost would play the
Oh, is he
memory
looking
setter
at-
Koji.
He's looking at Ancient Guardian. Okay. So we'll
Ancient
Guardian
Guardian.
here. Yeah.
For 2. Looks like we'll pick up the flame. You can play out the memory setter Koji that's in its hand right now, I believe. It's not a bad play at all.
Actually, I think he might be playing the flame on.
Is he playing the flame? Okay. So yeah, he can pick it up and play something for reduced cost of 4. But yeah, we are
Oh,
going to
okay,
play the
yeah.
memory setter Koji
Yeah.
here, which I think is a smart call.
Just
Prevents
set
any
up.
choking, sets up.
Set up. You just get your memory leaning more towards your side. You have memory blocker or shaman like for next turn. You know this Uko's probably pretty safe, right? Like Steve doesn't have enough memory to work with to get rid of the Uko. He doesn't have any effects that are going to get rid of Uko on swing.
Mm-hmm.
And Niall's in a pretty good spot here to just do a lot of damage this next turn.
Yeah.
We might even get some resources out of security as well.
Right. And, okay.
Big guy lives.
Big guy
He's
lose.
fine.
Don't do it, Steve. Okay.
Restand +3.
Yeah, yeah.
He knows he has the +1, so he knows he's at least
Yeah,
13.
yeah. So in this situation, right, like
16.
as Nile, like if I'm looking at things going into this, right, you know that Magna's only going to do 2 chips here. You
Yeah.
know that Steve's not going to get more than 1 check or more than 2 checks in. You are very happy to just set up and chill for a
Yeah.
little bit and just make sure that your game plan is efficient as possible.
Drop a Davis. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he needs to get the memory setter going, get a little bit of search. Vmons and ST Magna, not bad picks. We will grab the ST Magna, which makes sense. That is 2 promo V, though, to the bottom of deck, which is not great. Don't love to see that. Okay.
So Uko will proc. Looks like we will pick up the jet.
Yeah.
That's
Get
fair.
the extra recovery, a little bit more sustain. I think Steve was smart to not get too aggressive with his turn.
Mhm.
Keeping, basically having 2 blocks live is really good.
Yes.
Nile does go up to the 4, so he has the memory to do some pretty good stuff this turn. Promo Uko in the back too. The turn after this is gonna be even more.
Looks like we will attempt to swing. Magna will go ahead and block that. Oh, okay. I see what may be coming here.
Okay.
Picks up the
Alright,
Ancient Gar off of that.
Yeah.
We can go full combo here.
Question is, I think, I was gonna say
I
you
was gonna say, you
go
do
you
that
go
guy.
Koji that doesn't have the can still be blocked right now because you have your unblockable Koji still. We'll swing, draw 1, Evo for free. I'm assuming into the Sylphie. Yeah, we'll draw, recover. And then we'll go ahead and do our check.
Okay.
Should have jamming as well. Does it training though?
Okay. Would you have done the full combo or would you go up the line, which is I think what we're seeing here?
I think I would have. With what just happened, Steve also not restanding is curious to me. I feel like I'm surprised he didn't do that. We'll swing Uko.
Oh, looks
Okay.
like we're just clarifying he would have.
Clarifying it now. Yeah, he's catching
Sure.
it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
then
So then,
giving Niall the chance to say, "Do you want to take that back?" I think is fair for
yeah.
what they've done.
Yeah, So now we'll go ahead. We'll go into our unblockable Koji here. This will pass turn when we swing if we go full combo. We will not bounce any security. There's no cards to add in this instance.
Yeah.
But we can get the chip.
Yeah. Go ahead, swing, gain the memory like you said. Can choose to Evo here.
Did we forget to gain a memory off of the
Mm-mm.
memory setter Koji?
No, he
Did
took
he?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm wondering here. I'm wondering if Kendo was the play. If we were gonna go and climb up to Jet, I almost would just say we go Ancient Gar and just set up an Ancient Gar. Yes, you don't get the bounce, but you know we picked up the ace, right? And you kind of set up that threat of Steve. If he wants to swing, you would have a total of potentially up to 4 tamers that just nukes Magna X.
True.
Right?
True. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like we're considering what we wanted Evo into here. I also don't hate the idea of going into of going into the Ancient Gar off of this play.
Oh,
We are just gonna leave it there. Paladin Ace will hit the board.
you are an immune Paladin Ace as well. That is
Yes,
also key to
yes,
point
very
out.
big. We'll do the check. We live the check.
Okay. Okay.
But
Oh
heavens, we will. Yeah, he's immune though, and I don't think Niall realizes that right now
Oh yeah.
because he's still Magna X. He's still
He's
immune.
still the stack is immune. The stack
Yeah.
is immune. Yeah, that is huge. Are we allowing to take back? That'd be generous. But yeah, that is an important thing to realize that I think a lot of folks sometimes will forget is that they see that Magna X as a card is no longer like live, and then they're like, "Ooh, he's no longer immune."
Yeah,
But
it
that
looks like
immunity keeps.
we're keeping the play.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's
And
that
that
might
might have
seal the deal because
that
now
might cost Niall the game right now.
Paladin's gonna be able to swing at least 4 checks here, big numbers.
Yeah, and that's why you have to be mindful too. You have to be mindful of those plays where like aces can be scary. You have to be mindful of
Oh, he
protection.
has Shadow Seraph Ace. If that changes anything, I don't know.
Seraphi.
Seraph Ace, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Recover,
we'll recover
one,
one.
and then bounce a level up to a level 6. So that'll bounce the Vmon.
Yeah.
Hits a tamer. Okay, okay,
That's something.
that is something.
We can still. I mean, he can just swing.
You could just hard play a
He
V
also-
and
I mean-
Evo into a starter, gain some memory back,
He
and
can
set
do
up
that.
stuff.
Yeah. Just a couple different plays he can do. He also could just swing over the Seraphi and then
Yeah, that's true.
just bounce the Uko, restand, get another check in. We will just drop a V though, get some search. That is a blinding ray gone. Promo Flame is pretty good to see. We can't swing with the Vmon obviously, but
Correct.
it's good for future turn stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Although it looks like we
I think Steve has another Magna X in
he needs
hand
to grab
now
the
too.
rookie. He doesn't have a rookie in hand, and we already bottom decked 2 promo Vs earlier, so yeah, I think that is a fair play to grab that one.
Yeah, you just go starter here. It doesn't make any other sense to do that. Yep, go for 1, bounce the ace, gain the overflow of 4.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Swing.
swing, bot deck Uko. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, that ace play, Niall is by no means out of the game
No,
right now.
not at
Honestly,
all.
I'm kind of surprised Steve didn't bottom deck the Sylphie off of the swing because that is the biggest ace threat there.
Yeah.
You've already seen that he's running the Seraphi ace, so that feels like maybe just he got a little bit over eager.
Mm-hmm. Swing, go X antibody effect,
this
Magna
is-
for 5.
This might still
Go ahead and restand. That won't knock out the game though.
no.
So
Restand.
and an unblockable Koji. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then swing for that last check. Do we have a means of taking game? Oh, Omni X, and that's it. That is a crazy.
That is a finish.
OTK. Yeah. So unfortunately, that Heaven's Judgment is costing Niall the game. Just did not realize the protections were still
Mhm.
live after the security
Mhm.
check. I mean, well, they were live anyways. He chipped security during his turn, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's something you have to keep mindful with Magna. You cannot let that slip.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. It's
Yeah.
tough, but overall, still good games. We got to see another game 3.
Mm-hmm.
We love game 3s.
We love our game 3s. Magna
Oh,
did
Magna doesn't
not
have
have
rush. Oh, true. He can't swing with that Vmon. You're right.
That is very true.
Yeah, you're right.
That is
We
very
we,
true.
we literally said that too. We called it
We
at the
called that. We
beginning.
called it at
We
the
said that
beginning.
V-Mon can't swing, and then we literally just completely.
Here we are preaching about reading cards, and then us fellas over here, we just don't read.
Yeah. That's- yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that is tough because if that Magna doesn't swing, that Magna X
Now has
doesn't
another
swing,
turn.
now has
Now has
another
another
turn,
turn.
and he's got a lot
A
of
lot of
potentiality
resources to
there.
work with there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, you're right, Trainer Don. That is true. That is very, very true.
Yeah.
And as we saw, security was doing Nile favors. You got two Takuyas, you got an unblockable Koji. There were multiple swings, I think, that
Well,
you could have flooded the board.
The hard thing too is actually he wouldn't have had all those resources though either, because all those resources were in security.
That is also true.
So it's a
That
whole
is
other,
also
it's a
true.
whole different
It's
game.
a very sticky
we're
situation.
already way past it. Unfortunately, that's you
Yeah.
know, these things happen. Sometimes we miss things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we caught it and then we instantly forgot about it, and so that's what happens as you get older.
Welcome to Hyper Coliseum. That's what we do.
But overall, right? It was still good. It was still good games.
Oh, absolutely.
I think we
Absolutely,
still
yeah.
saw a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
display of players' knowledge and skills.
Yeah.
For the majority of the stuff, misplays aside,
Mm-hmm.
and it's cool to just see more decks, right?
Mhm,
See armors and ancient Gar, blue hybrid, however you wanna call it, doing some things is cool.
Yeah.
It's just
Sort of
fun.
like you said, right? I mean, I think this meta has definitely become a rock, paper, scissors sort of situation where, you do see those big hitters like OmniX or Royal Knights, right?
Yeah.
Sequoia. And you would argue that, blue-based or red-based Ancient Guard has a very good matchup into Royal Knights, being able to bounce things very consistently, get security down very fast. And you see decks kind of play around that play style, and then you also see decks that play around that counter, like the counter to the counter.
Yes.
And it's nice to see all of that unfold sort of in real time.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. All right, we're going on break, guys. We'll be back soon with round 3. Bye-bye.
Howdy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Case Tourney, hosted by hosted by Nerd Rage, commentated by us, Ben and TJ over at Hyper Coliseum. We're moving in round 3. It's so far we've had 2 back-to-back game 3s, which is awesome, phenomenal. So we have not had those too much recently, so it's nice to have those. What's your prediction for this round? What do you think we're going to see?
If we're going along the lines of new decks, I think we're moving around 3. So I feel like we'll probably see a Sakuya. I wouldn't mind seeing a Sakuya. It's a bit of an oldie, but I mean, it's still good.
Yeah.
I would love to see like an Exa or a Red Hybrid, sort of like we talked about last round with Red Hybrid.
Yeah.
I've heard there's a Faga player as well out there, so as a Faga could be cool.
But there's apparently a couple of Medusa players, or at least there's a Galaxy Medusa, and then I think there's a straight up Medusa.
Don't get me started.
We'll have to see. There's a lot out there. We're hearing things in the grapevine.
The grapevine, yeah. But before we hop into the round itself, sort of the plug for Nerd Rage as well. For those of you who've been tuning in, hear it again. For those of you who are new, yes, Trainer Down, this is Hyper Coliseum. I'm not the one with the funny intros. It's TJ who's typically got the funny intros.
If you think I'm funny, it's up to you. You may not think I'm funny, which is okay.
But Nerd Rage Gaming, they're the local card shop here in the Chicagoland suburbs, located in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. So if you're in the area looking to get into card games, whether it's Digimon, One Piece, Magic, Pokemon, everything, they've got it all here. We've got their link for their shop as well. That'll be kind of floated in the comments section, so check that out if you're looking for stuff. And if you're local, swing on by. It's a great place, great environment. And speaking of Exa.
Exa and Megidra.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. Dude, I still love that I called it with those promo gigis. Where we were talking in our group chat, and I was like, you know what? They're $1 right now. I'm gonna scoop my playset because they're gonna shoot up. We're seeing a lot of results in Asia, and then sure enough, like literally the next day, it was like $10 for the regular promo.
I should have bought it when you did.
Yes, sir. But yeah, so we see Exa already has a pretty good start. Andrew, actually, we've met before. We've seen him around at some of the shops we go to. Cool to see him on Exa. That new Draco X is such a powerful card. And Eugene with Megidra does get some good search going with the trainings. Early, running offense and wisdom.
So, I know you've done a little bit of digging into Megidra. I've also done a little, maybe not as extensive as you, but I feel like there are a couple styles of play, right? I think there's some plays that are very much like combo focus, spit stuff out, and trying to do some kind of crazy shenanigans. Then there's also styles of deck building where you see a very, very option-heavy build where they're really focusing on that one turn. They run a lot of boosts. They run a lot of trainings. There's some decks who are kind of mad Latin and doing Gravity Crush, where they're really, like, truly just, speaking of, where you really just...
Eugene showing every option under the sun.
And that is the risk you do running these boosts, right?
Sure.
Is that you can run into situations like this, but that is the idea of this deck, is to really just focus on that one crazy play.
Yeah, you generate and that's typically the idea across both builds. It's just one tends to do it a little bit maybe more trying to find consistency and like finding some more mid-range play, where the other one's just like looking almost for OTK style but without the OTK.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, so what we'll probably see Eugene do eventually will be just like have a really explosive turn and just try and put as many cards in the trash as possible within a single turn, because then you can kind of start snowballing into future Megidras. But we do see Andrew promote. He is able to evo into a Quadra for free thanks to Draco X. Such a good card.
Oh no!
It's a Grav Crush out of security.
That's 3 Grav Crushes gone.
That's a lot of memory resources.
He's laughing.
Yeah, he's looking.
I know that laugh too well. He's like, oh no.
So now, what are we doing? Thinking about going over the Draco. Are we gonna go? We do have end of turn DNA.
The end of turn DNA is so clutch.
It's very good. We just evo choke to 1, which I think is fair. Okay, here we go. Eugene sees a line. So we have 2 trainings, which are good. We have the boost. In theory, we should be able to go up a majority of the line here.
Okay. Growl X.
Gil-X, sorry. Yeah, we'll get a search. We can only really grab the Gallant, which that's fine. That's okay.
That's a good hit to have.
We want that in hand. So Megidra, on his deletion effect, he cannot play out Gallants. He can only play out Gil or Growls. So having the Gallant in hand is really, really nice, so that we don't have to worry about trying to get it out of the trash later. We're just already good to go for it.
All right, so it looks like we're procking the Wisdom Training here to go into the Growl X for reduced cost of 1.
Yeah, that's tough. No Growlmon. We'll get the extra draw. The on deletion effect will not be live. We don't have anybody in our sources.
Mm-hmm.
No Growl Inherit either. We'll training go into another. Yeah, go into this War Growl. So this War Growl is really cool. So
Mm-hmm.
he on Evo gains Raid and Retaliation.
Mm-hmm.
When attacking, let me just remind myself exactly. But basically, he can Evo into a card with Megidramon, I
Sure.
believe in
Sure,
name.
sure, sure.
Let me double check. But basically, he warp Evos into his top end for with the cost reduced by 1 for every 10 cards in trash. And then does its whole thing. So we will go for the full cost. We don't have enough cards in trash yet to reduce. Megidron Evo doesn't do anything. He will just swing for
Oh.
2 checks. End of attack, he normally deletes all Digimon. But we are not going to be bigger than that Examon X.
That's tough.
So yeah, we will just die, but the on-deletion effect of Megidra will activate, allowing us to play out a card with Guilmon or Growlmon in name with the play cost reduced by 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then for every 10 cards or for every 10 cards in both players' trashes, you would reduce it by an additional 2.
Sure, 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 sure.
So we're checking right now. Let me just pull up Megidra as well, just to make sure I have all these effects correct for you guys, so I'm not.
So look, yeah, we're just debating on
lying.
what we want to play out here.
Okay. Yeah, so the War Growl, trashes top 2, raid Retal, and then when attacking, can Evo into a card with Megidramon or cast Gallantmon in its name in the hand for every 10 cards in both players' trash to reduce the cost by 1.
So we go ahead and play out a Geel X. We do pick up the Growlmon that looked like we're missing that previous turn. We'll go ahead and also pick up a Growl X and call it a day off of the Growl X was from the GG or the Gigi.
Yeah. So get some good cards back from trash. Get some good damage in. We do have a body on board. We did have to burn all of our resources for it, of course, which is a bit tough. But you know, Andrew's not like looking in the most like gassed spot just yet.
Right, right.
So we're still in a pretty okay way here, I
Oh.
think. We will swing jamming, hit a training out of security, which is really good.
Yeah. We'll go into a Groundra.
Yeah, so this is the new grounder who suspends something, and then it can't unsuspend.
We do have the boost live as well.
Okay, we will go into Breaktra here.
I sound like Zuko from Last Airbender. Thank you. I'll
Breaktra,
take that as a compliment.
Breaktra is able to attack off of the Evo, and then trashes a security card thanks to the Groundra Inherit.
Yeah, yeah.
So we pass Eugene back over to 3.
Now the question is here, right? Can Megidra come back from this? And I think it's a tough.
Yeah, it's hard. We didn't really get too many cards in trash. Our initial line was pretty not optimal. It was pretty tough.
Yeah.
We have enough cards in trash to do some fun things now, but it is a tight spot. It is a tight spot. And this is kind of the weird part where Megidra can kind of struggle, where like if it sees its line really aggressively really early, it can do some pretty nasty things, but it also can run into this situation where it's kind of just stuck a little bit. Okay, we are going to go ahead and just start going up in the front.
Yeah.
We'll go into the BT21 Growl, who will trash top 2 cards of the deck.
We saw that he picked up the Growl X from previously as well. So I mean, you do have that evolution there to bank on, which we will go into here, drawing an additional card and being able to trash a card.
Yeah.
We'll go trash a Megidra, Evo in the back into another Geel.
Yeah, that's the 21 Geel, which is pretty good. Go Geel X, get the extra draw. We're just trying to get as much cycle as we can right now. I think we're trying to maybe find some memory options here to hard play, but I don't think we're going to be able to dig far enough down. We know that, there's 3 Grav Crushes out of play already. Jackrays at the bottom of the deck as well. And those are really our only like immediate memory gain sources.
I mean, we see a scramble here. Maybe scrambling into something can swing back memory depending on your inherits and such, but that I still think is a tall order.
Yeah, and we have to be careful right now because we are risking. Like, we can't just swing willy nilly. Well, we can't swing at all. We just hard dropped it. Sorry, but yeah, it is a tough spot to kind of be in because we don't really have too much other board control otherwise. We do just drop a training to pass turn.
Pick up another Growl. Maybe, or the Egil. I feel you pick up Growl here.
Yeah,
right?
but I think the
writing's on the wall.
Yeah, a little bit here.
You got 3 swings incoming. Nothing can block. Andrew also has a boost, so he's got a little bit of. He's got some avenues if he wants to do so.
Yeah, he could extend the turn a little bit more if he wanted to. Like he could very easily go into a Wingdra here. and then just go up into an Exa if you wanted to.
Right. Right.
Straw gets a little bit more cycle. Go Cordra for free on the Evo. Yeah, makes sense. And then I
Now Wingdra should
boost.
pop the Growl X. You will play out a Guilmon, but I don't think that truly matters at this time.
Yeah, yeah. So pop 6 care less. He will lose a memory though, because of the growl.
Right. Right.
Can play out a Geel from trash. We'll play out the BT21 Geel, who on play will pitch a card to draw 2. Yeah. And then yeah, now we just
Now
DNA,
we just DNA here, yeah.
up into. Yep, there is the BT BT20 Exa.
Spend, restand.
Yeah.
Does the check. It's a calling, so we'll add.
Yeah.
It is,
Checks, and then yeah, I'm gonna go to game 2.
All right.
Yeah, so a little bit of a tight spot for Eugene, unfortunately. Definitely did see some unfortunate reveals. Didn't see a very optimal stack,
Yeah.
and this is kind of like the risk with Megidra. Megidra does a lot of really cool things, but it can also very easily run into the same kind of classic Gallant issue almost, where like you can miss a single piece and then your whole stack just feels a lot less, less good.
Right. I've seen a few people, whether it be on like Reddit or other Discords, call it sort of like a glass cannon, where like if you can really have it fire, it can do a lot of heavy damage very quickly and put you in a pretty tough spot to climb back from. But once you can deal with it, or it deals with itself, like we kind of saw here with an unoptimal line, bricking, whatever it may be, hitting something into security that's maybe not as ideal, right? Like hitting that big Exa probably was a little tough for Eugene as well.
Yeah, because if we don't hit that Exa, we end of attack, we delete everything. So those Cordras are gone, and then we're starting from a fresh board state. Which it's kind of cool that we kind of have like a
reset button.
Yeah, like because we've had it a couple of times now with cards like what's the Omni option that Jarrell loves so much?
Oh, all delete.
All delete. Yes. Yeah. We've had all delete that was kind of like Digimon's first like Dark Hole card.
Yeah.
And now we have it like a Dark Hole Digimon.
Yeah.
Where it just deletes everything.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll ever see a Digimon that just like deletes every card on the board, deletes Tamers, options, and Digimon on the board. Like it's just a full board reset, like at the end of an attack or something.
Maybe
like
with this Cyber reset.
It'd be funny. It wouldn't be very good, probably. But
no. All right, looks like both players are ready to go. Eugene, from looking at his hand, he's got a couple trainings, couple Geel, so better start, I would argue. I'm assuming he's going second. Yep. So Babito into a.
Just Evo into a Draco X. Choke to 1. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh god, new Apocalypse. That would be scary, Ryan.
Okay, we just start getting the training search going. All right, decent reveals. We'll grab the training. I think that's smart. Just get more setup going. You really need to just have as many resources on the board good to go as possible.
So we'll go ahead and Evo into the Cordra here off of the Draco X. That's such a good effect.
The free Evo is just so much gas.
Okay. We'll live. Yep. Big guy jamming and a 1K.
Now we just have to figure out how we want to pass turn here. Do we Evo up? I mean, if we Evo up, we are threatening an ace play already pretty much.
I was going to say,
yeah. So we go into the Wingdra. Nothing to delete, but that's fine. We don't really care. We'll just pass turn, sit on it.
And looks like Eugene also will kind of sit in the back, just set up again, and call it a day. Looks like we picked up a Growl off of that, play out another training. I feel like training here, steady. You pick up the Gallant. Yes. How's it going, Bro Bear? Yes, we are both playing tomorrow in the regional.
Okay, so back over to Andrew. So now, he can kind of just keep chipping if he wanted to. He doesn't have jamming anymore, so he has to be more careful.
Correct.
Could go for some funny end of turn.
Well, I mean, funny end of turn stuff is real. You've got a DP boost off of the Cordra.
Yeah.
I believe too, right?
You're sitting at 9 right now.
Yeah, you're sitting at 9. Eugene, the Megidra engine runs a lot of options, so I think statistically
you have a pretty good chance.
You have a pretty good chance of living, exactly.
Yeah.
Where if you want to just go kind of mad lat it, you could. You could also opt to play it safe, which looks like what we're doing here.
Fair enough. Gets the search, can grab a Dramon and an Exa, but there's no Exa, so we just grab the EX3 Cordra there. Okay, looks like he's feeling something. Just feeling some magic in the air. Do we have a Gil X to start getting some search going?
Ooh,
We do not. So we
okay.
will just go into a Growl. Growl will trash top 2 on Evo. Or sorry, he pops a 4K or less.
Yeah.
If he
Yeah,
does,
yeah,
then he trash top 2.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So we'll pop the Draco. It's a little less mill for us, which is
So
kind
I'm
of
wondering
tough.
here if maybe we pushed out just to kind of get a little bit of board control going, getting one chip done already, having another body in
Yeah.
the back.
I think he had to answer the board this
Yeah.
turn. If he waited in the back, I mean, he's only got 4 security. He's sitting in a really risky
Graph
spot.
crush.
Okay,
Okay.
we're getting a little crazy.
Oh.
Training. So we are missing pieces right now. Okay,
Okay.
okay. We find our War Growl. That's our big guy. That's our fella.
That is our big guy. We go immediately into a training to go into said war growl. Now some gas can ensue.
So he can swing for the 2 checks.
Mm-hmm.
He still has to be really careful. He does not, he's only going to be a 13K guy going in. He will clear the Wingdra off of the, if he lives, but if there's no ace play here, there's no ace.
No ace. Lives the 2 checks.
Okay, so now we get to see some fun things happen. So, end of attack, he deletes all Digimon on the board, so he'll delete himself and delete the Wingdra.
Mm-hmm.
He will gain 2 memory from the inherits thanks to the Guilmon and the Growlmon.
Mm-hmm.
So he should go back down to 2, but then Andrew will gain 3.
Yeah.
We'll trash up card of security thanks to the War Growl inheritive on deletion.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gigi lets him add a card back from trash.
That's not bad.
So we just got to decide what we want to grab back right now. And he can
Yeah,
play
unfortunately, it
something
sounds
out.
like it looks like trash. Unfortunately, is not as set up as you would like, but this is still not a bad play, by any means.
No. So it looks like we're gonna play out the
Growl.
Growlmon, yeah, who will then go ahead and burn top 2.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna grab back the War Growl, which I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And then looks like we'll call it a day there.
Yeah.
The 2 memory doesn't matter because he gains a 2, Graph Crush gives it back, so they're sitting at 4 still.
Yeah.
Draco can proc here if Andrew's able to do so, which we do. Going to Cordra.
Yeah. So Andrew has enough resources here to do some neat things. He can go up his line.
Yeah.
However, he is only having the 1 stack on board is a bit tough. There is still plenty of potential for Eugene to, he's got enough security to come back still with another turn.
Yeah, you don't mind some damage happening this turn because you're still sitting pretty for now.
Yeah.
We don't have the option card either on Andrew's side live.
Andrew's missing a 6. He has the we can't hammer spark. There's no blue source.
There's no blue source there.
He catches it. He catches it.
Oh no. He caught it to gain him.
yeah. He did catch it at least. He caught it and gained 2.
He paid his own Graph Crush.
Okay, we do have a breakthrough though.
We have a breakthrough, which is pretty good. He threatened the ace now.
He can swing. Burn top. Does burn the calling. Okay.
Okay.
If there's a card you're gonna trash out of security, that's a pretty good one.
Yes, sir. So we're rebuilding over on Magidra's end here. Like you said, I think you're still fine to do so. There's nothing threatening lethal here, so you might as well just start setting up. Having the option card there, I feel like is the call. Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna grab Digimon I designed.
Play it out.
Which just I believe it's draw 1, trash 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then delay effect is when any Digimon are deleted, one of your Digimon can digivolve into a card with I think it's Growl. Let me double check real quick. It's a bunch, but basically you can
lets you go into your Magidra.
One of your Digimon with Guilmon or Growlmon in its name may digivolve into a Digimon card with Growlmon, Gallant, or Magidramon in its name in the trash without paying the cost.
That's pretty darn good.
When effects delete a Digimon to better clarify. So you can't just delete by battle and do it.
And it's also any Digimon deleted. Doesn't have to necessarily be yours.
Yours or your opponent's. It's pretty nice. It's a good option. It's very, very good.
And I think he did trash top 2, Walter, if I'm not mistaken. I might have missed it, but I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah. He did 2 checks and then he trashed the top 1 because it only.
Oh, trash top 1.
Yeah, Wargirl excellent. He trashes top security card on deletion. Doesn't trash top 2. Oh, sorry, we're talking about the deck. Yeah, the deck. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Sorry, my brain was thinking security trashing. But yeah, we did trash the deck.
Yeah, Eugene's pretty. He's set up. He's ready to go.
Next turn, he can clear board again. I think we're he does have an Exa in hand now. We do have an Exa ace, but we don't have.
Wisteria to choke, that's fair.
Yeah.
Don't want to pay off too much memory. We'll
Yeah,
pick
we know
up
how
a
many
Draco
resources
X.
there are. But we don't have a Slayer draw.
Slayer.
I don't
think he picked up one. I'm pretty sure he got one.
Does he have one?
I think so. I think it's in there.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
I think I saw it for a brief second.
Yeah. There's the EX3
he
alt.
does.
Yeah.
I think. Well, all right. So
the question is, do we have an Exa? I think that's more so the question because I didn't see
I think
one in
he
there.
has the Exa.
He does. Okay.
I think he does.
So
Okay.
we'll start to pop off here. We'll
Yep.
go into the Growl X. Go ahead, draw one, pitch in a Rush Geel there.
Yeah. There's definitely probably enough cards in trash between both players. Both players
for
catch at this
sure.
point that the Guillemon should gain Rush. I think
Yeah, absolutely.
should have milled enough at this point.
Go ahead, training again.
Yeah.
War Growl, here we go. So on Evo, go ahead, pitch 2. Oh, my
Trash
bad, Jack
talk
Raid.
too. Yeah. We will gain Raid and Retail. Now what do we want to do? We just swing, go into the Megidra. We can't deal with the Break Draw. The Break Draw, unfortunately, is allowed to live.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any protections or anything. I mean, well,
Yeah.
so here's the. I guess you just think about this too right now too. I guess
Do you go
can,
War Growl X here
you
and
can
just
get-
potentially pop the Break Draw? Would that be a good play? I don't play as much Megidra, so I can't say for certain, but you could training into War
Well,
Growl X.
he can't. He needs the DP. He needs the effect boosts to pop it. He doesn't have enough. It only pops 10k or less right
And
now.
Growl, yeah, you don't have any of that in there.
He doesn't have any of the classic Gallant pieces that increase
Sure,
the the deletion, or the DP based deletion thresholds. So he's kind of in a spot right now where he can swing, risk the ace play, which we do see the Slayer and the X, I think, in Andrew's hand there. Which means we will just lose the Megidra and then we're kind of just
cooked.
we're cooked. Yeah. Or we can potentially like. Oh, he does a Grave Crush. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll Grave Crush here. Do we go into the War Growl X just to get the bounce protection?
That's what that could be definitely a play.
Because you
too.
do that, you stay it, but you man,
You
it's
lose out on a lot of what you want to do here, which we will do that. Oh,
drew a card.
looking at that card.
It is a
Drew
Megidra,
Megidra.
which is I think maybe he was missing one. I know he has the promo gallon in hand,
Mm-hmm.
but he can't play it because the Break Draw I believe is only 12. It doesn't have any all turns DP boosts right now.
Right.
So we have to consider what we want to do. He has to be careful too because if he goes in the promo gallon, he will pop himself.
Right.
Because you have to pop something 13k.
And now Megidra's effect, is that an end of attack effect or is that
It
an
is.
on-evo?
It is end of attack. It's end of attack. You delete all Digimon. So that's why Megidra doesn't have any immediate board control. And he will evo for 4 still. So he doesn't have a way of keeping
turnover.
do
and
anything.
pays
So
it with a Graph
yeah,
Crush. Okay.
we'll go there. Which I think. I mean, I think this might just be. It could be. It could spell curtains depending on how Andrew plays this turn.
Right.
Because Andrew could just go. Yeah, he'll go into a Cordra here for free if he has it. And then can just go Wingdra and then can just DNA because the Wingdra will meet the requirement.
There's a Cordra.
Cordra for free. We draw. And then if we go into Exa, we'll just bottom deck.
This should be curtains.
Yeah, he won't. He doesn't win necessarily. This. Well, I guess he has a Wisteria. So if he has an Examon X, he actually could.
Correct.
Yeah.
But looks like we will go ahead and swing with the Break Draw here.
Yeah.
Draw a
Doesn't-
card.
Okay. Does live.
I'm wondering if he's missing the. Okay, well there it is.
He for sure has it. Maybe he was missing an
I think
Exa.
he was
Maybe
mixing an Exa
maybe I was
before. Now we
misseeing what he
see
had.
it now. We can easily Evo now. You've got the boost, so you're definitely gonna keep turn here. Now the DNA can happen.
It's gonna be a big Examon stack.
Absolutely.
Probably one of the. That might be one of the largest Examon stacks I've ever seen.
The thing is,
actually.
I never seen Exa really get here, and now we're here.
Yeah, he will. DNA, swing, draw 2.
Looking at trash.
I
Are we
think-
thinking Crim? What are we thinking here?
I think we're just leaving it. Doesn't X have bottom deck? Or am I crazy? I guess he doesn't. Okay, never mind. I'm just looking
Yeah.
for a game. Okay, well,
And that'll do it.
that's how it goes. Yeah, unfortunately, Megidra. We got to see some of what Megidra can do. We
Yeah,
did get to
yeah,
see
yeah,
what
yeah,
it likes to
absolutely.
do. But unfortunately, was not able to to go to a game 3 this time. But seeing Examon perform was cool. That was fun.
It also scares me because we're gonna be seeing more Exa. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's crazy too how just 2 cards, right? Draco X and
Yeah.
Exa X, and even you could argue Exa X
Exa
doesn't
didn't even
have as
matter.
much.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just Draco X.
exactly. How Draco X having just that end of turn DNA potentiality can change so much for a deck.
Yeah, in a
right?
turn, yeah, that, and I think more than anything, just the free 4.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
having to burn
yeah,
memory going into your 4 is massive.
yeah.
It is
Absolutely.
so much gas and aggression for you. It's really really good. We are jumping over though to our other table, which is a
Oh
Royal Knight mirror
boy,
that
that
is
is a board state.
going through it. Do we know what game they're on? No. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Looks like, I mean,
it
this
might be
is.
game 1.
It might. I was gonna say,
It could
looking
be.
at this board state, it very well could be game 1. We've got a Rush Gallant on Steve's end, and Noah is sitting on an Omeka. Both players have their stacks laid out for us here. I don't see an Omeka in Inherence on Noah's end, but I do see an Omeka on Steve's end of things, and this is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Now Noah, Steve, we've played against before.
Correct.
With, around the local area. He's a very good player. And Noah has also been around before. I know he for a while he was actually on the Diaboro train for a bit.
Okay.
Early days when we first met him in the area, and then now he's been on Royal Knights. He actually cooked me this past week at locals Royal Knights. He did a very good job. So I'm excited to see what he does here. Steve definitely has the advantage right now, security wise. Those sleeves are awesome.
I was about
The
to comment.
Akira
He's got
BL
some-
sleeves.
He's got some really nice sleeves.
I feel like I've seen those before from somewhere, but they're so cool.
Maybe you've seen it from Steve.
Yeah, I've seen them from Steve. You're right.
But yeah, this is definitely looking like a board state that's favoring Steve right now. You've got
Yeah.
Omeka and Inherits and on the field. You've got your Gallant out on board. You're pretty much ready to go. Well, strike that. No, it doesn't
There's-
look like things are laid out. Sorry, I apologize. It looks like we've got the Lord Knight and the Magna tucked under Drazzle, so we may not have those underneath Inherits. I think both players have this stuff underneath their Inherits to the side of Drazzle.
Yeah.
It's just the trash is laid out a little bit differently. That's what caught me off guard.
Yeah. So OmniX will bottom deck the Omeka. Oh, Steve almost dropped some cards. Also, you have confirmation. It is game 1.
Yep.
It is
Yeah,
game
yeah,
1. And then end of turn will swing. We do have an ace though. Yeah, which will
GX,
go
yeah.
into the GX ace. Which this is the risk with leaving red cards on board against Royal Knights. The ace evo's potential
Yeah,
just gets
yeah.
gets nasty.
I'm wondering there if you just try to target the ace threat, and yeah, Omeka gets tucked in Inherence, but something it's gonna happen one way or another. I feel like with Royal Knights,
Yeah.
you just try to keep that momentum going, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, losing the OmniX on board is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Steve definitely has a good bit more reduction at the moment now too. I mean, we have 2 cool boys. We have reducing by effectively 10 right
Yeah.
now.
Speaking of, it is crazy that it's only game 1 and both players only have 3 things tucked under. So I'm wondering what sort of shenanigans were going on early turns that like stuff was getting
would
put out.
say-
You probably had like a battle of the Omnis at some point.
Yeah, I would say based off the trash, my guess is that there's been a lot of bottom decking and a lot of just hard slam deleting, especially with the rush gallant.
Yeah.
Um.
The Omni X gets played out. We'll bot deck the Omeka on Noah's end.
Yeah.
Tap Cool Boy to gain 2, draw 2, and calls it a day.
End of turn. I'm assuming he will swing.
I don't see a reason not to here.
Looks like we
Yeah.
will do it. It's
It's
a
a
go-to.
go-to.
Yeah, which is fine. Okay.
What do you think about Goatsu versus Pomu?
I don't think it matters. it's
Fair.
the same card. It's the same card. It's just
I've seen some people run Pomu with the Leopard synergy, just to
That's
get
fair.
a way to cheat it
that's
out.
fair. Yeah, I guess there is synergy there with Leopard, and I can agree with that. I don't know if Noah runs Leopards in his build.
Mm.
I feel like when I played against him, I don't think he had any.
So we see the Omeka play come out.
Yeah.
We'll get rid of the Omni X on Steve's end.
Yeah, because we did hit that one security that we needed to hit, which all happens at the end of Steve's turn there.
Yeah.
So, okay. Then Omni does get tucked, though, unfortunately. We do
Mhm.
not have any Last Guardians to keep him there. We do have... Oh, we're looking at Omni.
We are looking at Omni.
Do we have enough gas to do everything?
But you would have Jess play out stuff and Lord Knight play out stuff. So I think you have more than
True.
plenty of
Yeah,
gas
you
with the
actually.
cool
I
boy.
think you
I
just
think
go
you
for
go for
game.
game
I think
here.
you go for game. There's no Omeka to tuck. There's no Royal
Right.
Knight to remove for an Omeka to play out from hand.
Mm-hmm.
This is just yeah.
Man, the Royal Knight's mirror is so stressful.
So draw 2. So yeah, it becomes a 2-drop effectively.
Yeah.
Plays out OmniX, Jess, and Lord Knight. Jess will play out a token.
That's a pretty token.
It's a very pretty token. And then we play out a Gotsu. Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, this should just be Noah should just have game here. I think
Yeah, you go ahead swing with Jess.
you don't really care if
You
things
don't really
die.
care here. You just go for it.
Go for it. You have 6
Yeah,
swings.
he's lined them up just like a batting order.
Yeah. Swing the
Just
token.
Go through it, man. Yep. Cool boy comes out, but you don't really
Doesn't
care.
matter. Swing Lord. Lives.
Ooh,
There's
there's
a
an
Mecha in there,
Omeka.
which is tough.
And that's 3 Omekas gone out of
Swing
thieves.
Omni. Yeah.
There's a
Actually, I have
purge.
7 swings. I'm realizing now too. So
Yeah,
and then just
on the X.
yeah. Woo. We go to game 2. And that's pretty crazy, right? Like we saw Steve looked like he was definitely in the driver's seat for that, and then just one. If he didn't swing with that check, I guess he would have kept the Omni on board. But it's still a tough spot.
It is a very tough
It's a
spot.
tough spot.
I mean, Royal Knights, is a deck of it's a deck of answers, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's always hard to say like someone's in a good spot, particularly in the mirror, because they end up just answering each other,
Right.
and it's just who has the last word essentially.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to predict really who's really truly in the driver's seat.
I mean, it's also crazy how much just like some of the support we got from 2.5 BT20.
Mhm.
Like so many individual cards just have so much singular impact on the game now.
Yeah.
Like OmniX alone is just an insane card.
Yeah.
It like the new Jessmon pieces are all really good for it too. There's some, and it's cool to see how much like build variance there is as well.
Yeah.
They're trying to splash between old and new, and just some other random cards we've gotten as well.
I think at first it came out as a very standard as people were just trying to like get a foothold of the deck, I feel like. And then as people have played it a lot more, the deck's gotten longevity. And it's going to be around for the next few sets that people have started to put their own little spice on it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Player said it looks like Noah's just seeing if he wants to. Looks like they're deciding if they want to mulligan or not. Steve keeps.
That's a lot of Omeka.
That is a lot of Omeka.
I feel like
But he does have. What does he have? Is that
he has a
Jess?
Guardian, Jess, and an Omni X.
I feel like
that's a mulligan.
That's a mulligan to me too. I mean, I guess you can open with Last Guardian. It's not the worst thing.
If you're going second, it may not be.
You know, that's true. Yeah, if
you're not going second, it's not.
just hard drop the GX. Hard drop the GX. Call it a day.
And the classic
All faithful.
Royal Knights play.
All faithful.
Get that Magnum on out there.
Okay.
All faithful indeed. So yeah, I mean, you could just do it. It looks like we've got an Oryukin Ace on top of the other choices that we have here. So yeah, I mean, I feel like
Oryukin Ace is actually probably the best one to just drop right now. It's a good card to have loaded early under.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've got the Rush Gallant. That's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, we have a couple different plays, but the Rush Gallant would send over a lot of memory. It looks like we are considering the Oryukin Ace. Yep.
For a reduced cost, that's crazy.
Choke to
Of just
1.
3.
I mean, it's good. It's really.
You can play a level 7 Ace card for 3.
Or put the
crazy.
2 rather, not 1. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's a 4 cost.
4 cost.
Okay, so he does have. He has Rush Gallant. He could just
do it.
Rush Gallant for 7 and then
Gain the overflow back.
overflow bot. Yeah, put him to 0.
That'd be wild. Oh,
Romney X early. Okay, so we drop that for 9.
9. Gain the 5 back. Or
Yeah.
6 back.
5. It's 5.
5. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
5.
And then we'll do the check without swinging. Hits a Last Guardian.
That's really good. For,
can play out on Omeka there.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Yeah, do it. Go for it. Okay. So, I think we can understand how Game 1 got to the board state.
Yeah.
It was in very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
and this is kind of what it's like, right? Where it's just, you're basically just kind of trading pieces back and forth. And I do think that oftentimes it really comes down to, okay, who was able to keep a piece on board this turn?
Yes.
A lot of times.
Yeah.
Like, who didn't have an answer?
And I think that's where we've seen a lot of the shift in deck building, right? Is where you know that you're gonna face the mirror at some point in these tournaments.
Yeah.
If you're running Royal Knights, how do you combat your opponent's board state? And we've seen back-to-back turns where they've just been dealing with board state.
Yeah. So we do drop the Rush Gallant for 7. Put Steve over to his 4. So far, no Royal Knights have actually been able to get loaded under Yggdrasil.
It's crazy.
King Drago, however you wanna call him. Steve does have that's a medieval gallant in hand.
Yeah.
He has his own Rush Gallant that if he's only reducing by 7, so he wouldn't keep turn.
I will say this too, like as grueling as it can be to play and watch these mirror matches, particularly for Royal Knights, it is very it feels like a dance between the two players where they're just kind of going toe to toe and trying to respond to each other. And the minute somebody takes that initiative, it almost feels like they roll with it.
Yeah.
So it is a very interesting dance that plays out.
It's interesting we didn't opt to Vortex into the
Omeka.
because we delete, right? And then you could Vortex into a mecha there, no?
Yeah,
Right?
I guess the concern would be like, is it going to get tucked into sources, right? Because if Nor were to play anything, you could just go ahead and kind of proc effect there to kind of keep controlling board state potentially, but still, yeah, I agree. It is a little bit of a weird
we probably
decision.
didn't want to load the Omeka for
yeah,
reduction.
that's what I'm saying.
Sorry. Yeah, my brain. I heard you, and then my brain processed it at a different speed.
And here Noah is just playing around that and dropping a Last Guardian, gain some memory back.
Getting Last Guardian setup is really good. He does have his own Omni X in hand. He could bottom deck that medieval, which I don't think is a bad call.
It's not a bad call at all.
Swing Omeka. Okay, will die, so he does get tucked.
The first source tucked in.
So now we're reducing by 8.
You just go for it there, yeah. Okay, that's even better.
That works too.
Yeah.
Drop for 1.
Get rid of it.
Blow it up, and then just what? Another Last Guardian.
Another Last Guardian, yeah. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
Noah's face. Yeah, that is going to be some medieval gallants gone.
Tough.
That is tough. That's medieval gallants at the bottom of the deck, which definitely can be a game changer. But Steve,
it's also nice seeing both players pretty blinged out decks.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, it is. Royal Knights is another really pretty deck to look at. All right, so we will effectively drop the Purge for 3. We'll be able to draw 1 and then tuck a source. What do we tuck here?
Jess.
Yeah, Jessman. That's a good call.
Yeah,
that's a good one to tuck. We have another Rush Gallant.
Could do it, and it looks like we're gonna do it.
Hitting the board. Yep. All right. Yep. Drop it for 3.
Noah's face was like, yeah, just take. Yeah.
Yep. Using trash reduction and that. Yeah. Does it
Mm-hmm.
overflows 5? Now what do we do? You can swing.
You could swing, get some chip damage in. That's not a bad thing.
Doesn't
You
hurt.
do have to be careful now that Omeka's in about doing some shenanigans and all those Last Guardians out on the board.
Yeah.
But we will go ahead and swing here. The chip is a Blanc, so that's a pretty good.
Yeah, we're fine. We don't mind that
You're
at all.
chilling there.
And then what do we do?
Drop
Drop
a
a cool boy.
Yeah.
Put the 2. Yeah, that works. That's pretty good.
I was talking to Bryce the other day about this matchup, and at times with how back and forth it can be, it almost feels like a best of 1. Like if you can nab game 1 early or just nab game 1 in general,
game 2 sometimes just
you
goes
feel
so
so
long.
much more relaxed because you have that under your belt where you're playing a little bit more free.
I think there's a merit to, not necessarily like not slow playing, but like you just play control. You play control, you focus on wiping your opponent's board, and you just focus on not losing.
Correct.
More than anything else. You don't have to go for security in game 2. You just have to make sure that your opponent can't do anything to you.
Speaking of, there's a guy. OmniX hits the board. Will bot deck the Gallant, which will let Steve play out the Omeka, which is fair. Does the check.
Yeah, I mean, we had to pass a lot of memory over, but we do have 3 Last Guardians, so that OmniX is going to be very pesky to remove.
Yes.
Steve's hand is also super light. He's only got 3 cards, which it looks like it's a Genku, Jess, GX.
GX.
And then what's that last card?
Is it another medieval? No, it's an OmniX.
It's an OmniX, okay.
Yeah, it's an OmniX.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's
not bad.
It's not bad, but you also don't, I feel like you don't want to burn it this early. You want to save it while you have the Omeka around. Like you want to
Mhm.
try and save it for a last ditch effort rather than like
You're reducing by
because you're not
8.
going to remove this guy, right? You
No.
play, he
No, no,
burns a
no.
last guardian from getting bot decked, and then you like can crash into him, but then you lose yourself because you don't have your own last
Right.
guardian, and he just last guardians himself.
Exactly. Exactly. It almost feels like you're basically throwing that Omni X away.
Yeah, Steve is in a rough spot, and you can't like you can play the Genku here, but then when you spit out the Jess, and then like
You get a token out of it because you will be able to get your on plays off of Jess with that Genku
yeah,
effect.
but then you also risk losing your cost reduction for future turns
Correct.
if the Jessamon
Yeah,
gets
and
answered
that's the
after the.
scary part is that once you're in the back foot and you're sort of forced to play into this sort of idea of like, what do I do to like do something or get value off of something, then you're starting to play things a little bit suboptimally compared to what you want to do.
Yeah,
You lose your stacks, you lose your inheritables, you lose your cost reduction, and that's where things get real tough.
and Steve's thinking about it. He does have the cool boy to also help get the draw and search as well.
And with 3 cards in hand, I mean, you're in a very, very tough position because it's like you could pass turn, but with that much memory, it feels really
It
bad
feels
just
rough.
passing.
Feels really rough. Okay, so we reduce by 8.
So play it out for 5.
Yeah, can play out with cool boy first
Mm-hmm.
to gain the memory draw one. Sure, makes sense.
Another
The
Genku.
Genku that does not help us.
Debating if he wants to play Jess out. I feel like sure, you go ahead and do that. Play out a token.
Nice. Hide my tokens. Little joker. So now, I mean, he's
That's the thing. This doesn't really do much against Noah here. You know, like,
no.
yeah,
You
yes,
build a
you
big
build up a
board.
board. You could declare the swing. Noah's forced to decide if he wants to block or not. I don't think there's really a wrong answer here, if I'm going to be quite honest with you.
No, he. Okay, we will
Yeah.
block. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I mean, you know the Omeka's probably gonna go there one way or another. You don't have a means of bottom decking it in your hand. Just block it now.
Yeah,
Save yourself the damage.
and like you said, the last Guardians are also going to be very pesky because even if we were to introduce some swing here and we do the Omeka play out the last guard like the Omni X play, your last Guardians will help keep your Omni X on the board, and you're in a pretty good spot. With 3 of them, you definitely bypass a lot of the shenanigans that can come out of
Yeah.
this.
Looks like we're deciding on if we want to last guardian to keep ourselves on the board or not. We do need to be careful. We know, we're threatened. We know Steve's threatening ace. Noah doesn't know that Steve has ace.
Correct. Correct.
But we've already seen it once during game one. We know it's a very real threat. We have to be mindful of. So it's going to be interesting to see what they have to do here.
I almost would feel like you source this. I would say if I'm playing this again, I'm not a well-versed Royal Knights player, but I would tuck it.
Yeah.
Because you have the Omeka now, right? Because if Steve, you threaten the fact that well, no, that's not true. I don't know. It's a tough call.
It
It's
is
a
a tough
very,
call.
very tough call.
Okay, yeah, last guardian first. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. So we will go ahead swing. Steve's looking at that GX ace.
Yeah, which I don't blame him. I mean, it might be worth doing just to at least get the
Ooh, okay. We'll let it through.
It's Magna. I was gonna say it might have been worth doing to just to like at least get the. Oh, you know what? No, it's actually smarter to wait to see if he does the end of turn swing to do it because then he can't end of turn try and raid over you.
Right.
But I guess the token also has blocker and decoy, which is a big thing
Correct.
too. So
Yeah.
it does help a little bit.
Yeah,
As well.
yeah, yeah.
Decoy maybe not so much on like hard dropping stuff, but or being delayed by battle, but the blocker being good. So Steve's got. I mean, he's got a pretty good wall actually. The more I look at his board, the more I'm like,
It's
okay,
not a bad
no,
wall.
it's a pretty
not a
good
bad
wall he's
wall.
got set up. He'll get some decent sources tuck next turn, but we just know that with how slim his hand is, he's not getting close to like closing out the game.
Mm-hmm. You just play out Omeka here, pass turn.
It's not a bad idea. Also,
You could look at a Dynast
I think
to
he's
play out.
yeah, I think he's thinking about dropping the Dynast, which he would drop it for what, for 2?
Mm-hmm.
Get some search. It's not. I think it's a good call. Yeah, do that. Get a little bit of search going.
Oh, if you pick those.
Another on the X. Yeah, I mean,
I feel like you pick up the 13 Omni here too, no?
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, just trash. You don't care about those being in trash.
No.
Especially with those 2 hits. That's just too good to pass up there.
Yeah. No.
Now you play out Omeka, I assume. Or you play Kubo. Yeah,
Cool,
that's
that
even
works
better.
too.
That's
That
even
works
better.
too. Yeah, it helps you kind of even the tables a little
When they
bit there
deal with
the,
their board, you can play out on Omeka as well too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not bad. End of
Keep
turn
threatening.
swing, hits a leopard, and call it a day.
Now we know the Omni X is in there as well too, which is really good. And we didn't opt to ace still, which I think is fair. With the last Guardians there, it's just really risky. It's so hard.
Yeah.
So now what do we do? Okay.
All right, last Guardian.
Finally
Essentially
get
a
some search.
one-cost option there. Oh, no. That's tough.
That's tough. I mean, he gets Royal Knight and gets a Cool Boy.
Yeah. Gets a Purge and a cool boy. Debating the Omeka. Can you
Yeah.
pick up Omeka?
I
here?
think you can grab X Anybody or Royal Knight, and then you grab a Cool Boy.
Sure.
I believe.
Sure.
That's how it works.
And that's the old BT13 Omeka, correct?
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the old Omeka. That's the alt art form that we got from one of the. I can't remember what it was from, but
I think it's like one of those like event packs.
yeah,
Yeah.
something
So
like that.
tough hits off a Guardian, but I wonder because that Omeka really is just a draw. And then you can tuck something, and you don't really get much benefit off of playing that guy. I'm also wondering if you can't even pick it up because I don't think it has Royal Knight in trait or X Antibody in trait.
It counts as X Anybody.
It
I think
does,
still,
but
yeah.
not this one. I think the new one
They
counts
both
as
do.
X.
They
do?
both do.
Okay.
They both do. Pretty sure. I think I had the same doubt, and then I double checked it and confirmed it. But I'll double check right now.
Sure.
Just to make sure. Let me look up Last Guardian just to make sure I remember what that card's doing, so I'm not speaking up my bum.
Yeah. So
Top
Steve
3. Add one
has a
Cool
little.
Boy and one card with Royal Knight or X Anybody trait. And yeah, Omeka for sure has X Anybody trait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve's got a little bit of a hill to climb here. It's a tough call because his hand is so thin, and I feel like that is something that I've encountered playing Royal Knights too, where like you're playing the counter play and then your hand just gets slimmed out.
Yeah, it's tough. We are at least getting a little bit more draw off the Cool Boy. I mean, he's building his hand size back up at least.
Yes,
He's getting his hand size back
absolutely,
somewhere, which is
absolutely.
good. Like, yes, the security's low, but I
No
mean,
joking.
we've seen this wall just just previously, and we
Yeah.
know it's a good. It works. It's strong.
Strong until an Omni-X hits the board.
And we know there's less than 10 minutes
Another
left in the
Cool Boy.
round, so Steve really needs to try and find a gas pedal here to try and win this
True,
game because
true.
he's already a game down. If he can force it to a game 3 and bring it to a tie, that's decent for them. Or decent for him, because
Correct.
that's the best thing he
Right.
can hope for at this point. I don't think there's a reality where we can play through a full game 3 with time left in the round.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone
you're
just
wrong.
hard drops Omni-X and
That's
just
true. And
keeps
calls it a day.
swinging.
And yeah, I mean, I think to illustrate your point earlier, not to encourage slower play or slow play in general, because that's pretty frowned upon in our community. But you do have the luxury of saying, look, like let me think and make sure I'm not rushing into a scenario where I do end up forcing a game 3 because of my own mistake.
There's a difference between analyzing and slow play.
Correct.
Yeah, you should never slow play, but you can definitely have different like goals to your play.
Yeah.
Depending on your state, where you're sitting, game win wise and time wise. So Steve's only got 4 cards in hand, which is pretty tough. What does Noah do here? I mean, he's got 4 memory, which is a lot of memory to work with. That's a lot of resources
a lot of resources to
right
work
now.
with. Now, remind me, why is Omni-X suspended? Did we swing? I might have missed that.
Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think. Oh, we
declared
swung,
a swing, and we're
okay.
debating the ace play here. So we will GX ace, tuck in something underneath to go ahead and pop something with as much DP, which here we are meeting.
Yeah. So
the question is, do we last Guardian here
that
to
is
keep
an
that Omni-X
option.
out on board?
And the tough thing here too is we have worked through all of Noah's last Guardians pretty much. Well, for the most, there's probably still one somewhere.
And we will go ahead and crack it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think being able to threaten end of turn swing to hit does it Crimson Blaze, so nothing can be played by effect, which is that's okay.
I'd rather see that now than being played out.
Yeah.
So we do see the Omeka come out. Omeka will go ahead and go into Omni-X here.
Looks like Steve's thinking.
Looks like someone has come by to clarify something. Now, Crimson doesn't stop you from playing. It's just your opponent, so that shouldn't stop him from doing anything here.
Yeah, correct. So play out the Omeka. Do we go into the Omni-X?
I guess we're choosing not to. Hmm.
I mean, we still have enough Ronlets on board to threaten dropping another Omeka on the board, but there's no need to OmniX right now necessarily.
True. True.
But it's also, I don't know, it's also not the worst play either, because then we have Last Guardian. If it sticks around on the board, we can Last Guardian to keep it on board, and we can do
Yeah.
a lot of work with the tokens. We actually could just have threatened game potentially with 2 tokens and an OmniX
Hmm.
if they all lived, but that's also a whole other thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So very interesting lines of play for sure when you're dealing with this sort of mirror matchup.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. All right, so now Noah's still just trying to decide how he wants to do this. It's a big board to answer. We know that there is, 2 methods of decoy here to protect, pretty much everything on the board outside of the Omeka.
Drop a Magna here. This will be for a reduced cost of 1, because you're reducing by 6 at
It's
this
for free. It's
for
for
free.
free. Yeah, because
Oh
he
no,
has
sorry.
the
Yeah, yeah,
Omeka
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
the Dynas. Drop the Omeka, choke to 1, which is really, really good. End of turn, attempt to swing and raid, I'm assuming. Or I guess probably just swing for game and just force a block here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine too. That works. Either way, a block's to come
Block's
in.
gonna have to happen. We'll block with the token there.
Yeah, so it dies.
Okay. You got 2 blockers out on board on Noah's end. You've got the Omeka tucked into security. We know he has an Omni X in hand. So he's looking in a pretty decent way. Steve's got some avenues. We've got the token still live. We've got Omeka live as well. We have a Purge also.
But being choked to 1 is
It
tough.
is.
The purge is
It
nice,
is.
but being choked to 1 is really rough.
Yes.
Because let's see, we're effectively reducing by what, 4, 6. He can play for 12 and keep turn technically, 13 even, and because he just go to 0 at that point. Looks like we're looking at some different options in hand. We're thinking about just dropping the Omni. But like you were saying before, yeah, Noah having the Omni X in hand, having the Omeka and sources, like he's the second he hits that 1 security marker, I think you're good to just drop the Omeka and just go Omni
Exactly.
X and board wipe here. So whatever Steve sets up, he has to be really careful because he has to be mindful of that, right? Like I'm
Right.
sure he knows. So that's why there's a lot of probably processing of how am I going to navigate that when I get to that point in this game.
Yeah. And I think at this point too, it's a situation of you know what your win con is, but your win con can easily become your losing con.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, and you kind of have to just find a way to survive until you find that right window. But the longer you wait, the more time that Noah has to kind of do his shenanigans.
Right.
He plays out another
Yeah, so we
Omega.
play attempt to bottom. I think we're bottom decking the
Well, we already bot decked one thing. It was the
you're right. Yeah. Okay, it does.
swing into Jess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then now it's Noah's turn to respond.
All right, so Noah's up. Yeah, draw for turn.
He's got another BT13 Omni
I
there.
mean, I feel like, do you just swing the Omekas just to force the
If
blocks
they
out?
block, you go into the sources, reduce more. So I don't
Yeah.
think it's a problem
No,
here.
you just get so much cost reduction out of it that you're in
Right.
a pretty good spot.
And I mean, you do have to be careful because he does have the last Guardian out on board. So I mean, if we do, in theory, try to get rid of it, like he can shave that. So you don't
True.
want to be
Yeah.
too dicey with getting your blockers out. But
There is also a world where, Steve keeps enough bodies on board just to go for game next turn.
Yeah.
So we will swing. Yeah, I think you block with the token and you block with the Omni X first. You save
so
your
we are in
Omeka.
this vein of let's just go ahead for it.
Is he blocking with the Omeka? I think you save the Omeka, Steve. I don't think you block with him, man.
He's looking at the Omni X in hand though, where he's like, well,
But there's no cards to remove.
there's nothing to play him out with though.
Yeah,
So
there's
you want to keep him
no-
out on the board, and I think this is coming to the time where like games should be done soon, or we're looking at turns probably.
Yeah, I think so too. Which it could still very well end in a tie. Steve is not out of this by any means. That Omni X does have a layer of protection. It is a blocker. We
You can just play
are.
out BT13 Omni here.
We're just gonna do it. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
For 2, I wonder if this is maybe. This might be a bit early because now we don't have the Omekas to. Help through. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I guess that's. Yeah, I guess
You
he
only
can
have
only
one
block. He can only
block,
block the one. Yeah, no, no,
so
we're overcooking.
yeah,
We're
yeah, yeah.
overcooking. All right.
Whew,
Well,
that
that's
was a
round
game.
3. Yeah, those we had some good games. We had 2 games. We had Exa versus
Yeah,
Megidra that round, and we had Royal Knight Mirror. So far we have not had a single repeat within the same
yeah,
on cam outside. I
yeah, yeah.
mean,
We'll
Royal
take
Knight
that.
Mirror, I guess, is 2 Royal Knight decks, but
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
different. That's
yeah,
different. That's the
yeah,
same match.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this has been awesome. This has been
Yeah,
really, really cool.
this
Shout out
has been
again
very good.
to Nerd Rage for letting us commentate
Mhm,
this,
mhm,
for hosting this awesome case tourney. Again, if you are in the Chicagoland area, out near Buffalo Grove, is where Nerd
mhm,
Rage is located. So you should swing on through. Their locals are on Mondays and Saturdays.
mhm.
Great shop, awesome place, really cool people. You should definitely come check it out. Um, this is also, I think this is a really good precursor for the more we see these tourneys
Mhm.
kind of happening moving forward, like earlier in the meta, the more it just sort of sets up, I think, what we're going to start seeing as it progresses, and it's a lot
Yeah.
of a lot of really cool testing happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And our players are cooking. We've got a lot of quality matches here
Yeah.
today so far. So I mean, huge shout out to everybody playing today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know we've mentioned this before too, but tomorrow is the store regional. Going to be commentated by
Huang
colossal
Zero.
titans in our community, Huang
Yes, sir.
Zero and Digipanda. So it's
Yes,
great
sir.
that Nerd Rage was able to get both of those to commentate. So it should be a good time. So if you're interested for some more Digi and watching players play this weekend, come back. We'll be here same time tomorrow. I
Yes,
think this
sir.
starts at noon tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
All right. Okay. Going to break. Be back for round 4. Hello, hello. We are back with the Nerd Rage Gaming case tourney going into round 4.
Yeah.
So far, we have had Exa, we've had Magidra, we've had Armors, we've had Royal Knights, we've had, what am I missing? Hunters, we've
Angels.
Angels, we had
Yeah.
Angels, and there's one other deck.
Oh, yeah.
We're Armors played against
Ancient
Guard.
Ancient Guard.
There
Yeah,
we go.
yeah, yeah.
We get there.
So
But good
very,
variety.
very great variety. Matchups have been awesome. So shout out to everybody playing today. We have a total of 5 rounds today. So we've got two more, including this one.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. We're starting to get to the top tables now, so this is going to be super exciting to see how this all unfolds. Once again, kind of shout out to Nerd Rage, who's hosting us today. Hugely grateful for this opportunity for us. This is our first time commentating together in person, which has been super fun. And it's been an awesome time, so can't thank them enough. They're located in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, so if you're in the Chicagoland area looking to play Digimon, One Piece, any sort of card game imaginable, they've got great local scenes for everything. So please do check them out. The link is floating in the Twitch chat as well for their store, so they got a ton of singles, ton of products, so support the shop.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, all right, and we're jumping in.
Exa Magidra
No, he's got to fix. He's updating the names.
I was like, again.
No, it looks like it's Purple Hybrid versus Sakuya.
Sakuya.
Yeah, okay. Which again, no repeat matchups. We're getting more variety on here.
Yeah, Howie on that Sakuya train. I see. Used to be a tyrant man.
Velgar in the back. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Howie already has some decent sources set up. We are he's running the I think that's the BT 16 Wizard.
Yes, I believe
16.
so.
I think it's 16. It's a pretty good card. Maybe it's 17. I don't remember.
Play out a Rika. We can go ahead and pick up a Rena. No plug-in to pick up,
16.
unfortunately.
17 or 18. I don't remember. Anyways, it's a Wizard. Good card. Gives protections. He's just going to push up. Swing the Velgar. Does hit a Tau Ace in the security. That's actually really good. So this way he gets the Velgar in the trash.
Oh.
He was able to get some draw cycle.
Pommel?
Oh, do you live?
No.
Oh, no. We're pitching the Pummel Whack off of the QP to gain a memory, and then Pummel Whack, when it's pitched, draws you a card. That's what we're doing. Okay.
Okay, interesting choice there.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's some cool tech choices. A little extra cycle. Now what do we do?
You could slam down another Tamer. You could play out some more bodies. Sakuya does have the potentiality here to just go crazy next turn. Oh,
we just
that's
pass.
tough. Okay.
No Tamers is tough. I mean, the one saving grace for Jesus is that Howie, if he chips security, he might knock some Tamers out of there, might knock some resources, get some cycle going, which is pretty good.
Okay. So we are looking here. We dig into multiple pieces here. You could pick up Sakuya. You could pick up Maid Mode, which is an interesting tech choice that not a lot of Sakuya players are running, but still has very good merit in the deck.
Yeah. Agreed. We just grab the Sakuya, though. We'll go ahead and Evo into a Tau in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, so just a little bit of setup.
Yeah.
Just maybe a little bit nervous about pushing up too early. Not wanting to go too crazy. Maybe we're missing some of our level 7s to really kind of help.
Or the Sakuya even.
Things. That's a Soundbird.
This is an interesting build.
I forgot that card existed, bro.
Yeah.
Which I don't remember which one that's from. That's not the BT12 one. That's an earlier one.
That's an earlier one.
Yeah, let me look and see. I don't remember what he does exactly off the top of my head.
Unfortunately, it looks like Jesus is just kind of stuck with another Pummel Whack. You've got... It's not a bad play, gets rid of the Rena, but then you're looking at things like Rivals in hand. You've got a Nidhogg in hand that's kind of just dead in hand right now. You've got a Rush Gallant,
Soundbird does let you pitch an option card in your hand to gain a memory when attacking.
Which it could pair very nicely with cards like Pummel Whack.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Just to go into a Kinkaku Promote, though, on the back, call it a day. So looking a little stuck on Hybrid's end, but how he's going to push up. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and training. Go into the Sakuya here.
Yeah.
This is the BT20 Sakuya, right?
This is the BT20 Sakuya.
It's 19.
Or 19 Sakuya. You go ahead on Evo, draw 2. Go ahead and use an option card.
Yep, which we will...
I always love it because he's so used to tapping Rikas off of Evoing from Tau. Because assumingly, you typically go into Sakuya off of a plug-in or a scramble,
Right.
But we will just go ahead and scramble into a Sakuya X.
Yep.
Now we can tap the Rika's, gaining memory.
Draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards.
There's no. Sorry, just draw a card. My bad.
Yeah.
We play a token out. This one does have rush. We were not able to play out a Sakuya B10 Sakuya token. Bleh. As we weren't, the option has to finish resolving your Evo. You missed the
Right. You missed the, or
chance
you kind
to-
of bypassed that chance to do that. You go ahead and swing. You can use the Tamon and scramble into assumingly a Ruin mode or a Valder. Yep.
Yeah,
Here we
Valder.
go. So reduce cost of 2.
Yep.
We'll tap to Koichi, gain
Gains
2
2
back because
back.
you've got 2 6s. Now we'll be doing 2 checks.
Does hit a Koichi, which on play will let him draw 1, trash 1.
Oh, Underworld's Call. Interesting. You can go
Yeah.
ahead and
Which believe let's activate the main effects. So you play
Play
level 4
out,
lower.
yeah.
Yeah, so we just play out the Velgar. Looks like we opted to not do the draw 1, trash 1 off of the.
And then on play should resolve off of Velgar. So
Oh, we can't activate on play effects. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tamers. Yeah. That's why. Velgar. Oh no, Velgar's on play. Still resolved. So we just opted. Are we realizing now?
Another 2 checks come in.
Okay.
It's Ancient Deity.
Yeah.
Ancient Deity will go ahead and play out a Tamer.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're deciding. Yeah, just drop the
Koichi.
BT.
I guess add it to hand. It's an interesting purple hybrid build.
Yeah, a lot of really like different choices, which are pretty cool.
And just like that, purple hybrid is down to 0 security.
Another Koichi, Jesus. But I mean, that's the threat,
That's
right?
the
Like
scary
being
part,
able
yeah.
to swing and do those 4 checks off of a Valder arm because you unsuspend mid swing thanks to the Sakuya X is just
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
It's a very, very.
I mean, we're looking. You've got a Velgar that got played out via option. You've got a Ginkaku waiting in the back, and you've got 3 Tamers that could potentially swing next turn.
Yeah.
So Howie's got to be really careful here about passing over too much memory. Yes, you'll have the Koichis that'll gain you 1, but if you can effectively choke Jesus to like 1, maybe even 2 memory, you're in a better spot.
Yeah. Now that being all said, though, of course, Jesus' hand was looking a little bit gummed up from what we
That
saw.
is true.
He looks like he was having some pieces some trouble finding hybrid pieces. It's a bit of a weird spot. So Howie just has to decide what he wants to do here. It looks like we don't really have too many options for choking.
Yeah, you're at 3 memory. Sakuya plays a lot of 3s and 2 costs.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you will find them. You could double training here. You could rent an X. That is a 4 cost that you could play out here
Yeah, I think
and
that's
just choke to
smart.
1.
Choke to 1.
On play, you can pick up a plug-in, but
Nothing to
nothing to
grab.
grab, which is totally fine here in this scenario.
Okay. So nothing can unsuspend because of Valder. But, I mean, we have 2 checks alone right here, right?
Right.
There's no blocker on board right now. There's no ace threat.
Mhm.
We have 2 checks, and if we can cycle enough memory off of our BT18 Koichis, we have a chance of being in a good spot. But there's no hybrids in
There's
that
no
hand.
hybrids in hand.
There's no hybrids in that hand.
So it's a 9K token.
Yeah, 9K token. Sakuya X is 2K. We do have a Rush Gallon in hand, but I don't think there's enough cards in trash to really get to where we'd want to go with that anyways.
Yes, you've only got like 4 cards in trash, 5 cards maybe. Okay, never mind. 7.
He's got a decent amount with the egg in there too. Looks like
That's
we're
tough.
thinking about the rivals potentially, but I think it just causes us to lose the game really if we don't clear the board proper.
Dies, doesn't even live, so can't proc effect.
Yeah, no end of attack to.
I think Jesus kind of knows that the writing's on the wall. Oh no.
It's a boost out of security. Yeah, Jesus is like shaking his head like this is crazy.
Nidhogg pitch on deletion to gain 2 memory essentially because of the
He didn't get deleted. He didn't get deleted, so he's realizing now. He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah. So he's just stuck. That is a hand that literally just says, "I am stuck. I cannot do anything. All I can
Right.
do is play a
get
big
rivals.
option." Yeah, but then he just,
Oh, yeah.
he just swings a QX for game. Call it a day. Oh, hold on, wait, no. What if he's running a Myota? No, I'm just kidding. Myotis Ace,
Myotis Ace.
regular Ace.
At this point, I don't count on anything.
That's fair. That's fair. All right,
But
so
yeah, it's looking like a tough spot. I mean,
Yeah.
at this point,
I think this is just a
I think
scoop
this
go
is a
backs.
yeah, exactly. Especially in a competitive scene like this, where every round, every game matters. You might as well just,
Call
if
it
you
a
know
day.
that there's no out, just go for it. Just say, look,
Let's go
GGs,
next.
let's go next.
Reset my mental.
Yeah.
Go to the next game. That's the other thing too. Sakuya is deceptively kind of. It can be a tilting deck to play into. With how much it locks you out of playing the game. Sometimes it can be
Hmm.
really really rough on the mental.
I will say it's unfortunate that Jesus didn't have any hybrids to go into with those
Yeah.
tamers that came out.
Oh, there's a dusk.
Oh
3 cards
man,
in. That's still a
that's
ways
still a
though.
ways away. And it is also a good illustration of what Sakuya can do, like you said, right? Not only is it very tilting and can lock you out. I mean, we went from 5 security down to 0 in a single turn.
Yeah.
All we needed was a Tau in the back.
Yeah.
And that's
True.
not even what some would argue an optimal way to go about
No,
Sakuya, right?
you can do it just by pushing up a Renamon sometimes, depending on how much memory you
Mhm.
have and the cards
Mhm.
you have in hand. You can
Mhm.
go all the way
Mhm.
up your line. It's yeah, no, that's pretty. It was how he played it super well. He played it super super well. Played very safe, very patient, and then just knew that he could be explosive enough to close it out and lock Jesus out of the game. And Jesus just not seeing any. He saw all the tamers in the world. He saw every tamer he needed. He just could not find Duskmon.
Right. And I think that's the one thing that I've come to learn a little bit more, getting more and more playtesting and with Sakuya, is that with your ratios, it is also a very much a game of knowing when to
That's
push
a
up, when to not push up. That's a great hand
that's a
for
great
Howie.
hand. Yeah.
You've got a rookie and 2 Rikas. I mean, that's an insta keep in my opinion.
Valderarm as
Yeah.
well, just so he's like locked in on that.
But it is, like I think things could potentially have turned a little bit differently if he maybe pushed out
Sure.
and didn't have the towel in the back, right? And
Yeah.
just went ahead and like
Yeah.
kind of full sended it.
Yeah.
Keeping the Tau, even though it wasn't as optimal, but having that guaranteed you will go into Sakuya. The fact that Tau has the inheritable of letting you use option cards is very, very good.
Yeah. Agreed. All right. So getting set
All
up.
right, let's see.
I wonder what other like tech choices Jesus is running. I want to see
Yeah.
like what else he's got going on.
The hand still looks pretty.
Go into a Soundbird.
There's Uko.
Okay. Okay. All right. This is a bit of a better start. We can drop the
Mm-hmm.
Koichi, get a draw,
Okay.
get a
Some
pitch,
rookies now. We have a
pitch
looks
pummel,
like a
draw one,
Duskull and Duskmon in hand too.
and a loop. Okay. We have some good gas. We have some good gas that we can get some early aggression out as long as we don't get like ruin moded like turn 3.
Oh
Um,
boy.
but I think Howie's probably just gonna spend this time setting up with the Rikas.
There's a Sakuya.
Yep. So grabs that. Now remind me, Rika, what does she search for exactly again? She
Rika search
grabs.
for basically Rena, QB, Tau, Sakuya, basically the whole line and a
Mhm.
plugin.
Okay.
Oh, that's tough. Training into the.
Yeah, there goes the
Oh,
plug-in S.
yeah.
We'll gain a
yeah,
memory at least off of playing the
yeah,
training.
yeah,
Choke to
yeah.
1.
That was the thought there for sure. It's just, I think Howie definitely would have liked to see training and then Rika to pick up the plugin.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we will promote Soundbird here. Soundbird can swing and pitch a card to get a memory.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go ahead and do. We'll pitch a Rivals, gain 1, do the check, hits a BT-17 Sakuya. On deletion,
Pitch the Louis.
pitch the. Yeah, that's fine because
Nice.
you can play him out off of the
Mm-hmm.
Duskmon. So
Yeah.
still crazy that he just plays out any tamer.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be purple tamer. Just plays out a tamer.
What do we do here? I mean, we've got training and Rika set up. Howie, if given enough memory, can turbo up the line.
Do you just drop a do you just drop a Ghazi? Just make it so that you can't like there's no boost shenanigans or anything like that to happen?
Right. Well, yeah, because Rena also will gain you a memory with
Right.
option card usage. So
Yes.
Agazi is actually not a bad call
Drop
here
the
at
Uko,
all.
drop the Ghazi, call it a day.
Yeah. I mean, there's gonna be very. Oh, we pass.
Okay.
Interesting. I almost feel like getting the bodies out would be nice, and just have stuff that Howie's just got to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's. I feel like speed is the name of the game, right? So it wouldn't have been a bad call to do. Just
Especially in a
dropping-
situation like this, right, where now we know that he's not pushing up, he's not going up the line.
Yeah.
You would have had 2 bodies pushing a lot of aggression.
Well,
there.
and even too, like even if you just dropped the Ghazi and passed just to save the Uko for the next turn, also wouldn't have
Yeah.
been a bad play either. But maybe he's wanting to just try and get maximum like go Uko next turn and then push that up the turn after and
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
Ghazi to go in the back. He's worried about just not having a rookie.
Yeah, and I'm saying here, I mean, these players obviously have done very well today so far.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's whatever the thought process is there has clearly been working.
Mm-hmm.
But it is just interesting. It's not something that I would, like, as a knee-jerk thought, would do.
Okay, so we will go into the
Yeah.
Uko. This works too. Yeah, go Uko, drop Ghazi, choke to 1.
Another
No memory
Uko.
again. That's also a good one. Or
Uko
just drop another Uko. Double Uko.
Uko gang, rise up.
I think he's thinking about it a little bit.
I don't blame him.
We do have the Louis and Trash. We're still not seeing Duskmons, though, which is tough.
We've got a Dusk in hand. No Velgar.
Oh,
though.
sorry. Yeah, no Velgar.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I meant to say. Apologies.
I say just drop that Uko, man.
It is a tough spot, though, because, like, he can, like, how he can still gain the memory off the Rikas.
Mm-hmm.
He could potentially go all the way up this next
Oh,
turn.
for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, Ghazi just to make it a little bit harder to gain memory, which I think is
Sure.
totally fair.
Choke to 1.
Another issue that we see with Sakuya too is that the QB inheritables minus 2k, depending on the type of QB you
Sure,
go into.
sure.
So like those memory floodgates tend to.
Can we just swing?
Oh.
Hit a rush gun on a security.
Okay. Are we missing pieces?
It is.
On
That's
how
a
we
tough
done?
card to actually see in security. We don't
Yeah.
really want to see that usually. We'll just choke back to 1
Mm-hmm.
with the QB. Okay, Uko will promote. Get some search. All right, show us a Velgar.
Oh.
Man,
Uko and Koichi.
did you grab the? Yeah, grab the promo Uko. That's fair.
Yeah, and a hatch.
That
Go into
way-
it in the back. I'm assuming.
Yeah, how he can't choke you. Well, unless ruin mode still exists, but
Yeah.
ideally you can't get choked.
Okay, Alice McCoy.
Could also do that. Just drop the mem setter. That's a lot of memory to pass over though with the training and 2 Rikas on board. It's
Wait,
scary.
Uko will die. We'll
Yeah.
pitch. Gain
Pitch
the
a- Yeah,
memory. and then
Underworld's call. Draw a
when
card.
it's pitch from hand, you draw a card. Now slam down an Uko again. Choke to 1.
I don't think it's a bad call. I mean, I think that you. Oh, there's a ruin mode in hand.
There's a ruin mode in hand. You drop a Koichi. I feel like that gives 2 memory. That gives that. Sometimes it's just they need that 1 memory. I almost feel like you're better off just choking a 1 here.
It's tough
It's a
because
tough spot.
with the training,
Mm-hmm.
because with the training he can go into Tau for 1,
Mm-hmm.
play out an option, gain 2 memory off the Rika.
Gain a memory off of if the Ghazi's dealt with, which he could
I
potentially.
think the QB pops a minus
Yes.
2, right? So he could QB's effect first to minus, and then go ahead
Gain
and
the
gain memory.
memory.
Because that's the EX runner that gains a memory, right? Am I crazy?
No, you're not. That's absolutely what it is.
So he would be at 3. He could Evo and keep turn. Also, if he has a scramble in hand, he's fine. Yeah, I think.
We're looking at popping off this. Turn.
Yeah, even choke the
He
one
drew into
choke
a
doesn't
Tau, too.
matter.
Yeah, this is gonna be. I think if we push up here, this could be a very explosive
It
play.
also depends on how he sees it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, he's. I know how I
Yeah.
like to see it.
Okay. So we'll training go into the Tau
Yeah.
for the 1. Draw. Tau's effect.
Now the only thing that could be missing here is if we don't see those cost or Evo reduction cards like
Okay, we
plug
are-
in or scramble.
gonna
Now,
use
if we're missing
pause?
those, which it looks like we are,
Mhm.
if we didn't use those Evo ones, we may be missing it. You will gain enough memory though to just hard Evo into Sakuya.
This is good though. Yeah, using the pause plugin to hit the extra body, so we just clear both is really good.
Yeah.
Because now we could even just focus on Valderon play, and the rush token will play off Sakuya X. Will just give us game this turn. So we actually he might just win this turn.
Depends on what's in the hand, but absolutely, we could definitely go a little crazy here.
Go for the 3. We'll draw 2.
The fact that Sakuya draws 2 is still wild.
It's pretty nasty.
Oh, no scramble or no plug-in. So we are a little stuck here, despite
Does he
all
have
this
a
surge.
Sakuya X?
No Sakuya X either. Now, you could just hard Evo into Ruin mode, but I feel like you get a little less value there. Because it is just a 5k board neg. Oh, there is a Sakuya X.
We do Sakuya X, but I think he is thinking about that hard Evo room mode. It's not a bad call at all.
No.
It is not a bad call at all. You pass the memory over, sure, but you do lock that Uko out from promoting. You lock out aggression this turn.
And realistically, too, Jesus only has 1 tamer, right?
Yeah.
So, and even if you do go into the full combo of Dusk Velgar, it's tough.
No Velgar has just been crazy.
Yeah.
Poor Jesus, man. He's just missing.
When if
pieces.
you pop the Ruin mode, then I mean, it does. You get rid of it now, but it still gives you that. Oh. Okay.
Well, and I think you honestly want to get rid of it right now. Just
Yeah.
get the minus 10k on the board right now. Well, it doesn't matter, but yeah, we just don't have the ability to. We don't have arrivals to play or anything like that. So just drop tamers. I mean, this is good memory advantage for him later.
Mm-hmm.
The other bright side too is that Dusk is 6k, Velgar is 7k. So
Mhm,
they get
mhm.
over a lot of the DP reduction stuff. But unfortunately, you're pretty likely to die swinging into security.
Yeah. Now sort of avenue that Jesus could take, depending on what's in his hand and whatnot, is he could also be playing to just deck Howie out.
Yeah, that's true. Just
You
trying to
know,
control
because I
board
mean, look at
enough.
how much hand side, like the hand quote unquote advantage Howie has right now. I mean, we're still a far away from it. Don't get me wrong. Like we're nowhere near decking out at this point in time. But if it does sort
So
of
much
beg the
memory.
question of if you can't close this out, are you gonna deck out?
Yeah, no, for sure. We'll just go QB in the back. I mean, yeah, you just set up. You just set up to set up like your game winning stack next
Yeah,
turn.
yeah. Lock the Uko from promoting again. There. Okay. There's a
Okay, a
Velgar.
Velgar and trash. That is finally some gas for Jesus. We will recover one though, which is and then hitting the brakes a little bit. So now,
Tau to try to choke to
yeah, choke
one.
to one.
Now
Which I
that
mean,
Violet
we'll
will
go to
set you
three.
to 3
Yeah.
regardless.
Okay. So now, like, what do we? We can't push Uko up. The -5K is hitting the board.
I guess
Next turn, Howie
yeah.
just wins off of Sakuya X, and Valder with the training. It's literally a repeat of game one.
It is a repeat of game one. Now, I think what can help is that if you just choke to one as best you can, but it is going to
The
be
one choke I don't think matters.
yeah, the 2 Rikas training and the EX2 Rena
Oh,
is going to be very difficult.
Judge,
Um,
Judge.
but yeah, I think we are looking at a pretty uphill battle from Jesus's end.
I think we're trying to see if we promote if we'll gain the memory before
Yeah,
anything else.
yeah.
But no, it
I
gets
don't think you
deleted
should.
by game effect
Mhm.
by rule check before any effect. It's the same thing with like trying to do an on play or something like that. Like your
Yeah.
effect doesn't get the chance to even
Right.
resolve, you just die right away.
Now, the thing is though, we did have a glimpse into Howie's hand, and I will say it is wild that with how much cycle and draw that he's had, he doesn't have any Evo plugins in hand. And I think he has maybe one scramble in hand.
True.
So that's why I think the one choke is not necessarily still curtains. It's a tall order for sure, but if you can effectively choke him to one, there is a chance that you bypass this. Like,
Oh, we do gain the
we
memory.
do gain the memory.
And then he
Okay,
dies. Okay.
pitching a Velgar to gain another memory off a Cupid effect.
Yeah.
Now are we pitching off a Koichi? Looks like we are not.
No. I don't think. I think.
I don't
Only
think
has,
you have
I
the
think he only has the one Duskmon in hand. Okay. So it looks like we're gonna probably start trying to get some gas going. He's got to try and win this turn, basically.
win. Yeah.
Which I don't know if it's
I don't know
necessarily
if it's
possible,
possible.
but it's tough. So change the color of one of the Rikas. Go into Velgar. They'll mill top two. Yeah. Okay, we're just catching up on the color identifying
Do we
here.
have the color bubbles?
Looks like he has something for it at least.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's prepared, as all purple hybrid players usually are.
Yeah. Swing.
Do the draw for the Evo.
Yeah.
They both. Oh,
Jack Ray
Ray
getting
is
milled is so
tough.
bad. Oh, it's tough.
Check into a training.
Yeah.
Jesus was like, seriously.
Yeah.
I feel that, brother.
But I
Sometimes
mean,
it be like that.
we know Howie hasn't been seeing them really either, so we know that that
Right.
security is probably loaded with some.
I wouldn't be
decent
surprised if there's a plugin in there, which is scary because those plugins
Plug-in.
add straight to hand.
I'm willing to bet there's another plug-in in there, and there's
A
probably like two
scramble.
mem boosts,
Or a
maybe
mem
a
boost,
scramble.
yeah.
Yeah. We will gain a memory off being deleted. We can play out a Tamer, which was play out the Koichi again.
Pitch a
Yeah.
Nidhogg, gain one. You just go again. Is that the play?
Just
Ooh.
drop a yeah, I mean, like it's have another Dusk. Do you just swing for the extra chip again?
I think that's fair.
I
Yeah.
think you have to, and then off the swing, grab back the other Dusk.
Okay,
you
there's a
put in
rush
there?
heal. Change the color of Rika. Go ahead, swing. Go
Yeah.
ahead and pick up another Dusk. Go into Velgar.
Yeah.
Do the typical loop shenanigans.
Mill
Mill.
top two. Check. Rena actually lives,
Okay.
but I
good
don't
guy.
know.
I don't know if that really changes much right
No,
now.
I don't think it does. This Ruin Mode 5K on the board is tough right now. If we were able to get those extra rookie swings in there, I actually think that we're looking at a situation where Jesus could have
Right.
won.
Right.
But I mean, not to write him off just yet. It's just it's a steep hill. It's a steep
Yeah, and
hill.
it's easy for us to kind of sit here and be like, well, like, Foresight's 2020.
Sure,
You know?
sure.
But no, I agree. I mean, that's why we talked about it. Whereas like those 2 checks, if those were in, he could be swinging for game here.
Yeah. So now what do we do? Just drop a Koichi choke to 1.
That might be it.
I mean, I think that's all you can do. You can't keep turn off of Evoing. You don't want to lose your Violet just yet. Does find the other Dusk. So he's good to just keep going if he has another turn, but I mean, we've seen how he has everything he needs to win, and the trainings only further cement that.
Yeah. The extra training I think is tough to hit out of security. Come on, you can do it, Howard. All right, where do we go? I mean, you've got all the Sakuyas in hand, as we know.
You just go. Go blop for the 1.
Draw for the Evo, then draw 2.
Yep. Draw for and there we go. Then we go ahead.
Now, Arrivals would be scary in security.
Oh, you know what? Rivals actually could.
Rivals in security could change the tide of the game.
That could be Jesus winning. Like that literally could be his win con. Well,
Yeah.
even then, it's still tough because
Tokens and
we're
stuff
still gonna
too.
suspend stuff too off of
Valder.
which Valder just suspends 2 Koichis, and it's a little bit of a tighter spot.
My goodness.
Not impossible though, but just a bit harder. Yeah. So the other training hits the board.
Yeah, it's never a good feeling to have to just rely on security.
Blocker,
as
which is
well.
good.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a plug-in. You can go main mode here if you want, or you can go Sakuya X. Either or, I think, is a pretty decent play.
I think you need the unsuspend off Sakuya X right now to get the. Oh, we're gonna go main mode. Maybe did he not? Maybe he didn't have a Sakuya X. Maybe he only had.
No, he had a Sakuya X.
Does he? Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
he had 2. I think he had 2 in hand.
Can Sakuya X go over maid mode?
Yes, because
Okay.
I think main mode is treated as having as Sakuyamon.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, no. Sakuya X cannot go over main mode. You have to Evo into Sakuya.
Okay, and now we can go back.
Now
But
you can-
now we're just drawing the rest
This
of the
is
deck.
an interesting way to sequence things out.
That's fair though. I mean, just get all the draws. Make sure you have all the resources you need. So you're not missing anything. We know he's probably gonna be able to set up scrambles.
And I guess this was also his way of just buffing security up a little bit too. You know, if you do go into Valder, lock down 2 Tamers, that does make it impossible for Jesus to really go for game.
Yeah.
Because you only have, in theory, the 3 checks.
Yeah, he'll suspend all 4 Tamers right now, right? Because it's 2 Sakuyas, a maid mode,
Well,
and
yeah,
a
that
Sakuya
too,
X.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
gonna lock down all 4 Tamers.
But the thing is, he needs to have a Okay,
Yeah.
that's what he needed. The scramble.
Well,
needs
no,
to
no.
get
So
there.
here's the thing: the only thing Jesus has to do is just not have a Digimon on board when turn pass is over.
True.
If for some reason Howie doesn't win this turn,
True.
if Jesus just doesn't promote the Uko
And just passes.
and just passes, Howie loses.
That's crazy. Okay.
First check.
Play out a Tamer.
I don't think. Can you play out the? You have to play out Tamer with inherited effects, right?
Yeah, so you can't even do that.
Yeah,
Just
so I
adds
can't
add
play
it
it
to
out.
hand.
Yeah. So nothing to grab off
Oh.
that. Oh no, I guess you could play from
Hand or
hand. Okay,
trash,
okay, so
yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. So here's the thing: does Jesus know to not promote?
Yes. Wow.
Yes.
That's
Because I don't think
those blocker tokens do not have rush.
don't
the
have
only
rush.
token that can swing right now is
Is
the
the
one that was
9K.
played off of the 9K token that was played out there.
swings. Okay. Does he have some other means?
There's no other way for him to gain rush here. He can maybe climb up a board
yeah.
and try to ruin mode, but ruin mode also would just help promote that idea that you don't promote.
I'm getting tummy knots. I'm nervous. I want to see a game 3 so bad.
Well, I think it comes down to exactly what you mentioned, right? That can Jesus see that? That
There's
if he
also-
just chooses to not promote and he wins the game.
Yeah, there's also a world where Jesus maybe even if he does promote, if he just swings the Uko and it dies, but that security is probably loaded with Digimon or with options rather. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he needs to just don't promote.
This is an interesting end to the game. This is wild.
So it's all part if you see it or not. Because I feel like it's so often forgotten that Scramble is only able to activate if your opponent has a Digimon in play.
What are we looking at here? There's no way you run like a Rush Gallon or anything like that. There ain't no way.
I think we're just trying to decide how we want to pass turn with memory wise. We
Yeah.
know we're just gonna go to 3 anyways.
Play out looks like BT17 Rena. Do you just pass? Does he
pass.
see it?
Yep,
Yeah,
he
he
just
saw
saw it. Okay. Oh
Wow. Great games.
Because I've made that mistake. I've made that mistake
too.
Yeah, where I didn't think about Scramble and I just decided to play into it and then I put Digimon on board and it cost me the game.
Wow.
Okay. Game 3. So
Great ending to the game.
yeah,
Great ending.
yeah. Jesus' security coming in clutch, because that's the thing too. If it didn't come in when it did, if it had been like like if for some reason that rivals was one card later, the rush token still just swings for game potential. Well, no, I guess he could pop the rush token. Well, no, he has to pop highest, so he can't pop the rush token. Never mind. Sorry, I went through a whole journey there. I found myself some self discovery going on.
Yeah, that was one heck of an ending.
All right, but a good demonstration of just like how like Purple Hybrid has a lot of different tools, right? You have all those memory gain tools. You have so many tamers you run. You have different forms of board control. Rivals Barrage is still a great card. There's a reason why it was like a $5 rare out of the structure deck for so long, even more than that.
Yeah.
You know, the card is very, very good. It's a very powerful card. Very good for this deck. And Sakuya as well. Sakuya is a monster.
It is a monster. I mean, it's one of those decks that similar to Gallant, you know, and it needed its time in the limelight.
Yeah,
You
agreed.
know,
Although I will say I wish its time in the limelight wasn't so hard inspired by Ruin Mode and Valder. I wish it was
yeah.
Sakuya doing more of its own thing.
Right. But sort of like we talked about in other rounds, right? Like outside of maybe the Royal Knight matchup or the Mirror, but even then, like speed is still a very big component of Royal Knights too.
Yeah.
Speed is the name of the game right now. You know, if you can do your thing as quickly and as efficiently as possible, you're going to do very well. And Askuya kind of just illustrates all of that to a T, right? Your plugins, your scrambles, your trainings, Rika being able to let you play out option cards for reduced cost in multiple ways. It's a very, very efficient engine.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's so good. Okay. So it looks like Jesus is gonna start, which makes sense. You know.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I guess Howie's the one who chose. I actually don't know if I would let Purple Hybrid go first, but maybe you want the extra draw for Sakuya.
As a Sakuya player, I would go second, mainly because if you're not seeing, that's crazy.
That's gas.
That's huge.
He has Dusk, Velgar in trash, BT16 Uko in hand, promo Uko to start. I mean, he's looking at 3 memory effectively next turn already.
Yeah, and your go ahead search. This is good.
There's also a good start from
This is good. You can pick up the X and the plugin, I believe here.
Let's see. Yeah, so
that's exactly what we'll pick up.
Bottom deck the other Rena. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, Howie also has a pretty good solid start.
That's even better.
Yep, drop the training early. Find another training.
And there's a Tau.
We need the Tau.
And you need the Tau. You pick that boy up. Yeah, absolutely.
You'll get back down to that training. Don't worry. Okay, so Uko promotes. That just gains 1.
Another Uko ready to go.
Yeah, and so we can. I think he can potentially. He can do like at least 2. He can do 2 damage for sure.
Yeah.
This turn, that might be about it, really. That's still fine. That's not bad. Set up a pretty crazy board. I mean, Howie basically has to be ready to answer with like a Ruin Mode next turn, I think. Otherwise, it might just be curtains after that, depending on how fast this
depending
goes.
on the everything. Oh.
Promo Uko Living is nice.
That's nice. The plugin S is also pretty good for Howie too, though.
Yeah, reveals 3. He adds 1, right?
Adds 1, and then you add plugin to hand as well.
So a little bit more gas. Rest go to bottom of deck.
Man, Mirage was still alive. I would be feasting.
You have issues.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll change the color of the Renamon. We will not be too big swinging in. There's only the 1 body on board to, do the color stuff. So we'll only mill 1 each.
Oh, that's a good mill, though.
Mills training. Hits a Rena. Does live. End of attack. Will delete himself.
Not bad.
Yep. Set up trash a little bit here. We'll play out the Koichi again.
Now, should we gain the memory then, is the question.
Yeah, we should gain a memory as well.
Well, off of Koichi, though.
Right. Yeah.
You will?
Yeah, you should. Yeah, because you play. It's on deletion. Which
okay.
Yeah. It's the same thing with Duskmon's effect. You gain the memory, or you play it out on deletion. You play out a tamer, and then on deletion you gain memory. You normally gain the memory first.
Right.
Just to keep track of it better. But I think Jesus might have missed that.
Go there for 3. Go Soundbird. I think he gained it.
Did he gain it?
Yeah,
oh yeah, you're right. Because he was at 2 went to 0. Yeah,
he gained it. He did. Play out the Soundbird. So that's. I mean, Howie's got to deal with this. Otherwise, it's a lot of gas real fast.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Rika comes out, which is good. QB plays are out for free. Go ahead and search. 2 hits. Never a bad thing.
Man, honestly, both players high rolling a little bit. Like both players are seeing like their lines that they want to see, like their way they want to play the game.
Howie's ready to pop off here. You go Tau, you've got all the plethora of options in hand. Very stark contrast to what we saw in the last round, where I think we're kind of digging for those options. Now we got them,
Yeah, plug in
and they're
S,
ready to go.
draw one.
You'll
Can
gain 2 memory
go-
off of Rika as well as the EX1 Rena.
Yeah, go into Sakuya. We'll go ahead and tap Rika to gain the memory. Gain memory off of the Inherit. Draw one off of the Vixie.
Minus
Minus
2.
2. Pop the Soundbird. And now, I mean, world's our oyster, right? Do we have a Sakuya X? Pretty sure we do, right? With all
We
this
gain
draw?
the memory off of the Rena. I think we forgot that though.
No, he did.
Oh, you did?
He
Okay,
gained it.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Because he was over at 1 and he gained 2.
Okay. We'll go ahead and use plugin to go into Sakuya here for free. Sakuya effect. We'll go ahead and play out that token with Rush.
Yeah. So now,
Oh boy, here we go. We'll go ahead swing. Use Talmon effect to go ahead play out a scramble. Scramble into a Valder.
Yep.
Lock down Koichi.
Locked on the board. We'll do 2 checks. Gains 2 memory back.
Do we see another
That's
rival?
tough. Those are tough security hits. We really needed something to come up.
Oh,
Dude,
Pommel Whack.
it doesn't do anything. So it deletes a level. Yeah, the token doesn't have a level. Swing.
Man.
And that's just security gone. That's the crazy thing. Sakuya is like literally an OTK deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's just like it started off as being so much more control, and now it's just like, yeah, now I control and I OTK, where I basically make it so you can't play the game the turn after I almost OTK you, if I don't OTK you.
I mean, this was as efficient and as quick as you could have possibly wanted on Howie's end.
Yeah,
Like things just rolled smooth. I mean,
this is
High Roll City here. High Roll City into exactly what you want.
the one thing that Jesus has to be able to do now. He has to clear that Valder stack, right? Like there is still of course a chance if he passes over too much memory, how he can climb back up to Sakuya X, play out a rush token, go for game.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're able to at least clear the
Well, another thing too, right, is that if you go ahead and swing with your 2 Ukos, you have to hope that they die.
yeah,
Right.
well, the Uko can't swing. It's stuck suspended.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But we gain a memory at least.
Yeah,
Being promo Uko, we do gain a memory.
A rest
hatch.
huh?
A little bit of search. Yeah, purple hybrids running Rester because it just looks for sources
That's true.
generically for
That's
stuff,
true.
and it's just a big guy. But it does not, unfortunately, does not help us. Well, actually, okay, I take that back. It could help. It could help us here because we can attack without suspending on Evo, so you can still use it in conjunction with the Koichi there, even though he's stuck suspended. Just
That's
about
true.
how we want to
That's
do
true.
things.
Yeah. The question is also, can you get big enough to hit?
He doesn't always need to get big enough. Even if he can just find, a Velgar to Evo into before he goes all the way up into it, he gets Retail Inherit. So he could swing Retail into it.
Sure. So Uko does end up dying here. We'll go ahead and pitch a card.
I will say
3.
second Valder being in security. That means if we clear this Valder, then
Yeah, it's no more Valder.
yeah, Valders should be done. People typically only run 2 and 2 of Valder and Ruin mode.
Yep.
Calling will
For what?
delete.
Oh, we'll
Okay.
delete Uko.
Yeah, we'll gain the memory back as well.
I feel like you can pitch.
Grab the cards back first.
Yeah.
So what are we grabbing here?
If we're missing the hybrid, you have to pick up the hybrid here, right?
I think you grab.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's
you
fine.
wanted the Velgar.
You want the retail.
That's the
inherit.
retail you need.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because you need to, if you can clear that Valderon, there's a chance that you actually can come back the turn after and still win this.
Yeah.
You just have to choke to 1 after that. Because you're not locked out of the game right now. There's no ruin mode you have to worry about at all. There's no threat of a partition happening.
Gain another memory off of Soundbird too.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so net cost is basically is a free, and now we're thinking about, yeah.
Trying to sequence things out.
But and the cool thing is he'll still get to play out the Koichi. He'll gain the memory. Like he'll still be in a pretty good spot. So we'll change the color of the Rika. So she's purple. Which actually, well, no, it won't really matter because we'll hatch an egg. I was going to say it could matter for draw stuff, but it doesn't really matter right now. We'll mill top 3 because of the colors, which is actually really good. Being able to put Sakuya closer to deck out as well. And then, yeah, go into the Arrestor.
That's huge.
On Evo can attack without suspending. He has retail, so we just swing into the Valder.
Yeah. And then kind of sequence things out that way.
Yep.
So Valder stack will die. Wait. Why did we check a...
Are we bigger? He has piercing, I think, right? He has raid piercing.
Why are we... Oh, we're 13?
I guess we're...
And the Velgar buff.
Oh,
as
the
well,
Velgar
yeah.
buff. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Right,
yeah.
gotcha. Thank you. I always forget the Velgar gets the
Yeah, the buff
so
is
he was
crazy.
plus 6k, so yeah, he was huge.
And that is tough. Because now you've got a Rena that can swing next turn. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so scramble. Well, this is... Yeah, I think you actually almost wanted to just let yourself... But you have to gain the DP anyway, so you're kind of just stuck. There's no real good way out of
Yeah,
it. So, yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah.
just if Howie can get up to a CQX this turn and keep turn, and get the rush token on board, he wins. If he doesn't, then...
Yeah.
Okay, there's CQX.
Can we get there?
Yeah, I think he has a Tau.
I'm pretty sure he has a
We
Tau at
should.
this
I'm
point.
sure. And I think we have all the options. Yeah, we have plug-in S. We have a scramble. Yeah, there's the Tau. We should be able just to go to Sakuya X and just play out an option and get the rush token on board to go for game here. Yeah, plug-in S. Draw a card. All right. Yeah. There's the Sakuya. Gain memory. Some other effects to linger on the arrestor.
Yeah, it'll be minus 2 KDP on arrestor. We'll go ahead and play out a training off of that effect. Go ahead and play out the blocker token. Search 2, pick up a wizard. At this point, you can just hard evo into the Sakuya X.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't
Gains
need to...
rush. You don't even need to go past this here. You just go
Yeah.
play rush token and go for game here.
Yeah. It was good games.
Very good games, yeah.
So
yeah.
Sakuya takes it. Overall, I mean, Jesus had a really good comeback potential there. The scramble being there, unfortunately, did work against him in that instance. But it was tough, right? It was tough. There's no real way. Like he couldn't get the swing out without just he has to be bigger than him.
Right.
But it was still a good try. It was a good attempt, and we just see all the more why Sakuya is so strong.
I was about to say, yeah, Sakuya, this is an illustration of Sakuya just at its finest, right? Being able to just go straight up into your level 7. Not only that's a strong level 7, a 7 that locks you out of the game. Can't let you play, particularly against a hybrid deck.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, it can't it's a lockout. It's a lot. It's tough. But, congrats, both players did good. They played
these were
well.
great matches so far.
It was we still got to go to a game 3.
Yeah.
Which we love. So
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sounds
All right.
good.
So next round will be last round. We're going to break? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll see you guys for the final round. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Nerd Rage Gaming Case Tourney. We are moving into round 5. This will be our final sort of open round, and then we're going to be moving into a top 8 or a top cut, top 8.
Yeah.
Top 8, top cut. There we go.
Yes.
That's
There we go. We
that's
get
what
there.
I'm trying to
We get there.
We get there. So far, we have had a good plethora of different matchups, different decks, all contending, showing what they got. It's been awesome. It's been really, really cool to see. It's so refreshing, dude. It's so refreshing.
Absolutely. I think we talked about this a lot, like going into BT21, thinking like, well, what are we going to see? Is this actually going to be as diverse as we thought it was going to be?
Yeah.
And it's nice to actually see that come to fruition and see all these decks doing what they're doing. It's truly like just refreshing, like you said. The unification set, I think, is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Moving forward for that, seeing how our meta shapes up is really cool.
And I think it's almost, and something I want to talk about too. Like it's gonna set like a precursor, right? Like a little bit of like a precedent for how the game is going to evolve and develop moving forward. Now that we're everyone's gonna be getting their cards at the same time. I wonder if we're gonna continue to see more open metas, especially because I feel like the power creep in Digimon is starting to hit a point where it's hard for it to get any faster.
Yeah.
I feel like most other decks either just catch up at this point, or they do the same speed but maybe a different avenue of that play. Like there's a lot of different like things that we're gonna start seeing, I feel like.
And we've talked about this too on the channel as well, where our deck choices in our meta here, we've seen in the past over in NA, Europe, we're heavily influenced by what topped in JP.
Yeah.
Right? You see the results in JP and you see what's winning, what's not winning. A lot of folks will migrate to what's winning. It's natural, right?
Yeah.
Now that we really don't have that as a comparison, we're really starting to see people like forced to think for themselves, which is great.
Oh, agreed. Yeah. People definitely having to try and find their way through. And here we are jumping in. We have Hunters versus Royal Knights, Luna versus Noah. Noah we had on stream earlier playing Royal Knights, very, very good player. We saw Hunters earlier with Hyper Coliseum Don Jarrell earlier in the day. We have not seen Luna play yet, but I'm excited to see what he's got. I mean, these are they're both undefeated, so this should be good.
Yep.
I think Hunters normally has a pretty decent matchup in the Royal Knights. Typically, I feel like I mean you kind of just climb really big and just hit really fast. Royal Knights can't really answer all your tamers and their resources.
And I think the new BT21 Arrestor is a very great way to just punch Royal Knights in the face, get rid of their bodies. You get the piercing check as well, which is, I think, really, really good.
Raid and pierce over things is really nice. Being able to use old BT12 superior mode to tuck Royal Knight cards like under Cool Boys and stuff like that, or under other Royal Knights or Mechas where they don't get that resource is really good as well. So I feel like this might be a little bit of an uphill battle for Noah. He's gonna have to play very defensively. He's going to have to be really on his toes.
I mean, one could also argue you want to play fast, too. Just get it over with before Hunters can set up. Because Hunters is also a deck that will snowball. Once they get enough resources, it becomes very difficult for most decks out there, right, to keep up pace with it and kind of stay toe-to-toe. If Royal Knights can swing for the fences fast and hard, you might be able to just say, look, we don't care about your speed. We're going to do our thing, too.
Yeah, so we'll pop the Gumdra off that. It will save. I believe, right? Oh, no, that Gumdra's not saved?
No, Gumdra has no save. Yeah.
Okay. Luna draws. Okay. So BT13 Gallant early is pretty good. Getting that tucked under early is really nice as well. That does offer some pretty good avenues of play later on, especially with purges.
Right.
It's also just good to have for when you do your eventual Omni play if you go for that, which I feel like we've seen Noah do. Noah typically has been playing more towards more classic Royal Knight style play. He's not really doing like the Rush Omni and stuff. He's very much kind of, Rush Omni X play with Fire Rockets and stuff like that. He's very focused on just like controlling board and then having his big explosive turns to go.
We see Luna here having a pretty solid start too. You've got BT12 Arrestor set up. You've got a lot of draw inheritable, so very.
It does have save.
It does have save.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure he has save.
So you can get a lot of recycling here. Pardon me.
Very good. No worries. So we'll go ahead. We will go into the brand new superior mode, which we've seen, right? So he's a big card. Can attack without suspending. We'll get 3 draws off of the swing. We can swing and raid into the Gallant. Because we are much larger.
You're 14 now. If you have a Crimson Ace, you could pop that guy, but
yeah, we do just let it go through though. We do hit a Medieval Gallant out of security, which that's pretty tough to see. We don't really want to lose Medievals. Yeah, I feel like Medieval also is probably a really decent card for this matchup.
Oh,
It's something you'd
absolutely.
absolutely want to have on board early just to really stop all the Digicross plays and to rush arresters.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um, but Luna
yeah.
looking like he's in a pretty good spot right now. Yeah, just swing another check at 14.
Cool
Hits the
boy.
cool boy.
Okay.
That actually is also kind of good for Luna in a way because
Yeah, it's
now
something
he
to
has
tuck
something,
now.
yeah, consistent, a place to tuck. Looks like
We're
Noah's.
just clarifying effects there. It looks
Yeah,
like what we can
yeah,
do.
yeah.
We'll go ahead. Digicross here for a cost of
3.
3, playing on another Tagi. So good value there. Passing turn over at 3.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So scoot on. Noah will go ahead. So Noah's. This is kind of a backfoot. This is a tough spot to be already a little
Mm-hmm.
bit, right? Like, I
Mm-hmm,
mean, you can
mm-hmm.
probably clear the superior mode pretty easily. It's probably not the hardest thing to do in the world.
Yeah.
Rush Gallon actually would have been really nice right now.
Rush Gallon now would have been absolutely, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I wonder if it was maybe a bit early to try and pop the Gumdra with it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point too, like hunters, you have the arrestor, but you know, the one fear, right, that we've highlighted before is that your arresters don't save your sources. But here, you don't really care, right?
No.
You've got the 2 Toggies that give you draw. You've done your damage already. You've got Noah down to 3 security. He hasn't tucked anything yet because of it.
Right.
So you're very happy to be like, fine, if you want to deal with him, go ahead. If you don't deal with him, you're just gonna net me more draw value, more more punches next
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So Noah looks like he has a card picked. Okay, we are gonna just drop the Omni X. This also works. We'll
yep.
bottom deck 1, which is pretty good. Now, if I am Noah, I feel like I would bottom deck the king, so there's no save there, and then just swing over the
Absolutely.
superior mode.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So there's no sources getting tucked under the tamers. We're in a pretty safe spot. Obviously, we're passing over a lot of memory, but I think that's probably the best play we could do. We do have less Guardian on board, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just trying to figure out what to do. Also, we're just clarifying how it works.
Yeah, we're clarifying that, but yeah, I agree 100% with you there. You go ahead and bot deck the king version. Just don't get anything underneath the tamers. Swing
Yeah.
over the superior mode for
Like
sure.
the only thing you're worried about is maybe an ace play from the superior mode.
Ooh, looks like we're
Okay,
bot
we're
decking.
bot decking that, yeah.
Okay.
We did see Noah asking some questions about Huntress, so I wonder if he maybe has not played the Huntress matchup too much.
Sure.
Yeah, so now King version will be able to save himself and then tuck another card from trash.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we'll just tuck a Gumdra underneath it. That's fair.
Yeah, that works. I guess this also does.
It's not the worst thing. I think
No.
either or was completely fine.
Yeah, we do start. He doesn't get he doesn't get a draw, which he would have gotten off the Monimon, I guess,
Sure,
which could have also been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, so we're just going over effects here. Noah is in a good spot with the Last Guardian also live too, so if he wanted to, can just keep the Omni out on board. I think there it's a very flexible decision. Again, no real wrong answer. You can do it for more aggression.
Yeah.
You can also choose to just tuck it for an additional inheritable source.
Yeah, agreed.
And purging the Omniax is also never a bad thing either.
Luna's gonna have a lot of active memory to work with this turn with the
Yes,
Tagi Ruse.
yes.
He got some decent draws as well off of that arrestor stack. So this could be a pretty explosive turn for him.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a good chance that Omni does not stay on the board. Even
Yeah.
past that. There's definitely ways that Hunters can climb around it.
Yeah, absolutely. At 6 memory, it 7.
7 memory, yeah. A lot of this too is I also wouldn't be surprised if Luna maybe just takes this turn just to set up more tamers. Just let the last Guardian get burned.
Make that decision, yeah.
Yeah. Just try and see here. So we did go to Gumdra in the back.
And because that's another thing too, right? With hunters or Royal Knights going into hundreds, you don't have a lot of tamer interaction, so you don't have to worry too much about your tamers going away.
Yeah.
So if you have a turn where you can do exactly what you were talking about, which is just setting up your board, making sure you've got your resources lined up for that next play, particularly when you have someone down to 3 security, you don't need a whole lot left.
Right.
You know, you can easily, like, 2 watchmakers could in theory just have you game.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely. Okay, we do drop a Drachmon. We'll Digicross for 2.
That should, if we are having a ton of tamers in hand, go ahead and allow Luna to recycle.
You can bot deck up to 3 to draw. Then requires a bot deck. We'll choose not to, though, it looks like. We'll just go into an arrestor.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to tuck 2 sources here, reducing the cost, making it free, and we'll be able to gain rush.
Just tuck all those draw inherents in there.
Yeah, just get more cards draw. You don't need the shouts here.
No,
There's
they're
no
kinda-
there's no he doesn't even help with Omeka really.
No,
Omeka's
he's 5K.
yeah. Really only helps against like Blancs.
And
really.
this is just illustrating the draw power that Hunters has access to.
Yeah,
You know,
when
if
they
you can
see the right
stack
line.
this right line, yeah, exactly. Like if you have a superior mode here, you draw another what 4? And looks like we're thinking about it. We're
Yep.
gonna go into it for 4.
Yep. Or he goes for 3.
For
actually.
3,
He goes for
sorry.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So can attack without suspending, which means he can swing. Let's see, how big is he? He's only 14. He's only 14. Or no,
Well,
he's
you get
16.
the 16.
He's 16.
You
He
meet.
meets with the Drachmon.
Yeah.
So he could swing and crash into it. Yeah, we needed really. If he would have tucked that Gumdra out the gate earlier, that he missed the
Could have the
save
inherit
on.
there, yeah.
The plus 2K from that Gumdra would actually make the difference right now. He
That's
actually could have
wild
been
that
18.
you could just punch over those things.
Okay, we are gonna crash.
1, 2, 3. Oh no, sorry. He's 15 plus 2 right off a Drac.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
So
so they
he's
count that
17.
as he's 17.
Sorry, yeah. So he's 17. He's
Sorry, I
bigger.
forgot they got counted twice, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
17.
17K over the Omni X. We'll have piercing as well. We suspend the Cool Boy to play Omeka since a
Mhm.
Royal Knight did leave the field.
Would leave the field.
Would leave the field.
Yeah.
And we proc the last Guardian to keep
keep.
the Omni X out on
Mhm.
board.
Now we swing. I'm assuming we can't really raid over it now. Omeka will probably just block.
Right.
But it does get the Omeka off the board. If he's realizing he forgot to draw the first time.
Sure.
So drawing now. Draws 4. Swings. Yeah, we just blocked with the Omeka.
That's fair.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Basically just kind of helping guarantee that the Omni's going to get tucked.
Piercing or no? Remind me.
Should pierce.
Okay.
Yeah, he should have pierced. Or no. If he raided over the Omni X, then blocked with the Omeka, the attack was never going to security, so it didn't matter.
Got it. Okay. All right, so then we played out a Uamano to choke to 1.
Yeah.
So not a bad turn at all. You've got pretty decent board removal. Yes, kind of forced Noah to burn that last Guardian option to keep the Omni X on board for that additional turn or additional point in the turn.
Yeah.
Still gets tucked anyways now, and we're kind of digging out of a hole here. I feel like as a Royal Knights player.
Yeah, it's you're choked to 1. The Cool Boy's nice. You can answer that arrestor, but there's another body ready to swing out. Now the bright side is that he didn't lose any security. Now he could lose a decent chunk next turn, but he didn't lose any this turn or this past turn. So at least he staved off the damage. It just took a lot of resources to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is tough. So now we just have to see what we want to do here. It looks like we're gonna Genku. Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So
Yeah.
reduced cost of essentially 3 at this
Play off the
point.
Omni X off of that.
Yeah.
Bottom deck it, right?
Bot deck it.
Which is really good.
And the turn can swing 1 if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, check a security there, and it is a
2R.
2R.
Okay. So that's pretty good. We have 2 blockers on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Omni X's, this 13 and 16K blocker are nothing to.
Nothing to scoff at.
No, not at all. There is no protections, of course, though. So, some well-timed Arrestor Superior modes here can do some pretty good things. Yeah, there's potential. And also, that's the fact we have the Omeka set up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Omeka is set up in the stack, ready to go. We have another Omeka in hand as well that could play out if something does get removed. We just play that out, get a little bit extra something going.
Right. So we do push up the Gundra. Now we will go ahead and choose to do our Tamer effects, tuck and gain memory.
Mm-hmm.
To answer your question, Blade, I believe it's because if we're directing the attack into another body, you're not technically declaring a security attack.
Yeah.
So you don't get the piercing if you're not swinging into security.
Yeah.
Exactly, yep. So we've done our things. We're debating if we want to tuck something under you, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to decide if we need the extra memory or not.
We see the BT12 arrestor there, so I'm assuming you're not tucking that fella, because that's a good way to get rid of some stuff.
Yeah. I think we need
Ooh,
to.
okay. We will tuck it.
I guess
It's not the worst thing in the world.
no. It's also he's a rough card to swing into security right now with all how big the bodies are in Royal Knights.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
not like the 21 arrestor is definitely much more of a safer pick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are gonna go ahead and evo into the 21 level 4 arrestor. Tucking some cards here.
All right. Effective Arrestor will allow him to play out a Tamer.
Mm-hmm.
Now we
Another
the
Tagu.
third Tagu.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's a lot of gas. There's a lot of gas.
If I'm not mistaken, he was able to get all those fellas out without really technically slamming them down either.
Yeah. Cross up. Okay. That's a good card. We've seen it before. So pays the 1 cost. He places a card with save and text under from his trash under one of his tamers, and then he can digivolve into a card with save and text from the trash.
So yeah, so we could. I mean, we know that he's got 21 superior modes in the trash.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what he's looking into right now. Oh, okay. So going to the 12 superior mode from trash,
Okay.
which is also fair.
Does he have to tuck a card to do that? Because I didn't see him tuck a card. I don't know if you have to or not. I think it's just an optional thing where you may do
I
that
think
part
so.
and then
Yeah,
you
it's a
evo
you
that.
may. You may. And looks like we will go ahead and tuck the Genku underneath Cool Boy.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense because completely lock it off. Can't come out of trash. Can't come. You know, you're not getting to that card again. But we're 16, so we do meet, but we don't have any way of swinging over the Omni. Omni is not, it's not suspended.
Right.
We don't have raid. We will just go ahead and swing at 16. We draw a card. So Noah has to decide if he wants to let this through or not. Because here's the thing: is realistically, it's probably going to live in security. There's a very good chance.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the question now is, do you lose your Omni X?
Oh, second medieval was in security. And they typically only run like 2, right? You don't usually run 3.
I know there are some lists in JP who are running like 3 to 4, but I feel like most of the lists that we've seen settle down here have been running no more than 2.
Now here's the crazy thing. Technically, if Luna has the right pieces, he has enough memory that he can go into another superior mode this turn.
Right.
And go either swing over that Omni or do some
looks like we're clarifying Evo costs.
Oh yeah, let's have to pay that whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic us. Classic us.
We do what we do best.
Sir.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think you have enough memory to climb up.
Does he? Well, no, he didn't. I guess he did. Did he? He didn't tuck cards for going into. He just cross-upped into.
He just cross-upped. So
yeah, he didn't place anything. So should have paid the 1 cost and then evoed for 4. How much memory did he start with that turn? Did he not pay all the memory he was supposed to?
I'm wondering if he didn't pay all the memory there.
I feel like we're missing something.
We'll play out the Drac, recycle stuff to draw. But yeah, it's one of those things. There's just so much stuff going on the board. Like Digicross, you got all your tamers out on the field. But I agree. I think cross up, you pay the 1 and you should pay the full cost.
You tuck a card and then you can evo from the trash if you like, but you still have to evo for the cost. You don't reduce the cost off of. Cross up itself doesn't reduce the cost. You can just reduce the cost off the tamer stuff afterwards. So it's like we're just passing over a bunch of memory.
Passing over memory, swinging again with the superior. Noah is debating if he wants to go ahead and block or not.
If he chooses to block, he could play out an Omeka.
Right.
He could let the check go through.
And then play out Omeka.
And then play out Omeka. Does he have an on the X to evo into on the off play, though?
That's the thing.
Yeah, no. It's tough. That's tough, Bears.
Looks like check will go through 15, so just big enough.
Yeah, just lives.
That's tough. I mean, 2 medieval Gallons gone, Crimson Ace gone, so a lot of his defensive options have been stuck in security, unfortunately.
Yeah. He does get tucked. Now, the one kind of saving grace we have right now is that the fact that we still have security to get removed. We have the Omeka set up. We have Cool Boy set up. So there's a very real world where we can let the security go through, play out Omeka, evo.
Right.
Now, Omeka, when his on play, remind me, can he only evo from the hand or can he evo into an Omni X that's under?
No, it has to be from your hand.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. So we need to find another Omni X right now. So I don't think he has another one, which is tough if he doesn't have one, because then Omeka doesn't. It's a blocker, and that's all it does.
Right.
And we didn't play an Omeka off of the Cool Boy.
Purge.
Okay.
That'll be a 3-cost option. Looks like we're just digging for the Omni X. Oh, there's an Omni X. There is an Omni X there.
So we're good.
Tuck in or you can ace.
Yep. And then we're reducing by 10 now. What do we do?
Okay.
Drop the Omni.
Omni effect will go ahead and play out all the boys.
Yep. Play that out. It'll be for effectively.
Now we got to resolve all our stuff first. So since we played stuff out, looks like we're going to go Oryukin to minus 15k. We'll go ahead and
minus 15 on the Drak and bottom deck the superior mode. So no draw inherit. We do have. He can go ahead and swing end of turn. He'll gain the memory off Oryukin. And actually, this might be game.
This might be game. And then can we tap Cool Boy to gain the memory as well? Since you played out a Royal Knight trait? Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead and gain the memory. To draw one.
Gain one, draw one.
Oh, I guess he's debating if he wants us to spend Cool Boy to play out Omeka later or not. That might be the thing. But I think you just full send it here. You go.
I think he was counting as if he already gained the one and he just finished typing the Cool Boy earlier. Okay.
Go ahead, swing. Omni will go ahead and swing there too.
Should be it. And the end of turn, or just swing without. Okay. All right, game two.
Out of the jaws of defeat, Noah takes game one.
And Noah keeps doing this. He keeps surprising us where he's just like, it looks like he's a little bit on the back foot. Things are looking a little bit tough. And then he just finds like that one good turn of just blowing up like Royal Knights likes to do.
Well, I mean, that's all credit to Noah there. You know, seeing the lines of play and trying to find the one answer in a deck full of answers, the one that you need to go for the game there. And I think there was no other way for him to go for game outside of that play.
Yeah.
So obviously a little luck in there, having the right stuff. But
it was really clever to use the purge to put the Oryukin in there first, and then that way you know that when you swing end of turn with Omni, you'll go ahead and you'll gain that memory to be able to go for game. That was good, sort of like knowledge checking and looking ahead to be like, okay, I will be able to keep turn at this point. I'll be able to go ahead and do all my things and go for game here.
Because it is very, very easy to look at that board state and just be doomers.
Yeah.
Right? And be like, well, what do I do now? Because you've got, 4 or 5 tamers set up, 2 bodies out on board. You're looking at 1-0 security potentially. It's very, very easy to kind of just throw in the towel mentally there.
Yeah.
But very, very well sequenced there by Noah.
Alrighty. Game 2. Players cutting decks.
Those are nice sleeves.
I wonder, okay, I want to know what could they possibly, what support can they possibly give to Royal Knights moving forward?
All force.
Like it's going to be really interesting to see what they give us with 22 and 23 because we already know that we're going to have Royal Knight support in both sets, right? So the deck's not going anywhere. It's only going to see more support. We're going to see more other powerful cards, but I have to wonder like what those are going to do to the deck.
Right, and I think, like you said, the later sets too, they're like literally like themed around Royal Knights.
Yeah, a lot of Cyber Sleuth has a lot of Royal Knight involvement in it. And we know that they're splitting half of them into 22 and then the other half into 23.
I do feel like they have to be very careful because if you give Royal Knights too much support, then you're going back into Numemon territory.
Any more gas, and it's going to get real scary because the deck's already it's already up there as one of the best decks in the format.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very easily. All right, so Luna, decent start, right?
Yeah.
We get a Tamer on the board. We have a Gumdra in the back. Not bad at all.
Give them D-Digi? Oh, God. That'd be crazy.
They don't need D-Digi, bro. They don't need D-Digi. God. You know, contrary to popular belief, I don't think every deck should have everything.
Go ahead and play out a Cool Boy. Not the greatest start, but not a bad start either.
Choke to 1 is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Not terrible. I think there's just nerves about, like, letting Luna get too many resources too early. So it's probably smart. Also, saving the Magna for like another block after is fine too. There's no need to use it right now.
Sure. Go ahead and Evo into a King version. King version will let him play out a BT21 Tagi.
Yeah. So he can just swing, get some chip, draw.
Yeah.
Draw 2 cards off of the swing, and then when he inevitably dies, draw 1 off of the Moni. King will tuck another card under, which will tuck under the Taiki. Everything else goes to trash.
And it's such an important key part to the early Hunter's game plan, right? Is that you just swing, get your draw inherits, and just keep building your hand size.
Do that early chip. Just drop the
Okay.
Watchmaker. Yeah, that's really good too. A
And
lot
just
of
like that, turn 2, we're looking at 3 Tamers already established.
yeah, and Luna's looking in a really good spot to do some good damage. Those are some good reveals as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do we need to grab
Oh, do we
though?
pick up the rookie? Okay.
I'm assuming the rest of his hand probably has everything
I'll
else he
assume
needs
so,
right now.
yeah. Especially with those reveals, if you're not picking those up, you probably have them in hand.
Yeah, the Omniax out of security is a pretty tough for Noah. Like it's not great. We don't want to see it come out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's not really a board state to answer.
Well, it looks like we've got a BT13 Magna that you can play out for cheap.
Yeah,
right?
we have that. We have Last Guardian as well.
Mm-hmm.
So he has some different things he can do here because he can drop the Magna for 1.
1, and then you've also got Cool Boy that'll net you gain memory 1 and draw 1 too. So you've got different routes that you can play this.
The question is just how does he pass turn without passing over too much memory?
Yeah.
Does he has a purge, so I guess he could in theory do the whole thing with Magna, stay at 3, purge, and just put Luna over to
1, and just
to
not
1.
tap Cool
Yeah, 'cause
Boy.
gain 2.
Yeah.
Well, even if he taps Cool Boy right now.
Well, tap Cool Boy. You would have to tap Cool Boy. Yeah.
Even if he taps Cool Boy, yeah. So I think that's probably the best play for choking. I think that's what I would do at least.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it makes the most sense. Given hunters like 3 memory in a situation like this is pretty scary.
Yeah. Because it's very easy for them. I mean, he only needs 1 more tamer on the board. That Watchmaker's live for those extra checks.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be able to load sources thanks to the other Tagiru. If you give them enough memory, they can just Digicross, Evo for reduce cost, gain rush, and then swing end of turn for some nutty stuff. So have to see what they do.
Yeah, so it looks like we will play out the Magna, reducing by 1, tap Cool Boy to keep it live.
Yeah. I guess the one saving grace is that if he went for the rush angle, he wouldn't be able to get a 4th tamer on the board.
Right.
From Luna's angle. But yeah. So counting. Checking to see here. And yeah, I think you just purge. I think you just purge. Play it for 6, gain 2 back. Having that Royal Knight under your Yggdrasil early can be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Purge
Put to
effectively
1.
for 4. Go ahead, draw 1, tuck 1 as well. We see a BT13 Omni there.
That's
we
really
see a
good.
medieval in hand now too,
Yeah.
which is very, very
Those are all
good.
really, really good plays for Noah. So what does he want to do here? Does he? I mean, what do you tuck? Right? Probably.
There's an Oryukin Ace in there. There's a Lord Knight in there as
That's
well.
probably what I would tuck would be the Oryukin Ace.
I think so. There's no like huge DP threats that you really need to worry about right now.
Yeah.
And we saw how very helpful it was to have that Oryukin Ace in your stack when you play out the BT13 Omni. And yeah, we see that play exactly unfold. We see the Oryukin Ace get tucked in, and Luna's up at 1.
It's a decent card to set up.
Yeah.
All right. So Luna can still have a pretty good turn here, though. Thanks. That new Tiger is so much gas for hunters, dude. It solved so many problems for them. Giving them just like, memory gain that also draws them a card. And it's like not limited. It's just it's insane.
It's very, very good.
While still doing what Hunters wants to do and reduce costs as well.
I mean, I think it was the only way to really put it back on the map, right? Outside of some of the support pieces that it got,
Yeah,
without this,
it needed that in big numbers. What it got,
Yeah.
all of the support it got helped massively. Filled in a lot of the gaps that it was, definitely hurting it.
And I will say too, like I know we've talked about this a little bit before in the past as we're kind of debating plays here. I do think the Digimon developing crew have done an excellent job at mapping out where the game's been going. They definitely have thought about their game plan on how things want to evolve and kind of grow over time, and they've definitely done a very, very good job at future mapping this game.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree fully. All right, so we know Luna's set up for some pretty good aggression next turn. Noah does actually have a decent amount of sources, tucked out. He's reducing by 9, which is pretty good. Cool Boy makes it effectively 10. So Noah has some different plays he can do. I don't think you purge this turn at all. But I'm not too sure what you do either. I don't know if maybe you. I mean, we know he has the Last Guardian in hand. Maybe you just go for some search.
Yeah.
Put yourself at 0. If you have another body, you can drop.
Yeah, I don't think Last Guardian's a bad idea. You can just go ahead. Yeah, like you said, dig a little bit. You'll put yourself at 0. Mm,
Top 3, not great reveals. We'll grab the Royal Knight. Everything else goes to bottom. Another Omni. Admittedly, another Omni's not bad though
it's
either.
not.
Being able to
It's
drop but
not.
just to delete something sometimes is actually really good. So having
Mm-hmm.
2 in hand is not bad at all. And we
Looks like I think we're
just
doing the alpha here.
yeah,
Yeah.
drop for 2 effectively because it'll be for 3, but then gain 1 off the Cool Boy.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Well, for
then
one.
no, it's 12 play cost.
Oh, it's a 12. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So he'll recover 1 there, and then this is also helps out too because now if security gets chipped, he can very easily just
Next something
minus
8K.
8K on something.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that too, he has barrier. So if
Mm-hmm.
he wants this alpha to like just be annoying and stay around to make sure it gets tucked, that's also
Yeah.
nice as well. Like Luna, pretty much only way he's getting rid of that alpha is if he goes into a 12 superior mode, which is very doable,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
especially with this much memory and resources. The Watchmaker's live as well, which is pretty scary. We're just tucking, getting all the draws going, getting the
yeah.
cycle.
I mean, the amount of resource that you gain off of this is just wild. The Taiki's out, giving you so much draw power.
Yeah.
I mean, this is as ideal as a setup for hunters as you could probably ask for. We do see the 12
Yeah.
come out,
So
so
we'll
that will get rid of the alpha.
do this. We'll reduce to 1. The alpha is going to get tucked under the Cool Boy. Just grab some draw on hairs, grab some DP boosts.
But to go back to your point, though, this is an arrestor that is very vulnerable to security if it swings in,
Yeah.
right? Because it is only sitting at 12K
Yeah, he's
right
only
now.
12. He will get the draws at least out of it,
Mhm.
which is pretty good. Now the question is, does he use the Watchmaker to get 2 checks out of it? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
There he goes. So we'll
2 checks at 12
Yeah.
coming in.
see if he
And
lives.
do we live?
Draw the cards first.
And you really just need to live the first check. And he
Yep.
does.
Go to. So second check, we'll hit off here.
Okay.
Crimson mode does die there. But hey, I mean, you got the second check. That's the big thing.
Absolutely, yeah. You get the
Um,
first check done. You really don't care what happens next.
The only thing that would have been even more gas for him is if it did live, end of turn getting 2 more checks could have been really scary.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
scary
yeah.
for Noah.
God,
But Luna still has he can still do some things here.
Yeah.
Can evo for
Another
2.
Tagi. Oh
Yeah,
my.
just further set up. It's more memory resources swinging your way. Now we see the snowball starting to kind of get a little bit bigger for Luna.
Mm-hmm.
So what's he thinking? He
We'll go ahead, swing here. Get some extra draw. Never
Sure.
hurts.
draw extra chip.
There's a Jess.
Not bad. He'll draw one off the Moni. It goes bye-bye. And this is fine too. Like realistically, there's no reason to leave it on board. It's not going to live.
No.
It's not going to live the turn.
Yeah.
Get the aggression you can out of it now. Force Royal Knights to be in a bit of a tighter position. The only good thing for Noah right now is the fact that he is putting he's going to have to give Noah a decent amount of memory. The least he can give him right now is 2.
Yeah.
And we do know he has the Omnis in hand. So there is a fair chance.
Jeez, so many tamers.
Passes 3. Okay. There's a fair chance that because I guess Noah doesn't really have the resources to kind of go
Right
for
now,
game.
going for game is a little tough.
He would need. What does he need? He needs an Omni X in hand to evo over an Omni to do more damage.
Well, the problem is if Luna sees an arrestor, whether it's the BT12 or BT21, he can in theory go for game here with the Watchmaker live.
Yeah, true.
So you need to get rid of this king version to give yourself a glimmer of hope. But even
Yeah.
then, you need to do it in a way that is memory efficient as possible, which is almost negated by the fact that Luna has 2 Tagis out on board, 3 Taikis out on board,
Right.
and multiple sources tucked under a lot of your tamers.
Yeah, because
so
you can choke Luna to 1, but it won't necessarily save you. Like you're
Right.
still gonna be in a pretty dicey spot.
The only other thing I can maybe imagine is to play out a medieval if you have a medieval here.
But we can't even reduce the.
If you have a Magna, you play out the Magna, suspend 2 bodies, and then pop the
True.
shot
Yeah, he
king.
could do that. He could also
He
could
has
purge,
a Magna, I believe.
He could purge the
Yeah.
Magna out or just drop the Magna and
That's
then
the only out because then you're not able to digicross a level 2 to go into a BT12 arrestor.
right.
So that would keep your turn, and then the medieval would stay on the field, and then hopefully if you can get some inheritable.
Well, actually, hold on. To be fair, if with where we're at memory wise right now, even
Mhm.
if he did that, he would pass over enough. Like if he put Luna over a 4, Luna goes up to 6 off the Tagi Ruse. Luna could still very well digicross again
Oh,
after
yeah,
one gets dropped. So
absolutely.
actually, it doesn't completely shut it off. He would need to be able to choke to 1 with the medieval play, which I
Right.
don't think is possible.
No.
We pop 8K or less, at least, off of playing out the Jess. And I think Noah recognizes that he needs more bodies in his Yggdrasil to really be able to go for what he wants to do. It'd be really nice if you can get an Omni X
Purge
under
here
there.
just to choke to 1.
I think you purge and tuck the Omni.
Yeah.
Tuck the Omni X maybe, because you don't have a. There's no
Mecha. You might as well
It
just
doesn't
tuck
do
it
anything
so
in your
that you can
hand.
get Valley off of that. If you end up living the next turn, then you end up
You can drop your BT13 Omni
play out
and
the
do
Omni
exactly
X.
what he did game 1, where
Mhm.
he can effectively cheat like 3 memory
Yeah.
off of his Omni play.
Lord Knight.
Lord Knight instead.
Okay.
Okay.
Which does give you another body too,
That's fair.
potentially.
That's fair. maybe he does have a mecha in hand. We're missing it. I don't know. Maybe we just didn't see it. It's been a couple times we've missed things. So, but Luna does have. I mean, this is a good turn for Luna. You know, he's still got 5 security. Right. Obviously, that can change very quickly, but he still has 5 security. He has a board full of tamers. He can load the Tagirus. He has all the sources in his
You
hand.
see the BT12 arrestor right there.
Yeah, he does a BT12 arrestor, which we're tucking 1. It looks like. I think he has a Drac. Was the only rookie I saw.
There's a BT12 arrestor. Interesting. That's getting tucked underneath, which means you probably
He
have
has
to
all
have
4.
that.
He has
yeah,
2 more in his
okay, then
hand.
there you go.
I think he had.
You
all
just
4.
need to get a rookie out on board, and that's all you need.
Yeah, it just comes down to, can he live? That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Can he live the swings? If he can, then yeah, he absolutely does have.
You've got two.
Well,
two
the token is
inheritables.
blocker.
Token is blocker. You've got 2 inheritables that give you DP buff. You would, I mean, if you go into the 12 arrestor, right, you basically tuck the blocker underneath Jess or underneath Cool Boy or whatever. No one blocks anymore.
Yeah, it depends on where he goes. If he goes BT12, arrestor, tucks the blocker, and then it just disappears. If he goes into BT21 arrestor, then he can swing without suspending. Do the I'm trying to think how he'd even, because I think Noah would have to let the first swings through and then block on the end of turn swings, because if the piercing's still going to do the damage regardless.
Yeah.
You just need to block the game-winning swing.
I'm curious here. Looks like we're just doing for more draw here. So we're choosing just the 1 Gumdra to give plus 2k. Does this mean we're going into a 21 arrestor is the question.
I would assume. So he's at
There's
1.
clarifying just Digivolution reduction here, which with all
Yeah.
those tamers, I don't blame you just to make sure, even if it's just to kind of check your opponent to make sure.
It's
You
3
know.
plus 1. Okay, we do
Okay.
go into the other arrestor. We can use all of our tamers to make it a free Evo. Now, this is the key moment. Noah needs to know, because the raid won't help, right? Like, raid, he can't raid over the token. It has to go over the Jessmon.
Correct.
I think you have to just let that happen if that's what's going to happen,
Mhm.
unless you have an ace play to stop it, which we do see he does have a GX in hand, I believe. Yes, he does.
He does.
But I don't think he's big enough.
He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 18 plus another 4, so he's 22k
Plus another
right
6. There's
now. Or
3
plus
plus
6,
2Ks
so he's
inheritable.
24k right now.
Yeah, so GX will not help
GX
us
will not
here.
help.
So there's no reason to ace here. You just have to let this swing. Let it raid through the Jessmon, unfortunately. Just take the hit.
Yeah, you take the hit and you block the second time around.
Yes. Yeah, you let the piercing go through, do the damage, and then you block after that. Now, that being said, though, if he does block the raid hit, then he's safe as well. Assuming Luna chooses to raid over the Jess,
Correct.
then that means that,
And Noah is seeing that, so it looks like we will just let it go.
okay, we're letting it through. We're not
Do
going
the
to
2
block.
checks. Now, we'll draw for this inherits.
Yeah, draw a lot.
Jesus.
Omni,
Okay,
yeah, nothing in security is going to stop.
Omni. Is that a...
Wargrowl Ace. Interesting.
Okay.
And then do we have a means of just popping the token so we can end of turn swing?
No.
No, so we'll go ahead
Let's
and
go
do
ahead and
that.
block.
All right. So no one needs to win next turn.
No one needs to win absolutely
Period.
next turn.
No one
yes.
needs to have enough memory to play out an Omni and win next turn, which is going to be tough because he's what? He's sitting at reducing by 10, 11. He needs at least 3 memory right now. Otherwise, he's not keeping turn.
Correct. So if you go BT13 Omni, right, in theory you play out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
You play out 5 bodies, but it's not. Yeah, we just choke to 1. And I
Now,
think
another thing though that you can do if you play out BT13 Omni and keep turn, which I think you can do here.
I don't think he can.
Five, six,
He's only
7,
reducing
8,
by
9,
10.
10.
He's
Yeah.
reducing by 11 at most with the Cool Boy.
Okay.
And the BT13 Omni's a 14 cost. So he needs. That's why I was saying he needs 3 memory.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's no way for him to keep turn. He doesn't have an Omni X under the stack to do anything. He can technically play stuff out and like he can't even clear board entirely.
No, he can't clear board.
Because the Cyclone will still live. He really needed an Omni X. He really desperately needed an Omni X.
He has an Omni X in hand right now.
Yeah, but that's not. He needed
not,
it.
he needed it.
He needed either an Omeka tucked under the stack or something to
Right.
play out.
Right.
To then go into an Omni X or some other means. He needed to be able to board wipe at the end of that turn last turn.
Because if
or
you're
have
able to
enough
keep turn with BT13 Omni, you could always just hard Evo into Omni X at the end. Because now your Drazzle restriction is gone if you
Right.
play out BT13 Omni that
Right.
way.
Yeah. And then he won't have blockers set up. There's no security to be removed. I think Noah's seeing it too. I think Noah's realizing he's like, yeah, I'm just stuck. There's nowhere I can go right now. So like, what do? You can purge something here. We have 2 purges.
You have 2 purges, but purges will stop your on plays, right?
Oh, but wait, hold on. Maybe swing. Okay.
And then
Get the
BT13
chip,
Omni.
get the memory. Yeah, then BT13 Omni does hit a cross up. What does cross up do out of security?
Lets you play something out, I believe.
Does it play a tamer or?
And Noah got that big brain. Purge, swing, yep, gain the memory back. Now you're reducing by 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. With Cool Boy Live, you will have just enough memory to play out BT13 Omni.
You cross up, you may play 1 card with save in its text and play cost of 5 or less from your hand or trash without paying the cost, then you add it to the hand.
I think this could do it for Noah. If you play this out, play out the Omni, you pay 5.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just whenever security's removed.
Yep.
That's all you gotta do.
The boys come out.
Yeah.
Lord Knight will play out another
He actually,
body.
he can game. He can game.
He can
'Cause
game,
The Lord Knight
exactly.
will play the Gotsu out.
Yep, you got your 4 checks.
Evo Omni
and then
X.
Evo Omni X and go for game.
He needs his BT13 Omni to live until
Correct.
that point.
Which, at this point, you will.
That's a fairly good odds.
Unless you're
fairly
seeing
good
the
odds.
ace play, but Omni coming out doesn't delete anything.
Correct.
So he does have to be careful there.
Yeah, but I don't think we've seen any aces from Luna. I don't think he's.
I think so.
I think he's focused just purely on hunters for maximum consistency. Which I mean, it served him well. He's gone 4 all day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good call.
And did you see what Noah had in hand just there too?
No, I didn't see.
He said it's an Omeka. So,
Okay.
in theory, you could do the swings. If your Omni gets bounced or aced or whatever, right?
Drop
just
an
drop an
Omeka,
Omeka, go
clear
into Omni
board.
X, and then swing for game without suspending.
Also true. Yeah, that's right.
So this might be Noah's to take here.
I think it is. Just that.
Very well played
checks.
by Noah here. Very, very well
That
played.
does die.
That
Yeah.
does die. We swing with the
Swing.
Omni.
It's a Tagiru.
It's a
and then
Tagi. We just hard Evo now here.
Yep. Evo for 2.
Luna's
turn,
like,
swing
yeah,
for
you
game."
can do that. Yeah.
All right.
Very well played.
Noah
Very,
takes it,
very
yeah.
well sequenced by Noah.
That
there.
was again from the jaws of defeat. Noah managed to bring it back.
And again, the Oryukin Ace.
Yes, sir. Or you can ace is such a good card, dude. That card's cracked. It's my nightmare. But jumping over to the other table, we have Edgar on Armor Rush versus our own boy Mitchell Hazarth
Yeah.
on Purple Hybrid.
And Mitchell has. It's been great to see Mitchell just really get into Digi. Just a little plug for him too here. We met him at the shop, when he was playing Leo, like really just got fresh into the
was at
game.
EX5 is when he first started.
Was trying to learn the game and was having some rough locals, just trying to pick up the mechanics. And he's really embraced it, and he's become probably one of our best players,
Absolutely.
at locals. It's great to see that
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah, he is very, very efficient on the Purple Hybrid. He is a die-hard Purple Hybrid player. Like he's
Mhm.
been, even after the hits, he never stopped, never gave up. He just instantly adapted and worked on it, and it's been working out for him.
Yeah.
And Edgar's got a pretty good setup going right now. He's got
Yeah.
Promo Flame Draw. He's got Magna X. Does not have any security, which is a bit tough. That is a bit tough. Mitchell still has 2. So what do we do here if you're Edgar?
Well,
It
you
looks like we're
can't-
in
you
game
can't-
3 right now
yeah.
as well.
You can't go ahead and raid here, belt and security. So this will just be a pure swing and a security here.
Yeah, but we still have Armor Purge live at least. That's
Correct.
something.
Correct.
Where
It
we
is
can
something.
then potentially go into a Magna restand swing again, and then we
Yeah.
just need one more swing. Or at least to set up, maybe we set up a Magna X, but there's 2 swings coming in next turn, so that's
It's
unless we
tough.
deal with the stack right now.
Well, I mean, one thing you could do is maybe go BTA Magnet to get rid of the Arrestor, potentially, depending on your armors and trash.
Swing, we crash
Should
into the
crash.
Arrestor. Okay. Yeah,
That's
so
fair.
he wants to make sure he can probably go into a Magna here,
I
I'm
think
guessing.
the BT21 Magna here will DP neg the Arrestor.
Yeah.
Right?
Draw.
Restand.
But, I mean, does he neg him enough? He has to minus him a lot. I mean, I guess it just needs to put him low enough for him to swing over.
Right.
Which
right,
he's
right.
sitting at 10k
And
right
it's
now.
-2 per armor form in trash.
Yeah.
On
deletion, would you gain a memory, though?
1, yeah.
Okay.
But you do choke to 1 there. You do choke to 1.
No,
you
he
have
has a. Oh no, Keenan's not a memory. Oh no, he can
well,
play out the memory center.
there's a memory
There
center.
we go.
There it is.
All right.
And Mitchell might be able
I
to
mean,
sneak this one
yeah,
out.
you just
need to have the
swing.
hybrids in hand.
Swing
That's
for
all you need.
just swing for game. Yeah, you just swing for game. Even if there's an ace threat, then you identify it now.
Yeah.
If there's no ace threat, then yeah, he blocks.
And if we're going for the rush variant of armors, I find it very hard to sneak in anything like Zudo Ace or anything like that. You really don't have the room for it.
Yeah, I don't see anything
I
in
don't
his
think
hand.
he has it. So all Mitchell needs is another hybrid.
Yep, just one hybrid. That's all we got to see.
And do we have it?
We have a Velgar.
And he's doing it.
Or Dusk, rather.
Dusk
even.
it is.
Yep. Draw. Does evil for 2.
They're just like, just sequence it out, but you go ahead, swing. I think Mitchell's just like making sure, absolutely making sure that there's no
swing.
potential threats here. We'll declare the swing, mill.
They mill a lot. This is probably, 4. So he's a big guy. So even if there was an ace play, it would have to be like a Zudo to do something.
And there is.
he's joking with it like, oh, ace play coming in. All right. And Mitchell takes that as well.
Between them. Yeah, that's very, very well played.
All right. This is pretty good. So that is the end of our round 5. We're going to be moving into our top 8 top cut.
Yep.
In just a few moments here, I would assume we'll probably still have other people playing out the round.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah.
But
So we'll be back.
Say again? 15? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So 15-minute break till top 8. But yeah, again, shout out to Nerd Rage for putting on this event, for having us out here, letting us commentate this. It's been awesome so far.
Yeah.
Just such a cool array of decks to see. So much awesome stuff. But yeah, I'm psyched. I'm psyched for Noah, dude, because Noah was talking to me a little bit.
Yeah.
About stuff on Thursday when he whooped me at locals. And but I could see like he's like the gears are turning. He's really figuring out rolling that, and it's really fun to watch him work on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's down, yeah, we can interview Noah.
Yeah. You have a little bit more rapport with him too, so I'll let you take the reins on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. I can hear them yelling for Noah. One moment. We're nabbing him. Yeah. What's up, man? How's it going? Here's a little headset for you. Do a little interview for you. All right, first of all, congrats.
Thank you, man.
Well done, well done. I know the day's not over yet. You still have to go into Top Cup, but winning just out the first 5 rounds, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's sick.
No, I'm super happy right now.
Yeah, that's sick. That's so. I need to compliment you. Your plays with Oryukin Ace,
Dude.
You're so clean with it. You're so clean with you're so quick to just be like, okay, yeah, I just need to gain the memory. I just need the memory. And you see it every time. You're so good with it.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything better than 16. He doesn't have like an ace play coming, so I'm like I can gain the 3 and just try and end it right there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Were you feeling like nervous moving into that? Because I know like game 1 you were doing pretty. It looked like a little bit dicey, but not nearly as dicey as game 2. Game 2 he had you down at like 0 security or in a little bit of a tight spot, but you still just like jaws of defeat came back.
Yeah, I was a little nervous. I knew he was playing Hunters, and that's definitely a bad matchup. It's just like a little too fast, so I just have to like try and like bottom deck his stuff when I could, which is why I played like the early Omniacs in
Yeah.
game 1, just so that he doesn't have his so he can save under his tamers.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It's just like trying to react to everything that he's doing. And
Yeah. And
I just had like the right cards at the right time too.
yeah, and you've done phenomenal. Like you're very very good at like identifying the right place. Because even like during game 2, because I remember like when you whooped me just this past locals
yeah.
with Royal Knights, and like I was seeing you play, and I'm just like, man, like I can even just see like you were already playing well then, but it just feels like I don't know if you've been grinding like until
I haven't
until then?
grinded as much as I wanted to, but
Sure.
every moment I can. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see it. You can definitely see like the knowledge checks, the skill, like the work you're putting into it. It's awesome to
I
like
appreciate it.
watch you like work it out and get through there. Like you're
Thank
seeing
you.
stuff like me and Ben would be like, "Oh man, is he cooked?
Yeah,
How's he got this?" And then you just like would do something that were just like brain blast.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But yeah, no, absolutely. Moving forward, what were your matchups you were like dreading today? Was there any you were really worried about?
Armor Rush for sure.
Mhm.
I teched in like 2 BT20 Alphamons because I thought like the -8 in security plus the recover might like help me get the ball rolling so I can get to like the mid or late game.
Yeah.
Hunters for sure. I haven't had a lot of practice against that. I
Mhm.
played it once at the Solis. I did well on that, but anything that was like super aggro,
Yeah,
I
really
wasn't.
fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just kind of a little shaky about.
A little worried about. Yeah, but you played it well. I mean, you showed that Royal Knights also like it can be pretty quick.
It's great.
It can be
yeah.
deceptively fast.
Yeah.
Is there what turned you on to Royal Knights? Like, what made you be like, okay, this is the deck that I'm gonna lock in and grind for this?
The support was just really good.
Yeah.
I kind of like Omnimon like everybody else, and it just so happened that it's like really good. The matchups are really good outside of the rushes, and I
Right.
didn't think people would be too confident playing that, like the Hunters and the Armor Rush, just because it's like a week or two out from set release.
Sure.
And I'm pretty confident in the other matchups in the meta.
Mhm.
Galleon's not too bad for the deck. Once you can start deleting stuff, then it gets pretty bad. But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's sick. That's good. I mean, yeah, it's cool because like I know a lot of people right now are all kind of going through trying to find their paces, trying to find what they want to play.
Yeah.
And so it's good. It's nice to see ones like for yourself and for other people as well, like when they can find a deck to lock in on that they feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
Because I know like there's a lot of like I guess concern moving into kind of an open meta with BT21 where there's no like preset like this is what's good.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
Yeah. With
So
the
it's
world
cool to
Convergence,
yes.
we don't have homework to work off
Right,
of and stuff.
exactly. We don't have someone who already kind of laid the path out for us. So it's cool to see old stuff still doing good. Royal Knights having a comeback in general because it was kind of dead up
Yeah.
until recently.
Yep.
Right, is really nice. When did you start playing the card game actually?
I started playing like in BT8.
Okay.
I kind of like fell off after the cross became like super OP.
Right.
Like I was like what 10 or something.
Yeah, it was BT10 when cross came
And then
around.
I fell off a little bit. I came back maybe a year or two ago. I think it was like EX6 meta.
Okay.
And I was like grinding Diaboromon
Yeah,
for
and
like
that's
the
what
longest time.
Yeah, I remember.
Super excited for BT22 for support, but
New errata, memory setter, hopefully, or something.
he has to be a memory setter.
Do you think, depending on how stuff goes moving into 22, that you might swap off Royal Knights, go back to Diaboro if the support's good enough?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, it would have to be like insane
It has to be really
support.
good, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Diaboromon's kind of my like favorite deck right now.
That's
But
good.
yeah, it's just not great into the meta right now.
Yeah, it definitely there's all the Digivolve and bounce.
Yeah.
It has some struggles for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
But hopefully we see some more support. But it's gonna be hard too because like we know Royal Knights getting support with 22, with 23.
Oh yeah.
What's some support you'd want to see for Royal Knights? Like, is there anything that you feel like the deck is missing that you'd like to see come out of 22 or 23 moving
Probably
forward?
like Tamer interaction.
Okay.
I mean, Blue kind of got it with Hexablow, so
Sure.
I'm kind of hoping All Force does something with that.
Yeah,
I
like
think we
bottom
got,
decking or bouncing.
Yeah, I think we got some art for All Force in BT22.
Yeah, we
He was
did.
like fighting Barbermon or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm excited to see where the support takes the deck. But I think Tamer interaction is probably the biggest hurdle for us because it helps with the Armor Rush with like getting the Davises out of there or
Right.
Hunters with all their saving. Cross is a really bad matchup for us.
Okay.
It's fast. It gets the minus
Yeah.
DP on the board so that we can't Omeka play.
Right. That -5.
yeah, anything that helps us with like save, I think would be great.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. Well, we got to go. But thank you so much
Yeah.
for coming on and
No,
interviewing.
thank you.
Appreciate you.
I
Congrats
appreciate it, man.
again.
Thank
I'm
you.
excited to see what you do for Top Cut. Blah. And
Yeah.
yeah, we'll be back in like 15 minutes. You said, Zeke? 4:05. Okay. So we'll be back in a little bit, guys. Just hang tight, hang out, and catch you soon.
See ya.
Bye. Howdy, folks. Welcome back. We are here with your top 8 top cut over at the Nerd Rage Gaming case tourney. Today has been phenomenal. It's been a great day. Hopefully everyone is having a good time. Hopefully you guys are enjoying all the different matchups, all the different decks we've had on cam so far. It's so fun how open the meta is. How many different cards we have access to right now, and like how many different decks are actually able to compete at this level. Like even like we have an Examon in top 8.
Top 8, yeah.
We have an Examon in top 8 which is, I mean, it's it's a 32-player tourney. It's not like hundreds of players, but it's still that's significant. He was undefeated up until round 4.
Yeah,
I believe. Then he won out his last round, I think. So yeah, there's a lot of variety still. It's not like it's just like top 8. It's 6 Leviathans. So how are you feeling? How have you felt the day has gone? How have you been enjoying all the different decks?
I'm right there with you. I mean, I think it's been a great time watching a lot of these decks come back, and sort of what we talked about earlier, right? We're not sitting here being like, well, here comes Omni X again, here comes Galen X again.
Not just 10 Royal Knights.
Yeah, like you said, we've had every single round has been a fresh matchup, fresh decks. It's been really, really great to see. And I think it's giving me hope for this next month of competitive Digimon, where that you can go to a tournament and you really don't know what you're going to play against.
Right.
Which I think is the first time where I'm having that feeling since, I think you said it, BT15, end of BT14, early BT15 days. So it's definitely a nice refresher.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. It's really, really cool just to see all different decks performing.
And I would also say too, because of all like the spread that we have, right? We're seeing a lot of player expression too, which is really cool.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see like this more aggressive players really kind of embrace that, right? And play in a more aggressive way and bring out decks and bring out the aggression in decks too.
Yeah.
And more control-y decks and how they are expressing it that way. So it's been really, really awesome to see that from our players.
Yeah. All right, let's recap what we have. What we know what we know about in top 8, right? We know we have some of the players that we've seen top already.
Yep.
Dusty there. So we know we have an Examon. We have a Hunter's deck, which will be up there. Luna will be in top 8.
Yeah.
We have
Purple Hybrid with Mitchell.
Purple Hybrids. We
Royal
have Royal
Knights.
Knights. We have Armors, and there's just 3 other decks that are unaccounted for right now. But that's having 5 different decks within a top 8 space there, and not one overlap. Already is insane.
That's huge.
It's really, really cool. So. We should be getting started in a few moments here. They're just getting everybody set up outside, getting everyone ready to go.
So yeah, while we wait for them to set up again, just huge shout out to Nerd Rage over here. They've given us a great opportunity, and we're super thankful for it. They're located in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. So if you're in the Chicagoland area, northern suburbs, if you're looking for a place to play Digimon, One Piece, Magic, Flesh and Blood, any game that you can think of, they have a space for it. Digimon in particular, their locals run Monday nights at 6:30 p.m. and then Saturday, I believe they start about 1 o'clock, 1:30 p.m. So it's a really great scene. Their store link has been floating around the chat. I'm sure Zeke will throw it up on there too.
Yeah.
So shout out to them. If you're local, support the shop. If you're looking for stuff, they're a great place to buy and, support. So huge shout out to them.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Yeah.
So what do we think we're going to see on cam? First round. What do you think is going to be at the table?
I kind of want to see, just because I'm a little selfish, I kind of want to see the armor matchup going into Hunters.
Armors, yeah, that's a good one. Armors versus Hunters, I'd be down to see. I'm curious to see how Exa performs in this area. I want to see how Exa does, because I feel like I'm surprised that we're here, that Exa made it this far.
Yeah.
But I'm glad. So I want to see what else Andrew's doing with it, because we already saw Andrew win against Megidra with it, which it's the same Exa player. I think Andrew's actually probably the only Exa player.
I think he's the only Exa player here. Yeah.
But we saw it win against Megidra. We know that Megidra kind of just struggled to find its footing for a lot of it. So I'm interested to see more of a dialogue, with the matchup. That'll be something fun to see. But Armors vs Hunters is cool.
What about you? What do you think?
I have a feeling it's gonna be Exa Royal Knights.
Okay.
That's my guess for I think it's gonna be Noah versus Andrew.
Sure.
That's my
Sure.
That's my guess. We'll see if I'm right or wrong.
I will say one thing too. I am surprised. Blue Green Imperial has been a bit silent today.
No Imperial. No Imperial.
No red purple Imperial
no
either.
red purple Imperial. No cross.
Yeah.
No. I don't think we saw with no Galactic, from what I've been hearing.
What do you think about that?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, but hey, I mean, if people don't want to play it, that's
No adventure either yet, at least from what we've seen. I know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there had to
there
have been
had to have
somebody
been
playing
somebody.
it. Yeah.
Without a doubt. There's no way wasn't anybody playing Adventure today. But maybe, but as far as we know, we didn't see it. We don't know who would have been playing it. But yeah. Trying to think what else. What else? Maybe I'm like a bit surprised we didn't see Levia.
True.
No Levia.
Yeah. I mean, Levia. Yeah. It's one of those things, right? Sort of like comfort food, where like people go back to it.
Yeah.
When they're kind of in a pickle or they need something to kind of munch on and see.
Right.
So
See
then
how it's
people
feeling
start
in
to,
this format.
yeah. It's sort of like a comfort thing, and then after that, you see people play around it. It gets solved, and you go back to the new stuff.
Right. Yeah. We did have some Gallantmon players. I don't believe they're in top 8. I could be wrong. Like I said, there's 3 players that are unaccounted for decks that, at least as far as I'm aware. Starting off. Okay. So
Angels.
we have
Nice.
Garcia with Megidra and Luis with Angels. So Luis actually ended up getting, going out the rest of the day and managing to get top 8. Awesome to see.
Yeah, shout out to Garcia too. Because he was our top 4 player at Nats with Fenry Luga.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That that's crazy. We have 7 different decks. At least I think in top 8.
That's really great to see.
Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy, but also awesome. Just goes to show how like you can pick up a lot of different decks right now and kind of rip it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got Burger King playing over on the right.
That Burger King. just the cup. So funny. All right. So Garcia just getting some search early. It's a good call. Get some setup. Luis also pretty decent turn 1, right? I mean, getting the boost on the board early is nice. Lux isn't the greatest 3 to have, but that's fine. Zeke moving the.
Just thinking.
All right, the king is no longer allowed on the cam, folks. He has been retired. He's going back to the fast food place.
With all the tech equipment there, I think that's.
No, I would definitely move it as well. I wouldn't put it in front of all the camera stuff.
We saw Mike or Garcia's hand. We see that the growl is there, which is fair to go into just to kind of choke to 1.
Yeah.
A lot of Digimon in hand, not a lot of options. So I'm curious to see what his build is shaping out to be.
Yeah.
Because we saw Eugene pilot this earlier, and there was a ton of options, a lot of graph crushes, trainings, etc.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
all right. So go ahead and crack the boost here. Lux will go ahead and swing, rip in top, tuck in a Domini underneath.
Are we banking on living?
We
do
are
live.
living. Big guy.
Analog Youth, though, this is actually a really good hit for Garcia, though.
Yeah.
Nice
there's a
search.
Megidra.
Rush Keel in the trash is really nice. We do love to see that.
You saw that smile on his face
Yeah.
after.
We'll just drop a Magna Eng. We'll Evo
I
for
think he was smiling
2.
because of that.
And so this is a lot of memory. This is a lot of memory to pass over. Now, mind you, ace threats are really, really tough from Megidra. Ace threats are really hard to deal with, typically. Especially with the mini where they can protect their 5s so easily.
Okay. I was like, wait a second. No level 5 there, ain't no way.
No, yeah. Luis just likes to set it up where because he knows what he's going to play out.
Yeah,
so.
that's totally fair.
Angel Money still hit the board. We're not going to burn anything. No reason to. We're fine. And we just pass it over and sit at 5. So what does Garcia do? I mean, he knows he has loads of memory this turn. We have the Megidra. We have a lot of other things to go off of here. So yeah, I guess you just rip it.
Yeah, I think you rip it. See how he goes. Shout out, Bran. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hope you get home safe.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I don't see a problem with just ripping it here. There's really no reason to not.
Training, yeah, Evo for the 1.
Yeah,
I think that's smart. Just try and reduce the memory using. That's a really good card to find as well.
Yes.
Rush Gallon. Finding this early is pretty nice. Just having it ready to go.
Looking at the War Growl X as well here.
Yeah. Which I think is smart. I think to go into that and just force a burn off of the Angelomon Ace now is a good call.
Yes.
You don't need to. I guess the one problem is he won't have enough memory to Evo past that, I guess. So that's the complication there. So he has to decide does he want to try and burn it now or just War Growl X?
Looks like we're committing to it. Yeah, we're going to commit to the War Growl X here. So we'll Evo for 1. Go ahead, since we have a War Growl underneath, go ahead and minus 10k on something, I believe, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
to
not
make
minus 10k, but Papa 10k.
Papa
less.
10k. Sorry, yeah. Ooh, that's a good burn.
Okay, so Shadow Seraphi is in the trash. So Garcia's just explaining some things, talking about how Angel Minus recovers.
Yeah.
So now what do? We have the Rush Gallant, which also isn't a bad call. This is my one thing with Megidra where I'm just like I want to run the Blitz Staccatos because it just feels like there's so many times where yes, you can swing an Evo off of the Wargrowl. That's typically what you're doing most of the time. But for those
Right.
turns when you do the Wargrowl X play and you want that extra check off of the swing, you want to be able to swing past turn. Like it's so good.
Well, not just the swing too. I think also just the option to delete something as well, right? Even though
Right.
you're not climbing
Control
up your
board a bit
way.
more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we saw in the other game too, right? Where if Eugene could just get some control or grasp on the board to get rid of a potential ace threat or whatever,
Yeah.
he would have been in a much better spot.
Right.
You know, the fact that you do this to set, it's like you have to pick one or the other,
we're
which feels a
swinging.
little rough.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're swinging Wargrowl X in. This is fair. Actually, I don't mind this because if you delete something, you might gain a memory. We know he has Raid and Retal
Mm-hmm.
off of the Evo earlier. Okay,
Play out
so
a
we'll
Peta.
Cherubi, we'll delete it, which this is fine, right? Like we're 13k, it will minus 12. We actually, we have Retal. Did we raid or did we just go into? Okay, we hit security. Let's say we swung into security. Okay, so now we're gonna do a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, because he still did the check, right?
Yeah, he still
Yeah.
did the check. It was a Shadow Seraphi ace. We
Which
can
is
go
crazy.
ahead.
There's two of those in there.
Yeah.
So now we can play out a Guilmon from trash, Gil or Growl, with the play cost. And you can increase that play cost threshold by 2 for every 10 cards in both players' trashes. We do grab a War Growl back off of the Gigi Egg.
Mm-hmm.
Pata's effect, we'll go ahead and let him grab a Trubius out of security there. So now we know that that threat's alive. The one good thing, well, unfortunately, there's not enough cards in trash yet for, I think, the Guilmon the game rush. You know, on the bright side, at least we know that the ace threat is currently gone.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
yeah,
more aces at the moment. So I think, but you are also looking at just losing next turn too.
I was about to say. Well, not
Swing alliance,
necessarily,
two
right?
checks, swing. You're right. You're right.
You're
right.
alive for a turn.
Yeah.
There's no way for Angels to gain rush, right? As long as you do a good job at being memory efficient here, set up what you need to set up, whether it be through boost, trainings, choke to 1, even 2 is completely fine.
We're
here.
thinking about that the rush gallant, I think.
We are thinking about it.
But there's not enough cards in trash. But we do have 5 memory.
The thing is, we don't have any trainings or boosts, really. We've got...
He has one in hand. I think
that's the one here for 2.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
So I think we
Okay.
just go for setup. I think we just go for setup this turn.
Absolutely. So you just play 2 trainings here. I think, at least from my brief,
Play that
vague
training.
knowledge of Megidra, you
I
just go
think
ahead and
that.
play 2 trainings.
He has 2 more trainings he can play. Just choke to 1.
Choke to 1, yeah,
Call it a
exactly.
day. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
We see that he has the line here, right? So next turn, you just sort of shoot your way up.
Well, he has to be careful of ruin mode. If there's a ruin mode in Luis's hand, then
That
he's
is
not
true.
doing anything
That is true.
realistically.
That is very, very
That's
true.
a tough part.
That is true.
Because Rush Gallant won't clear that board. That's too many cards.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to drop another training.
Okay. Pick up the Gilx here.
Yeah, I think Gilx. He already has Growlmons in hand, so that's fine. Just get the extra card that you can put in trash.
You just bank on hoping he doesn't have the ruin mode.
Yeah, I think that's all you really can do. Because if he has ruin mode, it's tough.
Well, another thing too is if he evos ruin mode here, right?
The one saving grace is that Cherubi stack is 7 memory.
Right. That's exactly what I was about to point
That is
out.
a juicy
Is
Cherubi.
that you're definitely not going to be evoing ruin mode on top of Dimini. You're gonna evo it on top of Cherubi.
Right.
So even if you get your damage in, you know most Angels players won't punch at face with the Dimini. So we'll go ahead and do a double check here.
Alliance big numbers. Promo Gallant, which that's actually pretty good to put into the trash. We can
Right.
potentially grab that back. And then
Hmm.
oh, DNA Valder.
Yeah. That could just be curtains then.
Dude, we're so bad at this game, bro.
Yeah, we should
forget
just
about
retire.
cards. Why do we even do this? It's almost like green and yellow cards can DNA or something. That's crazy.
Yellow has good top ends.
2
huh?
checks and then
What?
just swing for game. And that's game 1.
That was fast.
That's game 1.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Well, Boris, if you didn't have a clue how to play Angels into Megidra,
No, he's saying how to play into Angels as Megidra.
Oh, gotcha.
I
Gotcha,
read it
gotcha.
the same way you did the first time.
I can read clearly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I that is a tough matchup. That
It's
is a
hard.
tough
Well,
matchup.
because Megidra, and that's the reason why I love the Megidra build. I think it's really cool. But if you play into a deck that has a lot of aces like Angels, it is hard.
Yes.
It is near impossible in my opinion to probably win unless you go super fast.
Yeah.
Or they don't see Domini or something like that. If they don't see Domini, then sure, maybe you're in an okay spot. But that was tough. Yeah, there's really nothing there's no way he could have called that. Even if there wasn't enough cards in trash for him to reduce the rush gallant any meaningful amount. He could have dropped it for I don't know 9, maybe.
Right.
I'm assuming there probably wasn't more than 15 cards total in trash.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was just tough. It was a hard spot to be. But I totally forgot about Valder. Totally forgot. But that's cool to see.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense. Swing Alliance 2 checks, DNA, swing 2 more checks. I mean that oftentimes is just game right there.
Yeah.
That's how many bodies you get on board as Angels?
Man, Angels looking like a pick.
Don't do this to yourself.
No, I'm not. I would not, because I can't do it. I'm not good enough with it. But shout out to my homie Nate.
Yeah,
he's thinking about it.
Thinking about it. And
Yeah.
just thinking about that in Hunters. All right, so Garcia's gonna start here, which I think is fair. Do you just play Digimon Designed early? Yeah, that makes sense. Just get a little bit extra cycle, set it up for later. Does run Wargirl X. Needs to trash a card. I think you just
Trash it.
yeah trash Wargirl X. That's fine. Because you want the extra draw that you're going to get off everything else. I don't think you want to get rid of the Rush Guild just yet. You probably want another Guilmon to Evo into just in case.
Right.
Luis does see a pad on the back. Is just what, drop a boost, choke to 1 maybe?
Drop a boost. You could drop a tamer. There's a
TK
lot
right
of
now.
different options that you could do here.
Yeah.
Early days, if you're worried
Choose
about
to
it,
go
yeah,
for 3
you
into
just
Angemon.
go ahead. Yeah, choke to 1.
That
Call
makes
it a
sense.
day.
Good call. Do we just respond in kind? Just drop the training, choke to 1?
Because I'm thinking too here, right? If you go ahead and go into this Megidra, you know that they're gonna take some time to set up and build up. You almost are fine evoing in the back because you don't care about that much tempo. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You just guarantee everything that you need to do right there and then.
Yeah.
Walter,
I think that was 2 purple
the
cards we
first
revealed.
tournament, best of 5. I don't know if Purple Hybrid won the whole thing.
No,
right?
technically who won the
was Noah, right?
It was Noah with Ronix,
Yeah.
yeah, technically. Won the 5 rounds prior to top cut. He got second. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Just
Yeah.
Evo in the back. Yeah, again, makes sense, right? You know
Set
that they're
up.
going to probably keep searching and doing some setup. Just make sure that you can go into a stack assuredly.
Yeah, so the question is now do we go ahead and go? Looks like we do. Yeah, just start setting up. Try and get a little bit of cycle going, I think. You need to start setting up trash a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
So opting to save the training for now. We'll draw mill top 2. Ah, man, that's all War Growls though. That's kind of tough. Growl X, draw 1. Could we do draw Promo Gallant? Which is not bad. Then we got to pitch one somewhere. Probably pitch a Growl off of this? Yeah. EX3 Growl, sure. Now what do we do?
Go?
If there's no 5.
There's no way you keep turn here feasibly either, right?
You just swing a check. Yeah, just try and do
check,
what you can.
Yeah. Because I think you're also feeling that pressure, right? Because a lot of times we have talked about where, Angels and Yellow in general, right? Security is their life source.
Yeah.
You can get as much chip in early against any Yellow deck. That's always a good thing.
Right.
And then you gain the 2 memory off of the deletion on the stack too. So not a bad turn considering
No,
things.
We get to put out that Guilmon who lets us get a little bit more cycle going as well. We'll pitch a card to draw 2, just deciding what we want to pitch now. Promo Gallant, okay. Draw 2.
And the hand's also kind of looking a little gummed up to a degree.
And then use the Gigimon effect now to grab a card back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Pitch the card first so you can grab a card back. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that. Get back the Growl X. And now we can then we can go up into another 4, just get more cycle going. We can't, there's no rush. But we can just
You're
try
doing some good
and
setup.
get trash set up more, which
Mhm.
just makes our Megidra play later on that much more powerful. Yep. Draw an extra.
Did he miss any mills off of Growl or no?
He was supposed to mill 2.
Yeah.
Supposed to mill 2. Which looks like we're just seeing it. It looks like he's saying he forgot. And he's
Yeah.
letting him know the 2 cards that he has right here, he would have drawn. So, okay, Luis is saying it's okay. You can go
Sure.
ahead and mill those
Sure, sure,
cards.
sure.
Now draw. Alrighty. So now, what do we go for here? Like, you can't, there's no
Can't
swinging.
swing. Going into War Growl sort of feels rough.
Yeah,
I
like
feel
you
like
just leave yourself as like a 2 memory gain bomb on board, pretty much, and
Yeah,
just drop like
I
another
think-
training to set up.
I think that's totally fair. You give him as little memory as you possibly can. The Growl X, if it gets deleted via Domini effect or whatever, right, will play out a Guilmon once again off of
Right.
the on deletion effect.
Yeah.
So you don't feel as bad about that, I would say. I feel like you just drop a training here. I don't think you feel bad about that. You just
No.
you just set yourself up for some more efficiency next turn.
And the 2 memory is not that bad. Like
Yeah.
realistically, like
Yeah.
like Luis's setup right now, the only thing he really is probably can do is like Domini.
Yeah.
Just Evo
Yeah.
Domini, pass over 2. He'll pop your guy. You'll gain 2 more memory, and then you're sitting at 4 memory on your turn. To at least
With the
work
body out on board.
Yeah. Well, your body will get popped by the -7 from Domini,
Oh, sure.
but
sure,
at least
sure,
you'll
yeah,
play
yeah.
out another rookie,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
will have a body on board that
Yeah.
will be live. So
Right,
you're right.
that's
Sorry.
what I mean. Yeah,
Sorry. So we got to see what he wants to do here. Yeah, it looks like we're looking at the Domini.
If you have it, there's no reason not
No,
to.
just set it up. Set it up. No, there's a good thing that the Angel Mon Ace is in the
Oh.
stack. Oh, there's no angels in there really to play out to get
Well,
much
there's
value
that.
out of. Yeah,
But
But,
then there's no
like-
Domini subsequent follow-up play.
we're not going to get recovery off Angel Mon Ace in any means. We don't do anything else. Yeah, we just minus the 7.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Magna Ang can't digivolve in anything in the security, so we saw
Yeah.
in there. There's no 6s. So
Right. And that should also be a clue for Garcia here to say, okay, well, if we didn't evil off a Magna Ang effect, Domini's not in there.
right,
So you kind of want to just you want to push aggression as best you can.
Right.
Without really giving too
Yeah.
much either, because the
Now-
ace threat is now live.
Question is, do we use Digimon